alive. Give me a break, ain't another life.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Garma. I'm also co-hosting with Gab. And looking at the brackets here, we got a lot of new teams. Starting off with Rising Stars 2 tournament. It is pretty good to be back and seeing a lot of these new talents. Some old returning, but mostly new. It's always awesome to see. How are we doing today, Gab?
Yeah, we're doing good. Tired. It's not too early now. It is finally 9 a.m. where I am at, but check-in was at 8 a.m. my time, so 6 a.m. on the West Coast. So I'm sure I'm not the only one who's feeling maybe a little bit tired this morning as we get ready for this tournament.
Yeah, I was West Coast and I had an alarm ready for 6 a.m. Didn't oversleep, thankfully, but still a little on the tired side.
Yeah, and I wonder if that's going to be affecting some of our players going into this, having to adjust being so early. It's 6 a.m. on the West Coast, 11 p.m. in some Asian countries. So we have time zones all over the place here. People are going to have to adjust to, but it's a beautiful morning. It's snowing outside. It's a good day for Gundam Evolution.
Yeah, I'm very curious to see specifically with a lot of the new talent we have, a lot of the new teams, how some of these players are going to perform. I myself don't really recognize a whole lot of some of these new players, just some that I may have played against in the casual queue or maybe in private lobbies in pugs. But yeah, no, I'm really excited to see a lot of the games that we're going to have.
Yeah, that's kind of the beauty of this tournament is it is more for the new players coming into Gundam Evolution and just newer in general trying to get into the competitive scene and what it'd be to compete in a more intense environment. So it's pretty cool seeing all these people who are wanting to participate and experience and get in on that. A lot of new names here, so I'm very excited to see that. And like you said, names I've seen in in casual queues, maybe pugs. So pretty cool that people are still even now getting into this game and getting involved.
Yeah, taking a look at some of the teams here, we got about 10 teams in total have joined. I might remember if that is correct. I think that's actually a pretty good amount.
Yeah, there's 10 teams with 6 to 8 players on each team, so at least 60 different people have signed up to participate in this, and they still have the Legends Reborn in a few weeks, which will be even more teams and even more players.
That is correct, yeah. We might have some special guests casting in the future. Not sure if I can say, but he's a returning caster that some of you might remember. That's all I'm probably going to say. And up on screen right now is our list of teams. Going through them and looking at them right now, Serenity's looking like a very strong match already. I see Moon, J-Kit, Saris, Nile, and Smoothie on there. I also happen to see the Principality of Xeon. They've been a pretty consistent team as of recent. GM Geeks, Geek Bar Gang, some old returning players. I happen to recognize Blessed and Jzumi on there. There's also the second coming of Goo Gang with Valid and Zombie, in addition to Basic and Meal. So I do happen to see a couple of returning players, and that's always awesome. There's some also fairly new players who I've seen quite a bit. Mazong Jing on Fazion and Belix. Yeah, a bunch of these names I do recognize from casuals and just other people as well. It's awesome to see.
Yeah, it's so awesome. Like I said, a lot of familiar names, a lot of new names, people can add it. And I believe for our first game, we are going to be seeing GM Geeks and Nebulous are going to be our first 2 competitors we're watching. We're unfortunately not going to be able to stream all the games. We are going to get to the top 4, but we'll stream as much as we can to provide some entertainment to y'all today. Yeah, let's take a look at GM Geeks and Nebulous and see who is going to be competing first.
Looking at those rosters, my money's on GM Geeks. You know, I'm a betting man, right? Yeah, I see some names familiar, and I'm like, ooh, I recognize that. I recognize Iron Otaku for sure. So my money's already on GM Geeks.
If you're a betting man, I have this game called Uma Musume. I think you would love it. Just gonna throw that out there, Garma. Allow me to introduce you to that later. But getting back to Gundam Evolution, which maybe you can bet on. I'm sure there's an app for it somewhere. I don't like betting. I am a little bit more cautious with my money. I will cheer for all of them. I definitely recognize names on both teams. But still one of the newer teams, GM Geeks and Nebulous. So I'll cheer them both on. No skin in the game.
I mean, hey, if Nebulous somehow manages to surprise me, then I'm gonna definitely pick out a favorite player. I actually do recognize Pablo Sanchez, my goat on that team. Yeah, shout out Pablo Sanchez. So I'm very curious to see how this map will go, because again, those are the only 2 players I recognize. Outside of that, most of this is just new talent. I mean, Principality of Xeon, none of those names I even recognize. Soleta Society, no one I recognize there. Team Chaos, nobody I recognize there. So it's really great to see a lot of new talent. I'm hoping to see a lot of different skill expression with all of these new different teams. And I want to see how some of these older players fare up against it. I mean, I myself call myself Wash. Granted, I hardly play competitive games anymore. I know some people have been on that Evo grind for a very hot minute, such as Smoothie King and RX Moon. I recognize that you guys have been playing for quite a while. And of course, now if I were to try to fight you, you'd for sure easily kick my ass.
No, you got this, Garma. I believe you could do it. But yeah, I mean, some of these people have been also streaming on Twitch. You can find random people. I'm sure even people in this tournament right now are streaming. So if there's a game you want to watch that we are not covering, you can maybe find it on someone else's personal stream. Like Yariela and Jay Uzumi, I believe, will be streaming their perspectives of it. And maybe a couple of the others as well. So yeah, some of these people have been in the scrims actually grinding it out. I am curious, what kind of comps they're coming up with. I was thinking about this yesterday. See, I've been playing a lot of Marble Rivals, so my brain's a little marble pilled. And I was like, I wonder if we'll see classic 222. And I was like, well, what is 222 in this? Like, hold on, wrong game.
see, my brain has always been, right now at least I've been playing Deadlock, and so my brain is more attuned to that game currently at the moment. So the only thing I can think of is like, oh man, if I'm against a Zeta, I would totally buy Knockdown.
Yeah, about to switch on to Ivy. I don't know. I don't play Deadlock. I'm just gonna say names.
Should hop on the Deadlock grind. It's a pretty good game.
It looks fun. The movement looks fun, and that's something Gun Evo has spoiled me on, is like trying to find something else that emulates the same movement, especially like Ashimar's fly and that sequence, and even just getting off the ground and going into fly. Like, the movement is so fun. And yeah, nothing G dashes. Celeste looks really interesting. She looks like she might be a fun little mover, but it's the same way.
Speaking of movement, how are we thinking about the movement of map bans currently? What are we thinking that teams are going to mostly pivot to regarding the fact that we have a lot of new teams here?
We should start a poll, because it's going to be the same. Wait.
Well, why don't we take a look up on screen? We happen to see.
I couldn't say UCC in time. No, I knew it was
We happen
coming.
to see colony base and colony trading both on attack and favor for GM Geeks, with Nebulous picking the attacking side for UCC.
Get me out of here. Get me out of here, Karma.
Now we happen to have some fairly standard picks here. R&D being banned is a little bit upsetting for me, just because that's always been my favorite map. That being said, LunarCom being banned. We have
Classico
being banned, Missile Base being banned. You always see a lot of very standard bans here. Most of these, at least with these 2 out of 3 maps that are being picked, being Destruction, which is a fairly popular map to play, also alongside some other maps such as R&D or even Thermal.
Yeah. No Domination, which is a little surprising, but we do see some tried and true classics that kind of they see a lot of love. Maybe one day we'll get a statistical outline of all the maps that get picked the most. But UCC, definitely a popular one. Colony Trading Post as well. Canyon Base is hit or miss. The first setup there can be kind of tricky for people to push through, especially if you're not coordinated enough. So I'm very interested to see how that one's going to play out. Especially some of the newer teams. I wonder if how many of them have practiced their strat going into it. So we'll see how they approach these different maps and different strategies we've seen in the past.
Yeah, 2 capture point has always been a little bit flawed, even from Overwatch's point of view, where we kind of first got a hint of it way back in 2016 of that type of game mode. And some people enjoy it, some people don't, just because of the respawns toward the last point. Missile base especially is a really bad example of this, where you have the respawn point literally just about 10 feet outside of the base. Same thing with Flak Fort, where it's really choke heavy, and Canyon Base is a little bit more respectable, but even still, it's just 2 capture point has its own issues compared to something like Destruction.
Right, no, 100% and very valid points. Yeah. I think we are ready to move on to the next phase, though. We got the map settled. Production, did we say which one we're going to first? No, which map? Okay, UCC first. Let's go. Back when I used to play in the CIL leagues, we practiced on UCC so many times that personally, I'm over this map. That's just my personal opinion. Done with it. Right there with Buried City. Over it.
Right there with that's a pretty harsh comparison. I don't know. It's a little too harsh in my opinion. UCC is pretty standard.
You can cancel me. It's fine. I won't be back next week to cast. Go for it. But I'm gonna throw it out there now. I'll take the heat. UCC, over it. I'll accept Colony Trading Post and Canyon Base. So,
Colony Trading Post isn't terrible, you know.
It's not. It's getting up there. That was also one we practice on a lot. But it's a good map. I understand.
Well, as we slowly shift into the map, at least from my own experience working on this map too, this map can actually quite easily set the tempo for how the game goes, because these destruction games can last for quite a while. You know, you have a lot of different chances to stall, especially on bomb and using that bomb timer, in addition to stalling out on objective. So a lot of these maps do play out more of a tempo essentially, and if you just get washed or steamrolled in the first game, sometimes it ain't terrible, but if that game is a very, very long drawn out game, on these destruction game modes, it can often reduce, or at least in some cases, result in fatigue with some of the players. Getting set up now here with both the teams, as players are now choosing their initial suits. What are we thinking we're going to see here?
Maybe we'll see maybe a sniper somewhere on attack or defense. I think it's more favorable for the attack side. Even on defense, I think you get away with it too. A flyer or two at least coming in here. Maybe a barb just to play on the bomb and for that defense denial for plant. But a little bit trickier to play him here. Not undoable. Done it before. I've seen it happen. Yeah.
All right, well, on the side of Nebulous, we happen to have Xerix on Saz, Tebaray on Methus, Air on Pale Jail, Rafisky is on Dynamis, Pablo Sanchez on Ash, my goat, EV91 on Gundam. And on the side of, trying to remember what team they are, there's actually a lot of teams here. GM Geeks, thank you.
Got you.
On the side of GM Geeks, we happen to have Confirmed on Unicorn, Periodot on Guntank, Shifu, Hyperion, Iron Attack on Dom, Aquatic Ash, and Nokafu on Dynamis. Both teams here rocking a Dynamis. Could be interesting for the first point.
Yeah, and I totally think you can get away with the Dynamis here. You see on attack they do. Oh wait, I want to get my colors mixed. This is always different. But yeah, we got GM coming in here. We see a couple people already going down, getting the reses off though, as they're kind of staying out here, getting ready for the setup to push in. Just doing some poke, trying to see if they can get a pick off, get someone down to make chance to go in. trying to get players down. It's kind of just a stall here, waiting for someone to go down or get teamed up for that big push to go around this corner.
Something I've noticed, at least with this map, is if either teams are very one-sided, this first poke point can be either an absolute stomp fest where you just push through, or you're just stall at spawn, or if both teams are very evenly skilled, the majority of the map tends to play a little bit past that choke and toward bomb instead. So I'm very curious to see how the team, at least on the side of Nebulous, is going to push back out of way. They do have an app, which in my opinion is absolutely necessary to push past this choke, because everyone tends to come
Look
around
at that Mally. Yeah, I saw that, and my little Ash playing heart was like, yeah, I want to Mally that so bad. Yeah, it's a good map for Ash, especially for pushing around this corner. And you see them finally able to take advantage. They got it picked down. They got players that are going to have to back up and give up that space as they are able to push and claim that waypoint. It seems to be a little bit slower tempo game. Everyone's kind of evenly battled right now. It took them a minute to get into that choke point. Now they have about 3 minutes left to get that bomb plant off as they are pushing up, and GM Geeks is resetting and getting ready for that push.
And I want to say, I just want to commend that Ash position right there. That's a very good position to play with the Ash, because it's can rotate out to either A or B bomb, and also watch that little hill and molly off to deny either a Dynamez or some flanking unit as well. That's pretty good position on the side of Pablo Sanchez, who already has punch up, ended up using it already, and then back up already to 36.
Yeah, that was quick. Going down on the side of GM Geeks. Looks like they might be able to get a plant off here. They are getting a push back. We got Ash goes down again on the side of GM Geeks, but then so does 2 go down on the side of Nebulous. It is, oh, there we go. Rafiski's going for it. Coffee was trying to get the denial, does get the denial, keep him from planting, but unfortunately does have to back up as they go for another plant.
Seeing Pablo Sanchez and Rafiski being able to do quite a bit of damage and clean up
getting a big ult off, capturing 2 in it. I'm able to get a follow-up with it, unfortunately.
Yeah, it does create space for the team, though, which is really good. And typically on this objective, you want to be able to play along the stairwell so you can easily have a quick rotate. But playing back outside of that mega, outside of A-bomb, does also work as well. We have seen other teams play that type of angle. It does leave you a little bit susceptible to playing some hard CC, and it makes it a little bit more difficult to retake bomb, as we see in the example. They just managed to defuse it already and follow through with a team wipe, essentially.
Dang, yeah. Shout out to Nebulous. They're getting team out. They are pushing all the way to spawn. Oh my gosh, yeah. They pushed them back. They had just stacked on the bomb, was able to get it defused, and they kept on pushing. That is some coordination there and some good team comms.
Sorry, my perspective is
okay, I was wondering if that was my internet or if that was the stream. It seems our perspective, unfortunately, has died. So I'm going to switch on over, I guess, to the live broadcast. Lich, the stream, for some reason, has been disconnected. Yeah, we do see that. Let's see. Nebulous is going to have to get reset up as they get reset up to take back the choke point. Okay, now we are back. Thank you. Okay. Sorry
on the side of Nebulous, we do happen to see 4 ults up. We have the Ash, Gundam, Dynamez, and Pale up. Xerix is also very close to ult. That's sitting at 92, 93. We're on the side of Gym Geeks. We have to see Unicorn and Ash punch up. Dynamez should also have their ult very soon at 95.
There's 20 seconds left in the game. Yeah, we see Pale Rider pop his on the side of Nebulous over there. Unfortunately, he's not quite able to find kills. He does go down with it. Oh my gosh. Muckus goes down too. They're popping everything.
Pretty one-sided match, in my opinion, looking here. Very surprised Nebulous putting in work. We're gonna have to see how GM Geeks holds up on the attacking side here.
Yeah. And then this is, like you mentioned earlier, one of those maps where it can take a while to establish control and can really affect morale here, depending on how it goes. This is definitely a hard first bomb to get off. We did see him get 1 plant, and unfortunately it did get diffused for him, but they were able to get a plant, and there is a chance still here that they could do a strong as a hold on in response. We'll see if they decide to do any different balance adjustments to their team, maybe switch out a couple different units, but solid hold.
Yeah, and taking a look at the damage here, we see Nukafu at 22k, followed by Shifu at 14. And then on the side of Nebulous, Pablo doing an overwhelming amount of damage, 15k, 8 kills, 3 deaths, leading his team over 10k damage, where everyone else on the side of Gym Geeks is rounded out kind of more spread out, and we happen to see that with a little bit more.
Not a Kafu though. You look at Kafu holding it down, 22k damage.
Yeah.
He's holding it down with 16 kills for him. Well, yeah.
Very surprised that the Ashe not getting too involved, at least for them, because typically when I see someone who's playing Ashe, they're going to be very high damage or very high kills. And it's very interesting. Aquatic is playing more passive.
Yeah, and that could be part of too being, introduction into the competitive scene and learning like your positioning and how to actually play your role and where you need to be able to do the most value for your unit. I think he's still playing, trying to play those corners and flying high, mauling where he should. Shifu is holding it down on Hyperion for him, coming in second with a ton of damage.
Taking a look at team comps, it seems like there's no real hard changes, and it doesn't really surprise me. I mean, the gun take is really cool. We got a Wu gun take here, but no really major changes to either side.
To Dom Trooper. I don't think EV was always on Dom. They did, so I think they made a little swap there. They no longer also have a Amethyst. They went to Unicorn. You see how that pairs up with their Sazabi as well. As they're already kind of playing back behind the waypoint. Their Sazabi is kind of injured. They do get it. Unfortunately, nobody can touch. Their Sazabi does go down as they capture the waypoint. They're all very weak, but I think Nebulous is going to side. They don't want to contest that right now. They both have about equal numbers, a little bit better on the side of GM. As they are able to secure that waypoint. Kafu already popping his ult, really trying to take space and get in there. The only one close who has ult and close to, everyone else is hovering around 30%, but he's ready. And he's trying to lift the target of the team. Oh, and they are just stacking up and pushing.
They only have to get about 33 seconds maybe on that bomb, so they don't have to hold it for a very long time, and they're already taking spaces.
They are marching in there. They got the plant off, and they are just showing up and showing out right now. Pablo kind of has to go chill on the side as his team needs to regather. Maybe trying to pick on the Dom Trooper is able to. Don't know if he'll get the confirm. Ash is going to try and push him. He's getting pushed by 2. He's going for the revive. Able to get the finish before he goes down. I don't know if it'll be enough though. They have 10 seconds left on the bomb and 3 members down.
Well, I think it's already done. Looks like what type of energy we're going to see going into the next map here as Nebulous takes the win on UCC.
Yeah, well played on the side of Nebulous. Kafu was really holding down there, dealing the damage. It kind of seemed leading the charge and setting the pace for his team on the pushes and the regroups. Shout out them for being able to push through and hold it down. Nebulous, well fought. They still have another fight to go into, but yeah, we'll see how this affects them going forward.
No Kafu having MPP, it really shows. They'd end up overdoing 22,000 damage just in the first round alone, and I mean, essentially, carrying the team there with 26 units disabled. Dynamis is a very strong suit.
He's such a strong suit, and like I said, I think he works well here. The ability to switch into pistols in case you need it. The ability to have a revive range can never be understated. Like you have to finish units, otherwise, as you saw, I'm trying to get that Dom Trooper out there and helping getting the gun tank back up. Like having that revive ability, it can make or break a game.
To production, Nebulous had one.
No, GM Geeks.
Oh, GM Geeks. Okay, thank you.
I got you. We're still learning the names of everyone and getting them memorized. 10 new teams.
There's a lot of new players here, so.
Well, it looks like they're making out a swap on the side of GM Geeks. Smeagol is going to be coming on in as they go to Colony Trading Post. You know, and it's still early. It's the first game. Some of these players have been up since 6 a.m. or earlier. They might need some more coffee in them as they go through the rest of these games. I'm thinking I might need some more coffee myself. What about you, Garma?
Well, I already just went through my 14 ounces of coffee, and I'm still trying to wake up.
14 ounces. I only had 8. I think I need to get on your level. I think I need at least another 6 ounces. We'll see if that'll help wake them up. It looks like on the side of Nebulous, they're gonna maybe keep the same or the same roster of players.
I don't think we see a whole lot of changes. I wonder if we'll happen to see some suit changes for Colony being our next map. I know Zeta is fairly popular on this map with how open point 1 is, and as well as the ult being pretty good at dispersing crowd within the second choke as well.
Yeah, I would expect to see at least on the first point 2 flyers. Definitely on attack and even on defense too. Zeta Ash here just going up in the sky and providing so much aerial support and dominance on this map cannot be understated. They can do a lot together here.
Z2R would also be pretty effective on this map, just for the fact that it is a very this map does happen to have a lot of ratting potential, and like all destruction maps they do. But I definitely happen to see a lot of Z2R played, at least on this map, in UCC destruction wise.
A good map for it's a good map for a lot of players or a lot of units here. I mean, Sazby, Dom, Unicorn. I mean, you can even go melee here. Yeah, there's a lot of possibilities here, and I'm curious what they're gonna go with. How much we'll see similar to the last game.
So we now wait on production to restart really quick.
I'm gonna do a quick restart. Chat. Having some little game issues. Yeah, they're not quite esports ready. It was never esports ready before, but they're working on it. So we're gonna do a quick restart and make sure everything is running as smooth as possible.
Yeah, it's not. Of course, it's not going to be 20K levels of production that we saw with Panda a few years back, but I mean, it's what we're doing with what we got.
We appreciate production. Shout out production for setting all of this up and just doing this for the love of it and out of their personal time. No money gained, just for the
shout out server hosts as well.
We appreciate you allowing us to play this game still. Shout out y'all. Yeah, we are gonna come back into it. I got my water, trying to keep my voice hydrated. It's gonna be a long day of yapping, Garma. You got your water?
Well, considering I already finished my water this morning, I'm just going to hope that my voice can still last.
Sir, that was this morning. You need to lock in. You gotta stay hydrated, gamer. This is very important.
Hydration is indeed important as someone who used to do theater and vocal production, so you are correct for calling me out. Yeah.
You were a theater kid.
Well, okay. Yeah.
This is explaining so much. Okay.
What do you mean by that?
You can take it any way you want it. What's your favorite musical, Garma?
Oh my gosh. I think favorite musical, probably. You know, this is gonna be really corny of me to say. Personally, the Shrek musical, the theatrical release of Shrek. Yes. Willy Wonka was very fun to be in. I was also in Cinderella, and then I also did. I was not a Phantom. It was Fiddler on the Roof.
Oh, Fiddler on okay. Nice, classicos. Shrek musical production has to be the realest answer. That sounds really awesome. Okay. Yeah.
As a production.
Go on.
Yeah. Production through Jesus Christ Superstar is their recommendation.
That's why they're muted. Don't worry, we got you, chat. You don't have to hear this. I'm so kidding, Lich. And now we are coming back into the game. Yeah. We're back, baby. Everything should be good and ready, knock on wood, to go now. So you can see we have the map bands pulled back up. Just to remind you, we are going to Colony Trading Post, and if needed, Canyon Base will be last. We'll see.
Looking at the teams, I feel like Colony is going to end up being a pretty determined map. Look at just from UCC alone, I think those results, it was a pretty, I don't want to use the term one-sided, but it was definitely a little bit one-sided with the side of GM Geeks taking that W there. And I feel like Colony is one of those maps where if your team isn't coordinated, you can get really lost really quick. And I feel like GM Geeks are just going to take the win here.
Oh yeah, 100%. Coordination is going to be everything here. And I think that hopefully it's going to be a wake-up call the first game. I'm still waking up, locking in. We'll see if this one will be, I mean, GM Geeks definitely had a very strong performance there, very strong showing. See if they can keep that momentum up, or if Nebulous is going to make some responses to them. You know what I just realized I didn't pay attention to, Garma?
What?
the banners. Did we have matching portraits? Where's the drip?
Oh, I didn't
Where's
happen to
the
notice
Riz?
any. I didn't happen to notice
Yeah, I
any.
just
Where is it?
realized. Yeah, we got to see that going forward.
I really hope so.
Yeah.
Even if it's not on the side of winning team, it's always awesome to see some of the unison and just the that little slight vibe or morale among team members. It's always so cool to see.
It's a good aura moment when you're all walking out matching together. The music drops, you're all in sync. It's
take a look
pretty
at some
cool.
of these picks here now. We happen to see Nokafu on Gundam, Smeagol on Ash, and we happen to see Double Fly here with Shifu also on Zeta. Iron once again in Dom Duty, confirmed on Unicorn, and Peridot on Guntank. Looking on the side of Nebulous, we have Zex on Saz, Ava on Gundam, ZZ2R, pretty good pick for this map in my opinion.
ZZ2R.
Pablo Sanchez once again on Ash, Tabaret on Unicorn, and Rafisky on Dynamez.
Okay, I like it. I don't think I've ever seen Iron play anything but Dom Troopers. It seems like a solid pick for them. Kafu going Gundam this time instead of Dynamis here. So still a really great pick. Provides a lot of value. Yeah, curious to see how they're going to set up and push for this. If they're all going to go underneath, they're going to push the main way as we open up and get into the game.
They're pushing
going over the top immediately.
Right now. Immediately gets a pick on that. And just showing how strong flyers are on this map. As you can see, they can easily go around that hall. You get a first pick. Iron Otaku now gets the second pick on the Z2R. That's going to do a lot of
faster. Yeah, as he goes down, as 2 goes down on the side of Nebulous. They're having to reconverge here on oh my gosh, as Pablo goes down as well. GM Geeks, they just flew over the top. They said we don't need to contest you. We'll just go right around you. And now they have to respond as they're on the back foot as they are slowly dwindling numbers here. They're going for a plant on A. They're going for a plant on height here. Which I do think looks better for them.
Yeah, and especially with the potential to flyer, Zeta already at 51% ult. That's going to do a lot of work. Same thing with Nokafu at 60, using that ult as an area denial, just keeping them back. This is going to be a pretty quick-paced map here. At this point now, it's just hoping to see if Nebulous can retake, or if they're going to have to back up to the ramp here. They're just really struggling to retake this A point.
It looks like Pablo did try to go to take the waypoint, but someone might have met him there as they were able to get it back. Zex does go down, but it looks like Ash is able to get the res off on him as they're still down third Gundam. They are pushing. They have 15 minutes to get something here. They're trying to get a pick. Smeagol doing work, keeping them denied. Ash's one goes down. They got the gun tank on the flank, getting him from behind, taking him down. They're unable to respond to that as they do go down, and I think they are going to confirm the bomb here.
Yeah, and it looks like the side of Nebulous is a little staggered here. They might be able to have an advantage here pushing out with Shifu having ult, Nokafu already having ult. Iron's very close at 74 and the gun tank at 80% now as well. Now see the Gundam ult being used to create some space to push you up to way.
SpaceX might get caught in that, might go down. He does go down as 2. They try to get the res off with the completed. Shifu running in there, trying to take advantage of that space as they are now pushing. And Nebulous is going to have to back up and reset. They don't have the players to keep this right now. And I think they got that. They have no ults to respond with. No players right now. They have 4 there holding it down. It looks like someone might be sneaking down to go for a plant underneath as they set up here. Are they electing to move together?
It seems like they want to try to regroup here. They're a little bit staggered with Shifu being down and the Gundam being very low here. Looking at the ults, we see Shifu still holding on the ult. Iron's very close now at 80-90%, confirmed at 83. They still have the gun tank ult. Zrex goes to ult. They're not going to try to all push out toward the side. We see the Z2R get off, but it did not unfortunately get a pick. Pablo now uses their ult to try to confirm. Zrex also using ult to try to deal damage here and push them back. Tabaret's very close now to have
punch on 4 of them. He doesn't seem like no picks off of it. They wasn't to get a big punch out of 4 of them, unfortunately.
A very cagey fight down there.
Shifu goes down, pops his ult. Not sure if he's able to find one with them. Now, as confirmed, also goes down on the Unicorn. It looks like they're sneaking an A plan off. Gun tank went around and snuck it as they go to set up regroup. Pablo is there.
Yeah, the surprise A plant there was pretty smart in the middle of that fight. I was not expecting an A plant to go off there as everyone had grouped up for a B push. Now happen to see some of the team regroup trying to heal again, but they do have pretty good ult economy here with 3 ults up compared to the side of Nebulous having used Dynamism and now only have Unicorn. Gundam should be very close to getting ult as well.
That Gundam was bold. He saw him ulted and he pushed at that. Dynamis is able to get him pushed back. Iron Otaku pops his ult now, trying again to take up that space, give him a little bit of momentum, keeping him to dive and get it in his bomb off. They have 20 seconds and 2 ults on the side of Nebulous. Oh, you
Well, I don't mean to.
trying to get something going off.
Racism punch. It's not always the greatest thing to deal with, but not taking a look at the timer here. It's pretty decisive. It seems like GM Geeks are going to be taking the dub, at least on this first round here on Colony.
Yeah, everyone hit Q. Everyone hit the funny esports button. Everything is popping off. Luckily, the game didn't crash, as GM Geeks is able to take that.
In not quite 3 minutes, but it was still a pretty fast take.
Yeah, that's a good chunk of time remaining to have left. Pretty solid push on the side of GM Geeks. I think they have like a bit more coordination. I don't know if Nebulous kind of was. I don't think they were prepared for Shifu going over the top like that. They were kind of caught underneath as they got flanked by the Flyers and was unable to really regroup off that. And that kind of, I feel like, set the pacing for the rest of the match.
I mean, even with GM Geeks, I do happen to recognize a few players, at least with No Kafu and Iron Otaku. I believe both of them did play in CIL. Iron Otaku for sure I know did. I'm not sure if Kafu or Shifu ended up playing, and same thing with Peridot. There are a few names I recognize, it's just my memory is a little bit jogged, whereas on the side of Nebulous, it's just entirely new players, and this is their first experience. So, you know, even though I was trying to root for them in the beginning, you know, Pablo Sanchez, my GOAT, they're just not living up to a lot of those numbers. And, you know, taking a look at some of the damage here, Shifu and Nokafu here leading at 16 and 15k respectively, with confirmed having the most amount of kills at 18k, whereas on the side of Nebulous, they're severely lacking. No one's able to reach 10k damage.
The amount of deaths, too, for the first round.
Oh, man.
The amount of deaths compared to the two teams. They definitely have something they need to discuss going forward and try to figure out and how to deal with GM Geeks' team. They're being pretty dominant on it. Shifu holding it down with the Zeta damage. Ashamar a little bit behind him, but still holding it down. I know I've seen Smeagol play other games. He's a little bit newer into the Gundam Evolution scene. But doing a good job. And now it looks like they're going to try and take a page from their book. They're going to go for the same thing. Pablo not going all the way over. He's going to go right here, make sure it's clear as the rest of the team do push for the waypoint. It looks like GM Geeks is also held up there, kind of expecting it. You got John doing splash damage down the hallway, the most obnoxious thing to try and push cast through.
See the Jim trying to play around the corner too, hoping to get used to the shield bash or Molly C4. We have the Peridot and Ash now, a little bit of a skirmish pack here by this Mega. Results in Pablo winning that fight. Let's go Pablo Sanchez. And now still trying to push out the way, having a very strong hold here.
Already lost two on the side of Nebulous. Yeah, it now goes down their Sazabi. Pablo is still kind of behind. I don't know if he's going to go for a back cap, maybe try for a sneaky plant to pull his team back, meet up. He does take down their Ashamar as well. 1 HP and a dream and living out here. Trying to provide space for his team. He touched on the waypoint, but I guess he was getting hooked.
Yeah.
Oh, maybe he thought he heard something and had to back up. I don't know if he's going to be able to secure it. Yeah, looks like they're going to try and push for it.
Kapu here does manage to get a trade. Has to fall back to the low HP. Peridot then gets a pick off of Pablo. As we now see the other half of the team still fighting over objective here. Looking to be a very scrappy fights around here.
Down, unfortunately, do lose the waypoint. Yeah, as they are set up here, trying to get some picks off underneath. Rafisky looking for something here. Getting pushed back, has to go get health. Leaves his team there. His poor Sazvi is trapped in a corner right now, and he is just getting bullied. No shield, no health back. He does go down.
Yeah, if that Saz get caught out, it's just a sitting sponge of 1400 health, and it's only a matter of time before the rest of the team happens to get it. And at that point, you're just soaking up you're essentially just a damage soak for the enemy team to build up ult. Not great to be caught out like that on Saz.
Not at all. He's going to get reset up as he is coming back in, and we do like to push from in here. Pablo does go up, trying to look for some damage up there.
Out. Does get some damage out, as it seems like now Nebulous is trying to take A. They are up in numbers-wise. They do have to plant, and they go for the B plant.
Yeah, looks like they are, looks like someone's still going for a sneaky plant underneath, which does appear to be working. No one's able to take that grade as they're holding a little bit of height. They do get the plant up, but they do lose two in the process. They have Unicorn and Dynamis ult right now to hold it down in 50 seconds.
Both teams having now used their punch, so there's no real hard deny here.
Throws out his weapon, unfortunately. Oh no, their Zeta does get caught in. He's still
Unicorn managed to get 2 picks, both the Zeta now, and Dynamis haven't used their ult. Very hard to happen to see, and a diffuse bait there. Now B diffuse getting off. It seems like they just barely managed to get it. might be able to get a second flank here. Potentially.
Live, but it is worth it. Rafisky going in there with his dynamite, still trying to keep him down. They do get the revive off. That revive for Gun Tank is so quick. Can't be understated. Zeta pops his ult, able to get a confirm on that one, make sure the bodies stay down. We are going to be able to hold this.
Oh, Nebulous managing to pull it off. Kudos to you guys. And it seems like, too, they ended up making a few changes. They are running... I don't remember if they ran Zeta last map, but I do happen to see that they're running Zeta still. And Zeta's just overall strong suit to pick on this map, just with not only the biosense, but also the ult itself, and being a flyer. Very advantageous to play on the first point.
Yeah, let's see if they continue to go for it here. On the inside, where it's a bit more constrained. Let's see, still a strong unit in and of itself, but it looks like GM has 4 ults up on their side. 3 on the side of Nebulous, as Pablo's maybe looking for a punch. Unfortunately, probably didn't quite like what he see, lost a bunch of health for it, and does go down as... never mind. Yeah, Otaku he popped his ult there to go in with it.
I believe so, and managed to get 2 picks as Jim managed to get a full team wipe there.
Yeah, full team wipe, full reset. The cost of a 1 ult. Good usage there.
Up to see, taking a look, both Ashes will have their punch up soon. Okaku should be very soon to ult at 61 right now. You see Xerex, Air, and the Ash have ult. So the Saws, the Gundam, and the Ash now have ult. Rafisky's very close to at 75. So this is going to look like a very scrappy entrance here into Waypoint. We'll probably see the Ash Punch then get used there on the side of Pablo. Does manage to get a couple picks. We have to see the Saws follow up. Gundam pushes in, uses their ult too.
Oh my gosh, big stuff. Got 3 of them in that. We see ults going off left and right. Air throws his, trying to take some space. Schmeagle pops his back in response. We got 2 down on the side of GM Nebulous and on the side of GM and Nebulous as they are fighting for this Waypoint. Not able to try to take that space as it looks like GM is able to hold it down, denying them the Waypoint.
Yeah, those gym mines I saw earlier managed to secure a kill and deal some damage. Those gym mines are no joke, especially on these hype maps where they're very much more KG fight. Jim definitely doing a lot more work here in the second point than on the first, being able to hold off with using a lot of CC and also being able to support the team with the heal as well.
Oh yeah, and there's so much CC spam you can do. You have 2 tight choke points you have to go through, and you have the little Jim fire, you have the Ash Shamali, you have this, and then you have the Dom Trooper you have to go through. Like, there's just so much splash that can happen in there.
Yeah, I mean,
Shifu just pushing out with Pafos. They're really setting the pace. Getting the shield bashes off.
Yeah, and Gym Geeks just once again holding off this point. It's going to be a little bit more difficult here for Nebulous. You have to be a little bit more coordinated on this push, and especially call out your targets and what you're going to focus, at least when you try to reach in the waypoint.
That's going to be all grouped up and ready for another push. I was surprised when we see, though, a Unicorn come out. Oh, looks like Gun Tank sent his ult out. He's going to be looking for something, just trying to buy time and keep that space.
They're taking once again a look at ults here. Ash at 62. Jim very close to that ult now at 87. We have to see the Unicorn ult go out. The Dom ult now going out. We see both Unicorn ults now going out. Gun Tank ult is now coming out. We should happen to see a punch come up soon from either team with Pablo at 85.
They lost their Sazumi though, and that's such a crucial character to lose, who does absorb all your damage, is able to be your shield, and unfortunately he does go down as they do get pushed back. Unicorn wasn't quite able to find the kill that they were hoping for, as that's darn near team wipe.
Yeah, with only 20 seconds on the clock, I'm not sure if they're going to be able to come back from this. We happen to see the punch go out, does take space, confirms too, but it seems like they're going to end up trading out 1 there. So the team can manage to push out. I don't think there's going to be a whole lot Nebulous can do here.
That was a big punch. Unfortunately, it doesn't quite have the team to follow up with it. I do like how he also took out the GM mines with that punch. A nice move, but unfortunately it's not going to be enough as GM takes the win on this. Good. All right. Yeah, they really set the pacing of the last game. You know, they had a strong showing. They brought it here as well. Nebulous, you know, they made a couple adjustments trying to respond to him, but, you know, GM, they had it on lock. They were just, I think, slightly more coordinated. And it really showed here in this, as they were able to hold that choke down and keep him denied from it.
Yeah, and Shifu as your MVP. I mean, that gym is a very underrated unit, at least in my opinion. It didn't see a whole lot of use, at least in the NA scene, until very late into Givo's lifespan. You know, having that super armor on the shield bash, the heal, as well as great area denial or CC on the ultimate. It's just a very interesting suit overall. at least the only thing I can compare it to would be someone like Zenyatta from Overwatch, where it's almost a jack of all trades, master of none, but ends up making a very great support suit.
No, 100% underutilized, but I think people are starting to understand how much power that little dude has. Don't let him fool you. Small but mighty. So was it 1,000, 1,100 shields? Something insane. It might be 800. I don't play him often, but he has a good shield. Like I said, his heals, his area denial, his ult. Like, he showed in a lot of work and a well-deserved MVP for Shifu there.
Take a look at, unfortunately, it seems like the bracket still hasn't updated with all the other teams quite yet. But just off that map alone, I feel like with some of these upcoming maps, it might be a little bit one-sided with some of these teams, because I do happen to see some returning talent, and that map did happen to have some returning talent versus new talent. So I'm very curious to see how these upcoming.
You never know. I bet there's gonna be some sleepers out there that are gonna surprise us. And I'm excited to see what they bring.
Well, you mentioned sleepers. You happen to have a favorite team. Implies bias.
I try to not have any bias. I want to support all the teams. I mean, I do have like friends that are on some of the teams, and so like I've already messaged some people, you know, said good luck out there. So I mean, yeah, good luck to everyone. I want everyone to just have a great game. I want them to feel passionate, excited. I mean, I got my old former teammates on random teams, like Izumi's on the Geek Bar. We got Kyowo on Grave. So like, shout out them, wish them the best of luck. But again, look at other teams, like we got Serenity, which has a bunch of familiar names and people that I know. So I don't want to say I have any favorites. I want everyone to have a good game, but definitely a little partial to the home.
Who doesn't love a little bit of caster bias?
We'll let chat decide.
Now, do you have map bias? Because I know for sure
100%. Yeah. UCC, stinky. Get it out of here. Done with that. I don't want to see it ever again. I love thermal. I think that's probably one of my favorite maps. I just think it's really fun. I like the overall design of it. I wonder if we'll see Harvest in any of these tournaments. I think they'll bust out the newest map.
Is Harvest even available on the roster? I don't think it is.
No, it's not.
No, okay.
But I wonder one day if we'll see it.
Well, for our next upcoming match, we'll be moving to W24, the second coming of Gugang versus Team Chaos. I definitely recognize some familiar names on Gugang. Looking at Team Chaos here, if I could find their name. Here we go. We happen to have Aster, Big Toe, Silas, Dechi, Serif, Blue Boy, and Ben Tendom. I happen to don't recognize any of these people on Team Chaos, so I'm open to getting my mind changed. But at the same time, I'm familiar with Gugang, and you know, Gugang supremacy. I don't know. I feel like this is going to be a same result as we just happened with the last game.
All right, so we know who Garma likes, guys. We got that out there.
Yeah. Whoa.
I want to shout out Big Toe's name from Team Chaos. I like that name, Big Toe. That's it.
Take a look at some of these map picks. We happen to have the second coming of Gugang starting off at Mount R&D, as well as with Flak Fort on the side of defense with Team Chaos, and then ending on Thermal.
Shout out my Thermal. Thank you, guys. Appreciate that. We happen to have
2 domination maps and a single capture point map.
Yeah, a bit different from the last round. I like to see it. I wonder if we'll see any. I'm always curious to see what people go with on Flak. There's so many different ways to approach it, and I'm always curious to see what people go with. I hope we see some good sniping battles on that. But we'll see. We could also just see some pure ratting behavior.
And it looks like, by the way, we're jumping into the second round for this team lineup from Gugang and what was it? Chaos. It seemed like Gugang had won their R&D map. In addition to now moving on to their next map. But for those looking out for Gugang, they had just happened to won their first round.
Shout out Gugang. Yeah, familiar names on there. People we've seen before. Mount R&D, a classic map.
As we now go on to their second, I did happen to see a couple other familiar names on the second coming to Gugang. We at least have what I cut for Gugang, Ghost of Gugang. Hold on, we happen to see some Are these some alt names that I recognize? Hold on.
These are definitely some alt names. Familiar names. Oh my gosh, look at that. We got almost completely matching gun tanks.
Oh, we got some people trying to vibe.
Yeah. Thank you,
Oh, we're taking
production.
some of these. Yeah, thank you, production, for letting us know about delay. Anyways, taking a look at some of the names, we have Rat as Zombie on Ash. We have Ogurcap as Basic. Cut for Gugang is going to be. I wonder if that'll be HL. Unsure about that name. Don't really recognize it. Ghost of Gugang is valid. We have D4C and Soccer 0092. And then on the side of Team Chaos, we have Big Toe, Beat Scraper, I do recognize, Uncle Jim Mayubo, Blue Boy, Silas, and Ben 10 Dom. Taking a look at the suit picks, we have Rat on Ash, Oguricap is going to be on Pale. Cut going on Methus. Ghost is on New. I love New as a suit. D4C on turn A, which is a pretty standard pick here on this map. Soccer still deciding. Looks like they're going to solidify on Gun Tank. Big Toe sticking on Ash. Beat Scraper on Pale. Uncle Jim on Jim. Blue Boy on Hyperion. Silas on Saz. And Ben 10 on Gundam.
Shout out to the hook cam. Return of the classic. Love to see it.
The hook is hooking, as some people always like to say. We now see Soccer again solidifying. A few units are now actually getting switched out. Soccer and Exio Guri going on the melee. Double melee comp.
I was wondering if we would see some melee here, because it honestly does play well to melee if you go underneath there. It can be a strong melee map, and I know Soccer is a melee player, so I was curious if we're going to see that, or even turn A does really well here. I just feel like we don't see it as often as we used to.
Yeah, Guri now finally solidifying and sticking to Pale. Pretty smart decision, I think. Melee is, a very niche shooting.
Playing in the house too here. Sosby just going outside just to get a little peek, get some information off for his team. Ghost is a bit injured over there. He has to hang back. Ash kind of going to the side, keeping that side denied. Trying maybe to look for that new. They're trying to look for a push in right now, just doing some poke damage to each other.
Yeah, and I think playing in the house is very smart. It is a very standard, but we did see a lot of that get adopted by some of the upper level teams early on in this game's lifestyle, and it's already playing well to their advantage here, getting 2 picks off, playing very passively, very defensively in that house. We have to see an Ash get a pick, but then gets traded out by Hyperion. This is a pretty good position here for Team Chaos right now.
Yeah, it's a classic whole strategy that we have seen here before. It can be a pain to push in on. We saw Soccer going in, trying to get some space. It looks like they did get a pick up, but aren't able to secure the body, and that really is everything that they are able to get back up. Sosby going down, though, to 1 HP, kind of to hang out there, get some health pool back as they're trying to make some space in.
And it looks like the second coming of Gugang had now switched off to Hyperion, probably to deal with both the switched off Exia to Susan to probably deal with the Gem, the Hyperion, and the Saws just to break those shields. And it looks like it's already working as they're now able to take Waypoint here.
Yeah, I like that swap a lot more than the Exia here. I think Susan unfortunately just has a better kit for what's needed here. And they are able to take advantage of it as they are starting to secure the 8-point. And I think it is going to go to Team Chaos here. Oh, no, sorry.
Team Chaos now playing. Yeah, Team Chaos having to play now on the defensive side. We see the Ash pushed up already with ult. Oguri is very close. The Methus also is very close. And the Susanoo, despite being a bit of a second, or I would say third or fourth choice late pick, already at 70%. Same thing with the new. Taking a look at the side of Chaos. Big Toe very close at 83. Beats at 95. Should have their ult up soon. Ben 10 Dom already having ult, and the Saws trailing behind it.
Rat going in for a punch. Oh, he does get hit in the middle of it. Yeah, he tried for it. Does get punished for it. Oh yeah. Gale pops is going in with, or trying to provide some defense here.
Yeah, Big Chaos able to take a lot of space here, popping. Seems like they only popped Pale for it. Pretty good trade-off for the Ash Punch there. Both teams still having good ult economy. It seems like Gugang here, though, is going to have a little bit more better econ with Pale, Methus, New, and Susan, compared to Chaos are going to have Ash.
And here we go.
Pale
Methus combo does go off as you see Pale starting to push in. Susanoo pops his as well to really take care of that momentum going off. Big punch trying to get someone, does able to get stopped. He does go down for it.
Very smart.
The Gundam ult comes in. Are they able? They are unable to shoot it off as it does confirm the body on it. Cut for Gugang is low on top. Uncle Jim is low as he goes on point. He's able to get out right now as they're just trying to hold this height. They kind of restabilize.
A lot of space.
Oh!
The hype ult goes out, but it does not hit anybody.
It
Unfortunately,
would have
no
been
one's on
so
hyper armor.
big, too.
So if you happen to get caught out with that ult, you're just going to end up getting shot down really quickly. It is a very hard ult to control as well. Man, now they don't really have a whole lot of ults to contest here except with Saz. They might get Jim up here soon on the side of Gugang. They do happen to have Nu and Turn A, which are going to be pretty decisive ults here.
Yeah, they do have a turn A ult, which could be a complete game changer here as they are starting to regroup and push back out. Soccer does go down, but so does Ben 10. Sazaby's here trying to shield for his buddy. Unfortunately unable to, as they need to start contesting on the point. Turn A goes up with his ult, and we'll see. That might be the decision maker right there.
The damage goes off. They don't quite manage to pick it off. They manage to get some damage off as Team Chaos is just trying their best to stall here, but I don't think they're going to be able to just with how staggered they are.
Kind of is holding it down, trying to. So was Uncle Jim, but unfortunately, yeah, Gugang was there and able to secure that point.
Man, I think that Susan pick just was decisive for Gugang there and having to swap over that kit. And at least from having watched it, I haven't personally played some of that suit myself, but having watched it play out, that kit does have a lot of sustain, having a lot of dashes, being able to slow, and armor on either assist or kill. It's crazy how long that suit can stay alive, in addition to its ult increasing the damage potential of the suit as well. Good try there by Team Chaos. This map can be a little bit difficult to play to capture point wise, especially if you're playing against a Turn A and Susan. Taking a look at some of the damage here, we happen to see Oguri with 21k on Pale dishing out a lot of damage on the side of Team Chaos. We have Big Toe with 12.9k. Shout out Big Toe.
Yeah, our Big Toe does a lot of work for us. Shout out them. Ben 10 holding it down too. Looks like they might be...
Gundam, yeah. Gundam can do a lot of damage if you can click those heads. See some of that Kovacs or aim trainer time pay off. It can be a very good suit to play off if you're very consistent with your headshots.
That is why I play Unicorn. So shout out to Gundam players. But yeah, let's see if they have anything in response to this. Maybe a swap for that Susanoo. Soccer's no slouch when it comes to melee players. That's all I ever see him play. Oh, he decided maybe he likes to go Barb here on defense, which again is a very good melee unit for him. Let's see if they decide to do something in response to that. Because he is providing a lot of value there, taking up space and just shredding their tanks for him.
Yeah, and I mean, I've seen Barb play here, specifically back in the first choke house. It can be a pretty good, at least at denying at least some shield units from entering. Seems now we have the side of Team Chaos on attack. They try to get set up here. No, aside from the Barb pick, we don't have to see a whole lot of other unit comps, so they're still running the same lineup. So it seems...
goes on C2R here, probably trying to do some sneaky smoke stuff. Unfortunately, it does get picked off. Probably just going for a little sneak there. Couldn't quite get through with it, as now, oh, their Pale Rider also goes down. You see, going for the... Basically looking to do the same thing, holding in the house, and again, trying to push through that. Looks like... Oh, yeah, got a little Ashmore battle happening. Went over to the... Yeah, he went behind. Yeah. Trying to do a little sneak behind, but Ash was there to meet them. Rat met him behind. Took him out back and showed him what he did with rats, unfortunately. As Gugang is getting set back up.
Taking a look at some of the ults now up here, we are going to see Rat at 65. The rest of Gugang slowly developing up their ults. The side of Team Chaos, we have to see Uncle Jim at 70. We're hoping to see some use out of those gym mines to maybe deny a heal for the side of Gugang here, because those heal pods around point can be a very hard thing to contest, such as the one on the bottom levels of that first point, or up on the top levels, or even toward when you're coming out of spawn. Seems like they're still unable to get a coordinated pick here. We're seeing a lot of trades, and it's going to result in a lot of staggering. And on this first point, sure, while it's close as a spawn, getting staggered here can be pretty decisive, or at least a little bit telling in how the team manages to play off and get some picks, starting off in the second choke.
Oh, 100%. We see Soccer just denying that hallway over there on the left or right, depending on the angle you're looking at. Just doing a good job, keeping that hallway locked down. Anyone that tries to push in, he is there ready to slam on them to make sure they don't go in. And it looks like they are lighting up here on the right, getting ready for a push. Yeah, staggering is everything, and it's something, even in Marvel Rivals, I have to come. Like, everyone group up, like, stop. Oh, we got a Sosby going over. He doesn't make it, though. He was trying to
too chunky.
Oh, the big boy who thought he could. Maybe next time you'll be able to hit that axe just perfectly to go over the top with them. I do like the strategy. I saw the vision. Fortunately was able to go there, but they do get, unfortunately, 2 is down on the side right now of Chaos. Oh, as they get 3 down.
And Soccer needing a pick. We have to see a couple picks go out here. Soccer did use their ult to secure a pick. No ults coming out though from the side of Chaos. They do happen to have, they will most likely have their Ashe ult and hopefully their Pale ult up. The Z2R and Saz are also up there. We see Beast actually managed to get a trade with their grenade. Unfortunately, does end up suiciding as a result, and they get the res up. Everyone on the side of Blue Gang almost has all their ults ready. We're going to have 4 ults from the Ashe, Pale, the Methus, and the New here. We're going to see how Chaos responds.
Some chaos here. We're probably going to see a bunch of buttons getting pushed here all at once. We only have a minute left. It's getting to the point where it's use it or lose it. I hear Ashe going up, maybe looking for a sneak play, maybe looking for a punch here. They're all lined up in this hallway. D4 does go down, but that is a barbed hallway. Oh, the Pale goes off. Everything goes off.
Ashe punch now goes out on the flank. On the side of Rat, does manage to get 2 pickups, and they end up taking out the Pale on the side of Chaos. You see a res go up from the side of Gugang, managing to confirm more for this eventual hold, and they're now up to 30 seconds in this house.
Yeah, multiple people going down inside of Gugang. Unfortunately, we're able to stabilize and regroup. They had such a good pusher on the side of Chaos. They did get 2 down, but unfortunately, it just wasn't enough. Of the coordination wasn't quite there. He goes for a punch, doesn't find anything to connect, but as a use it or lose it situation, he had to try and make something happen. Big 10 going, and got Saj trying to hold down Ploy. Unfortunately, he's just getting looked at by the whole team. Hug goes off, but he does get punished for it. Soccer trying to get him too, chasing him down. Sasmi does get denied as we got 2 more going on to the point. 3. As Gugang is just taking control of height, just spamming on down. They are unable to contest that.
Very decisive. We do have to see the
big Hyperion into the health pack, and the confirm on him. Hold on.
That might be it. I mean,
Ghost is half right now. He's getting pushed. They hopefully don't see 9. Oh my god.
No. Bard's at 98. They will have ult here for this. Possibly if Bard doesn't get picked
Bard's
off
gonna
here.
pop ult. No, and he pops the ult too. Oh, let's go for the big play.
What a comeback already from Chaos.
Holy. That Hyperion ult there to secure 2. And honestly, it's clearing that height, so they had advantage to go down there and just not get damage rain down on them was huge.
Man, that was a bit of a misplay, I think, from Soccer. I think if they had happened to pop ult before point and then use the dash in to stall, and just with the ults out already to secure space or have other people hide, maybe even secure a pick, could have done a little bit better. But I mean, they got to work with what they got to work with here. Is they're now going on to second Choika at a minute 30 on the clock.
Right. 100%. I respect the attempt. I get it. Wanted to try, maybe try to get something out. Might be able to get another one here in time. Did play that smart there. Went for a slam and then immediately got out. Just use it as a kind of a stall tactic. Very smart play there. As Chaos does get reset up here.
Take a look at ults
Ben10
on
trying
to... We already see a pick go out again from the side of Gugang. We have to see ult get used on New. Coming out, taking a look at ults here, we happen to see the Ashe and Pale and New, or sorry, Methus will have their ult. New already used their ult, and we'll see the Turn A also have their ult on the side of Team Chaos. No ults are up. This is going to be very hard to push back against reading 4 ults into a no ult scenario.
They might have to hold one. They Soccer does go down, but they are able to get a pick back. That's 2, 3. They actually might elect to hold now. As they are able to get those 3 picks, they're going to have to reset here. This is another reset angle on the side of Team Chaos. They lost 2 members.
With only 30 seconds on the clock, I'm not really sure. They're going to need a miracle to happen here. We do have to see the Ashe and Pale.
Big punch coming out from Rat. Finds 3 with it. Does go down for it, but worth it. We see Pale on the side of Chaos pop his ult, but Turn A decides it's his time to shine now.
The Ashe punch does not connect on Turn A, as they now essentially deny that entire push there.
Love it.
That is probably it for the game.
Yeah, unfortunately, I do think that's going to be it. We got Ben10, he was trying to rat his way through. Unfortunately, they were set up and they were ready for that. They are keeping him denied here.
Well, good effort from the side of Chaos there. They did I thought I did a pretty good job for a team with a bunch of new players, going into a team that does have a lot of competitive experience. Kudos to you guys.
Yeah, 100%. It's the second coming of Gugang. It's not their first time. This is their second time here. So they have a bit more experience and a bit more coordination here. And I do think it shows. I do think Team Chaos, they were able still to take a point off of them. And it was still a strong showing.
So we now take a small 5-minute break. That would now put Gugang into the next bracket, playing up against possibly the winner of 2-3. So it would either be Principality Xeon or whoever the winner of 1-2 would be. But yeah, taking a look at some of our other brackets for the game of W2-1, we're going to have Suleta Society against Serenity, and we'll have those results out hopefully soonish. It'd probably ETA to 5-10 minutes. Some very interesting games here. So far, haven't seen any, third games yet, but maybe we might see one.
Yeah, no third games yet, but the day is still young. We'll see what the rest of the day has in store for us. I believe that will take us into intermission. Thank you, everyone, for being here. We hope everyone's having a good day, being entertained. We're in it.
Yeah, and out of I do gotta ask, Gab, after the couple of games we've already seen right now, has there been any particular moment that has stuck out for you? Is there any particular player?
I mean, I think we've been seeing some pretty good games play from both sides. Any moments that stuck out? Nothing too crazy. We saw some pretty big ults and punches. The way people use their ult economy is something I kind of always look at, and the way they just play their units. I was shout out to the Ashes for playing just rock heights, try and peek back and forth, understanding their positioning. That's kind of what I'm looking at when I'm doing this, especially with newer players. So just watching the last one, watching the way Soccer played with Barb, just using Slam as a stall and then getting out with it. It was a very interesting, fun, smart gameplay. I don't play Melee at all, so it's always interesting to see how
neither do I
play it. Yeah, it's not my brain. Again,
my brain is too smooth, unfortunately, to be playing Melee.
You and me both. That's why you play Deadlock. I see. Okay.
Well, my Deadlock's developing the wrinkles. I'll put it that way.
Sure. What about you? Did you see? Did you see any?
Nothing really stuck out other than I do think Chaos, if you guys put in a little bit more work, I think you guys actually can improve. You guys did have a pretty good defensive attempt on that flak fort first go around. And I think you guys can easily improve. I did happen to see you guys ended up managing to hold your own. A little bit more coordination with you guys, and I think you guys can go far.
100%. I generally agree with that. They look like they moved pretty well together, but they still needed just a little bit more cohesion. I think a bit better use of their ultage and utility and the follow-ups with that. Because it kind of looked awkward. Maybe they didn't quite know when and how they should be using it. But again, the foundation is definitely there, and I'm very excited if they continue to participate in the future tournaments. Where will they be? This is for newer players getting into the competitive scene. So it is a learning, a foundation learning block for a lot of players here right now.
Take a look at some of these other teams. Are you interested in watching any of these other teams? Because I know I'm very interested. All of them?
Yeah. I love the passion and the energy. I love Gundam Evolution. And enjoy the game. So I know, unfortunately, we won't be able to see all of them. So if this is where I'll show my bias a little bit. But don't take it personally. It's just because I personally know people on these teams and I game with them. So I want to see Grave.
That's another team I was looking out for. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's production, please. Okay, so we got Grave, which has Kyowo, who I'm biased towards. Shout out Key. And then, Serenity is is another team. People have been around for a while. We got Moon on there. I love Turn A. It's a pretty unit. I love its ult. It's beautiful. We also have some Melee players on their team.
Yeah, I definitely recognize Smoothie, King, and Saris from the side of Serenity. Saris being a very long time old head player, having played for Fusion, if I'm correct, in one of the first 20K tournaments. In addition to Smoothie King just being a very long time player. There was a correction, Neonile is not playing for Serenity, so even if it says it's listed in the tournament announcements, Neonile will not be stuck in Pale Jail or on Heavy Arms.
Too stinky. I get it.
Maybe.
Yeah. Too strong. Yeah, okay, so no Niles on the side.
But on the side of, thank you, production. On the side of Graves, I happen to recognize Yariella. For those who don't know, Yariella was actually playing on Mecha Break and got invited out to a LAN with his team to
did.
play in the Mecha Break tournament. So shout out Yariella. It's great to see some returning talent come back and maybe put a little bit more name out there for other communities, at least inside of the Mecha Break community. I hope to see if there's some Mecha Break players down here watching stream. In addition to Anim Ethan playing as Onion, we see Weibo and then Supernova as well. Same thing with Iron Spider.
Iron Spider, Kaku, yeah, Weibo. Familiar names on Grave. That is also another team that's been around for a while, so I feel like they would be very coordinated. I am curious to see how they would go. So those are my two biases. Would love to see also a thermal map, but
Thermal, I'm not too big on thermal personally. I mean, it is a pretty standard map that has been played quite a bit, but me personally, I'm not the biggest fan of it. Again, I'm like R&D. I like thermal a little bit more than Ironworks for sure, though, and it just I don't know. I tend to personally also have like a social distancing mindset when it comes to Lunar Com.
yeah, Lunacom I don't think we'll see ever. You and everyone in the community are just not the biggest fan, which is totally understandable. That C point can be such a pain and such a steamroll. It's basically whoever gets set up there first. Unless you're coordinating on your push, like, it is such a pain in the butt. It's so far away.
Yeah, if there was ever one thing Side 7 devs could somehow change, it would be Lunar Com. Just make the spawns adjacent to B. That becomes actually a pretty good map to play.
Interesting design, but oh well. It is what it is, as Tony would say.
You know, if there was one change you could make to Evo, what would it be?
Better advertisement when it initially launched. Better
Oh, I was talking about the game, but I mean, I think we all wish that.
If there's any changes I can make personally, allow us to go into practice while you're in queue. That'd be cool.
Yeah, that would be pretty nice.
Yeah, that's the first thing I thought of. Fix Ash's punch so it's actually invulnerable from the front like it was supposed to be from the launch and never happened.
It's very inconsistent with when that ult wants to work.
Yeah. Those are the first two I can think of off the dome. Give us more sticker options and stamps. Like, only 4? Crazy.
Yeah. I'm going to go ahead and be a very chaotic person. I'm going to say bring back Season 1 Exia. Come on. The people demand it. The people
yearn.
The people yearn for Season 1 Methus Exia combo.
Revert everyone to Season 0. You know? Just revert evereveryone.
Yeah, yes, Barb's old 800 damage. I think Barb's 800 damage.
I think that's fair. Yeah. You know? He needs it. He's just a little guy, you know? He needs all the help that he can get.
Now, here's a better thought. Bring back Barb's 1100 health for off-tank potential? Maybe.
You cooking? Should we be writing this down? Acer, are you there? Can you take notes? I think
someone taking notes?
Yeah. Any note takers in chat? Yeah, that could be fun. Will it happen? Highly unlikely, but I do like where your head is at. Why not? Go crazy with it. Probably some influx in gun tanks to deal with all the melee.
Yeah, you know, something interesting was the recent uptick of gun tank and people playing gun tank with the Side 7 casual queue coming out. And some people end up discovering some more specific tech. You know, at least with the gun tank Rhino tech, I think like that, where you can juggle or manage to do. Ended up doing. Some people found out. Really?
Yeah, I haven't seen a Rhino in a while. I think they patched that. I think they patched it before the game died, like right before. I haven't seen it in a second. I also don't play gun tank, but it was a great tech.
I mean, I know some people managed to find out that you can actually do a lot of hits with that dash, and especially having the invulnerability from the front, and as well as I think some of the sides.
We saw gun tank earlier. I want to say it was during the Nebulous one, the gun tank on the enemy team on GM charged their ulted Dynamis. He is like, I'm invulnerable for the front, and he chased him down, and I thought that was kind of aura. That stuck out to me. Is the way he pushed him. He wasn't able to secure the kill, but he was able to push him back at least.
Do you potentially see Side 7, because it is already, you know, kind of known, do you potentially see that the production team, or sorry, development team, will release possibly a new map or suit in the future? It was a question that someone had brought up to me, and you know what, I'm not really sure, because it is a very small development team. It would be really cool to see F91 get added. Personally, I'm a huge fan of Sentinel, but I also, when this game released, Witch from Mercury was really popular.
Yeah.
So in my opinion, I really like to see Aerial just get added for the representation of people who got into Witch from Mercury and then wanted to jump into Givo, and were disappointed to not see
Still
the
blows my
Aerial
mind.
added.
Yeah, like the most popular Gundam series at the time during Gundam Evolution, and they chose just to not add Aerial into it.
Yeah,
That
they just did a sticker and banner event for it and said, oh, here's a bunch of capital points or whatever you have it for. I think the little battle pass, and we didn't happen to really see a whole lot surrounding it, and yeah, I was disappointed. And honestly, if I could put in Aerial, it would probably be in either a 900 or 1,000 health suit with 2 dashes. Have it against similar to Unicorn, and maybe instead of the funnels instead act more as like a temporary shield, kind of like Hyperion, but where they surround it and it can be whittled down over time. Or maybe you can put it out on other suits.
I say, or you could send it to other suits. That could be really fun. Send them a quick shield in case they need it. Just like a little, I don't know, 300-400 health shield.
Now I have another question, also for people in chat. If you could see one suit removed from the game, what would it be? If you had the ability to remove any suit of the
I
game.
think I don't speak. I thought about it, and then I was like, no.
Well, come on. Come on.
Everyone has what they like. I used to work in car sales for a bit, and we have a saying in the industry. It's like there's a ass for every seat, and that's kind of how it works with these mechs, which you can also drive. There is a butt for every seat, and I'm glad people have suits that they enjoy, and yeah, fall in love with.
Well, I'll go ahead and say it right now. Anyways, I don't think I don't know if melee players have a strong play in hero shooters. And I mean, it's really cool, but there's like a little bit of cheesiness to it, especially old Barb having the ability to just destroy suits and not have them res. That's definitely a very punishing skill, especially if you're trying to learn to play around it. I mean, granted, now you can simply use your ears to hear the big loud footsteps the suit makes, but Barb has been an interesting suit of contention for a long time. Having had his instant kill basically being taken away from the 800 to some other arbitrary number to the ult that'll instantly kill you regardless, with no res. Again, Barb is just has been a very, I would say, controversial suit, and it's had a lot of changes because of it. But if I did see a suit get taken out, or hear me out on this one, and this might upset a lot of people or surprise a lot of people, Zeta, just for how strong it is with the shield. And I've always thought that, okay, maybe Zeta needs like 2 dashes, but no, Zeta's a very strong suit itself, and I think it's now fine at 1 dash, and it should stay that way. But just the amount of damage potential Zeta has with biosensor, with the ult, you have a lot of ability to take off angles and be protected from it too, with the shield being a pretty forgiving means of realizing, oh, I'm caught out, I need to get out of here.
Right.
So Zeta's a very strong suit. It'd be interesting to see how the game played without Zeta, in my opinion, because we happen to see a lot of teams take Zeta and run that thing as much as often as Pale.
I mean, yeah, he is such a strong unit. Flyers have a lot of good maps here. And aerial coverage and aerial denial is such an important aspect on certain maps, and Zeta having that shield is super strong. I wouldn't mind if they even nerfed it a little bit. Granted, his flying is also tied to a shield, so if it is broken, he doesn't have fly, so he can get caught out in awkward situations, but that also comes with just awareness and understanding your unit, when to get in and out. And that's kind of like how I feel about Barb as well. I mean, it's definitely controversy. I don't know. I only have limited experience with hero shooters, but you have others where there are units that have the ability to one-tap and completely annihilate you, and I think it just comes to a form of skill expression and understanding. All right, I'm playing against this character in specific, so I have to be aware of, how they'll probably move and how I need to move in response, and just kind of what to do with it. So melee's hard. I don't play it because you get punished if you mess up at all. I think it's one of the highest forms of skill expression is going melee.
It is, and it requires a lot of just outside of map knowledge. You want to know where all the heal spots are, or where might be a good spot to rat regarding the enemy team's team comp, especially throwing in a Z2R, you're just kind of boned as is. But even also knowing like good rotations, being aware that you're making a lot of sound, or at least in this site of Melee where Z2R or Z2M, you kind of have to play with your team a lot more, and so it doesn't allow you to take a lot more engagements like with Zeta or with Barb or even Susan as well. Susan's a very strong melee unit, and while I do think with how the suit plays, it can have a place, it's a very overtuned suit like with Zeta.
Oh, yeah, 100%. I definitely wouldn't mind seeing Susan get nerfed down a little bit. Just between the dashes, the range too on its chakra with the slow, and then its dashes to get in, and then the overshield. Like, that character has so much to it. And it's just, yeah, if your team doesn't have an answer to it, it can easily mow through your entire team.
Now, if there was a map you could remove from the game, what would it be, and why is it Lunarcom? No.
You sure? You sure it's not gonna be UCC? Get that stank? No, okay.
Now, why would it be Buried City?
You know what? Everyone should suffer. We're all going to Buried City. Happy Saturday, y'all. Thanks for being here.
And you go to Buried City, and you go to Buried City.
Yeah.
We're all going to Buried City.
Everyone gets to experience this together.
Did you enjoy old or new Buried City? Because I feel like with the new one, when they did the changes, it definitely made it more tolerable because the matches could be a lot quicker, but at the same time, it made it much more difficult to come back from if you just could not secure the first point.
So personally, I don't mind the adjustments because, I mean, the matches could also get long, like at least 30-minute long matches sometimes on Buried City. And I think that's like a big part of a game is just your match lengths and keeping people's retention. So I do think the swap down to 3 rounds was the right move for it. People just weren't really happy with it, the map over and all, let alone like how long it was. So, I mean, nostalgia can be a liar, make things seem better than they were, but I remember, man. Everyone on all sides was just like, get us out of here. Why is this 5 rounds?
Gosh, yeah. I mean, I feel like they could have had something if they just made it King of the Hill.
Yeah.
If it was just King of the Hill, I think it would have been a really good map to play on. Maybe change where some of the heals are at, and then maybe push up the spawns a little bit more. But the map design itself isn't terrible. It's the fact that by the time you get pushed back to your spawn then has a health pool that you have to defend, and you can easily abuse that with suits like Ashe with the Molly, Z2R where you can just simply smoke, go in and easily get 5% before you're downed.
Right.
And there's a lot you can end up doing within that last point that seems very punishing to the team that has to set on respawn. So from production, we're then going to go into a 10-minute intermission, if I heard them correctly. Okay.
Yeah. Thank you everyone for being here and hanging out with us. We got to see 2 games already. We'll have more coming up after this. We're going to take a quick 10-minute little break, and hope everyone is enjoying their Saturday. Get hydrated, get a snack, do what you need to do, because we are going to take a little break.
I'm running on diesel, baby, I'm active. Shawty wanna know what's happening. Baby, no cap, I'm captain. Honey, no rings on me, ain't bagging. Diesel, feeling I'm massive. I kill it like Shaq, I'm shacking.
That little bitch, she savage. Hit it on top all night, I'm damaged.
Bomb, 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 feeling I'm massive. Feeling like bomb, 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 bomb.
I just wait a while, wait a while, wait a while. I just wait a while, wait a while, wait a while. I just wanna wait a while, wait a while, wait a while. I just
but I wanna dive. Headed to the rhythm all day and night. Blazing the vibe, ain't no wasting the time. Gotta shoot my shot till I get what I like. Shawty really wanna fuck and I'm on one. Little homie looking bad, never got on. When the pop song, girl go pop off. When we got that beat, who can't go wrong?
I just I just wait a while, wait a while, wait a while. I just wait a while, wait a while, wait a while. I just wanna wait a while, wait a while, wait a while. I just wanna wait a while, wait a while, wait a while. I just wanna.
I'm running on diesel, baby, I'm active. Shawty wanna know what's happening. Baby, no cap, I'm captain. Honey, no rings on me, ain't bagging. Diesel, feeling I'm messing. I feeling like Shaq, I'm shacking. Bad little bitch, she savage. Hit it on top all night, I'm damaged. Bomb, 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 yeah. Bomb, 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 feeling I'm messing. Bomb, 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 bomb,
After all this time, you're still on my mind, baby. I couldn't live with you. You're still on my mind. Until the
don't give a damn about what I do. You think you're the cool.
And we are back from our intermission, going into our third match of the day, taking a look at Principality of Xi'an versus Graves. Going into some bans already, it is great to be back. Had a pretty good discussion with Gab about some other suits, picked her brain a bit, and I think we reached agreement to disagree. Anyways, taking a look at some of these bans here, we have to see Colony and Flatfort being banned already. Taking a look at some of the players on the side of these teams here, Quarry now just being banned. We see Graves with Weibo, not Jesse, it's Kyoto. I am Ethan playing as Yanyan, Yari Ella, Supernova, Iron Spider, and Keku with the Principality of Xi'an playing Sando. New name that's I'm beginning to familiarize myself with. Jazz, Dukarada, Oyoyo, Zulks, Rovase, Maggie, and Cass. So we happen to see, again, another new team with a team against us, some familiarity here. Gabber, we happen to see some, any interesting picks here on map bans you think that might come out?
I don't know. Grave is a team that's been around before and have played together before. Okay, let's see. They've banned Flackfort and Quarry. I'm curious what they're going to go with here.
R&D ban. What?
Yeah, you know, I really thought that was going to be one that Grave would like, but I guess Principality of Xi'an maybe just didn't want to deal with them there, or maybe they haven't practiced it as well, or they knew it's just a strong map for Grave. But yeah, that one is gone.
My day is ruined and my disappointment immeasurable. Come on.
Expect nothing, and I'm still disappointed. No, I'm kidding.
Conveyance out of the map pool now. Not a huge fan of that map, to be honest.
Yeah, the newer maps we won't see as much. We see space missile space. The space one is not space station. Yeah.
Space station.
The newer space station, yes. It is not even on here. So the newer maps like that one, Conveyance, Ironworks, I don't think we'll see as much today.
I mean, Ironworks has been played quite a bit often.
It was surprisingly last time I was here in casting. Back in October of last year.
At least to my knowledge, a lot of the newer teams that played in some of our Side 7 tournaments did prefer Ironworks, as well as in CIL did get played quite a bit within the second season. I remember it had a pretty high pick rate. I don't remember the percentage off the top of my head, but it was a fairly common map, and essentially it plays like Lunar Com, except it's actually Lunar Com, but good.
But better.
Yeah,
it's on the
Lunar Com, but better.
Spawns, yeah.
Taking a look at what map now might be picked here. I think we could possibly see a capture point map being played here.
I think we're going to see Canyon. I'm going to guess. I'm just going to guess real quick. I'm going to say Canyon, Missile, and Thermal.
I'm going to guess differently. I'm guessing Canyon, Ironworks, and Thermal.
Okay. I like it. We're kind of on the same page here. Got 2 of the 3 lined up. And let's see if the other teams are feeling the same way. I'm glad that UCC is out. That makes me happy. That's all I really cared about.
Well, I mean, UCC, I don't know, I like the map, but it seems like a lot of maps here now out of the pool are going to be destruction maps. I'm wondering if Principality just didn't want to play any destruction because probably they don't have a lot of suits that pair well in destruction. I mean, we see R&D out, we see UCC out, we see Colony out. I actually think that's all of the destruction maps out, if I'm correct.
You are correct, actually.
Yeah, because Space Fortress isn't in the pool.
Yeah.
So that just leaves capture point and domination maps for these two teams.
Okay. Yeah, see, Principality Xi'an, they're a newer one. I think, again, all these maps, too, are kind of dependent on what units you're comfortable with and like to play. Because some maps are characters, or some characters are map-specific, too. So I'm curious to see what they're going to pull out here. Leaving just these maps available.
I mean, I wouldn't necessarily say that unless it's Harbor City, which we also don't happen to see in rotation, unfortunately. But it seems like, okay, Graves is going with Thermal. So I'm now 1 out of 3.
We called that, yeah. There we go. 1 out of 3.
I think we could see.
We win.
maybe off of that pick, Principality could end up picking probably with Iron or Canyon, and they go with
Oh,
Iron.
there's Iron. There it
2 out of 3.
is.
I don't know.
Can you be 3 out of 3? You win nothing, but you get some pride there.
I get pride right. I get bragging rights.
Aura, yeah, +2 on that. Get advantage
I'll
on
take
all
a
persuasion.
66%. A D is a passing grade for some
And
people.
that's a passing grade, you know. Do D's get degrees? I know C's do, but I don't know about D's if they get degrees.
That just now leaves 2 maps up for banning. I think we could possibly see a Lunar Com and maybe a missile base ban here. Missile mace? I'm sorry, I cannot
mace.
talk today.
Say that 5 times fast. Missile base, missile base, missile base. Actually, it's not that hard. Garma, drink more coffee.
But we see
Don't
the
wake
Lunar
up.
Com getting banned. Now it just leaves Canyon base and missile base. Said it right that time. Canyon's a little bit more better map to play on, in my opinion. A little bit more bearable. And missile base got banned. I'm 3 for 3. I just
Just him. All right, who's gonna win? Quick. Who has this Garma? Who's taking it all the way?
I'm guessing Graves. I'm guessing Graves is gonna take it.
Dang.
No offense to Principality, Graves just has a little bit more experience behind themselves. I've played against some of the players. I haven't played in CIL and in some of the Bandai 20K stuff relating to the new type tournaments. And just seeing the recognizing player skill, I think Graves is definitely going to be taking this. I'm hoping it's not too much of a slaughter fest. And Graves opting to have defense in their favor for all sides of the maps, which really only matters on Canyon, Ironworks, and Thermal here being domination maps.
Yeah. Grave has definitely been around. They have coordination. They play together in the CIL. They still play together in Mecha Break and other games. So, I mean, these are teammates who have played together for a while now. But I wouldn't sleep on Principality of Xeon, you know? Like, I do recognize some of these names, like Dakarada, Sandow, Oi Oi Oi. Not names to be slept on. So I think we're going to be in for a really good match. It's domination. So we also have the chance for potentially really long overtimes here, especially Thermal. We can see overtimes that stretch for minutes on end here. So I wonder if we're going to see any of that.
Wonder if we'll also get more hook camera action on Ironworks. I'm not sure if there is any on Thermal or Canyon to my knowledge.
Ironworks is a much trickier name, I think, to say fast.
Ironworks. Iron. Maybe it is.
Ours are tricky consonants. I'll stand by that.
Yeah.
Maybe we'll make it to a third map though. We haven't seen any so far. The games that we have streamed, again, we aren't able to get to every game, unfortunately. But what we have streamed so far, we haven't seen anything go to a third match. Ooh, and look at the matching. Oi oi oi! The only disciplined player on his side. But
Maybe
I still like it.
client side hasn't updated yet. I hope it has, at least for our side. But yeah, it seems like Graves is the matching tomatoes.
Yeah, you'll love to see it. That's Aura right there. We got the matching. Not sure how much it does help, but it is cool to look at.
So we start off on Thermal. What suits do you think we probably will see played on Thermal? I mean, Z2R is fairly common on Thermal with a lot of the rat spots and rotations.
Z2R, maybe Camper as well, too. Ratting as well. Maybe a Dom Trooper. Pale is just so classic. How do you not? A Gundam goes well here.
I've seen Gundam play a lot here. I've seen Dom get played a lot.
Maybe some melee too. It's not a bad melee map.
I do see Susan play quite a bit.
Yeah, Susan goes really hard here too. It really just depends. I also enjoy Ash here.
Ash is fairly common. I do see it played quite a bit, just on a majority of the maps.
Yeah, I mean, it really, man, you can play anything here. Unicorn goes well too because you have a lot of tight fights, and her armor is really good to have here for team fights and engagements. But it also depends on what kind of place I want to go. Unless you want to go flank more and just go around the sides. I just love it for its.
And we do.
Let's go! Oh, heck yeah! You'd love to see it. Let's go, Grave. And even on the side of Xenon.
Girlfriend ASMR rocking the 3D gun tank one with that animation. But
Heck
great
yeah.
to see some matching vibes from players.
We do. All right. Yeah, this just got more intense, guys. They both got the +10 accuracy buff for that. Yeah, it's gonna be a good game.
As now players are moving on to suit picks here. We happen to see the Marisai getting picked up. We happen to
I
see
kind of expected that from Kyobo. They are a classic hooker. I expect they're gonna put in a lot of work with that. Not to put pressure or curse Kyobo right now, but that is their suit. That is their bread and butter right there.
Nah, both suits
Yari
also
on the
running Ash.
Oof. I think
Yeah,
that's
you know
gonna go hard.
Dude, looks like maybe I switched off the Gem Sniper. Don't know if that's going to be a solidified choice yet here. Happen to see on the side of Principality, we happen to see Girlfriend, whose name, unfortunately, I don't know exactly if that's a sub-in player, if that's someone else on Ash, Duckerera on Dom, on Hale, Sando on Saz, Rovase, sorry, on Unicorn, and Zlusk on Gem.
Love to see the unicorn as a fellow unicorn player. I've been loving to see the unicorn picks today. Shout out my fellow unicorn enjoyers. Love to see it. All right, now as we get set up for A, they all move together. I think someone might have went on a flank over the side of Yari's team on Grave. No, looks like they
are being picked here. Up to see some flanking coming out by the Ash to do a little bit of damage here, but being away from the team. Not sure how well that's going to
do a little poke. It was enough to get them down and get them weak. As it looks, Grave is going down. We've already lost 2, 3. They're going to have to get reset up here as Principality of Xeon does take the point.
Wow, I'm very surprised at that mistake there.
I said, don't sleep on these names. They've been around. They are putting in the work right now. Pale getting aggressive with it. Oi, getting that Ash down. Not able to secure the kill, but no, there he goes, finally killing it. Shadow loses his shield, going to back up for a little bit as Weebo is starting to push in.
Yeah, I mean, Oi's already up to 60% ult. The Ash already up to 60% ult as well. We happen to see both teams getting a lot of damage out. I'm already kind of flabbergasted. I'm so very surprised that Grave is going to manage to take this, and no, Principality, a team of people who I'm not familiar with, already holding out for as long as they are. Wow.
Yeah, it looks, yeah, they are able to get a couple picks back on the side of Grave. It might be enough to switch it. It's only 5 seconds. No, at this point, you just got to start rotating, getting out of there, playing your life. Yeah, strong first push.
Yeah, taking a look at ults here, you happen to see the Ash and Pale already have ult. The Jim is getting up there with ult at the 80% mark. We see Weebu with 80, Yariella at 70% now, and the Gundam also at 70%. So it's going to be a pretty interesting push here.
Oiloi does pop her ult right now and immediately go down to half as they get Mally upon it. Trying to find someone to shoot with it. He runs into the whole team there. Target switch him like crazy. Not quite focusing, but they do able to get Yari and Weebo down. They do lose Duckerata in the process. The point is open and no one is capping. It's a team deathmatch moment at the moment as they are brawling it out. Punch goes out from Girlfriend ASMR, able to find someone to connect there, get the cleanup on it. They are still contesting this point.
Now we see the Gym Mines come out to help even further prevent enemy teams from advancing onto the point. A very strong ult here on these domination maps as it requires the team to clear up the mines. We have to see on the side of Graves, almost all 6 ults are up. We will have to see Ash, Shaw's, Gundam, Pale, and Z2 are up. These ults on the side of Principality, up and see the Unicorn ult come up here soon.
Unicorn pops third for defense, trying to hold it. It is able to find 2. That is such a great setup for Unicorn, just shooting down there, able to get 2, 3 kills. W Unicorn. Shout out them.
Unicorn, it's a very solid lane down the hold there too. It's a very straight away ult.
Wrong for them there, yes. Yup.
We'll lock down those corridors, and they're rotating already off to A to get a setup here.
Looks like Yari swapped off, decided to go camper, maybe going to go flank with Z2R, do some wrapping. It does get picked off, though, on the side. Graves still has 3 ults going into this fight. They just, they probably have 3 on the side, though, of Principality and Xeon. 15 seconds until the point's open, and it looks like Xeon's already there set up. Hades goes off with Copsum. Spider goes down, Weebo is down, Oiloi is finding so much value right now with that Pale Rider just pushing them back. Kyo has to go back, Ethan's down, he's down, they all go down. It is almost another team wipe.
Yeah, we see Yuri trying to switch off to the camper there, maybe to use some of that effective 3 dash and also the dash recovery with the passive when dealing damage, but it doesn't seem like it's going to be a whole lot effective here. It's a very fragile unit. It easily bursted CC down, like what just happened there.
Yep, what just happened there. It's trying to get a flame angle. Unfortunately, the team did respond. They sent Ree to jump him.
And that was a clean 0-100 from the side of Principality winning. What is this team?
We've been seeing a lot of interesting upsets today. Not to say upsets, but like newer names we haven't seen before. And then in a new tournament, coming in here and asserting themselves, making a name for themselves, showing that they are here and they are here to play.
I was not familiar with your game, Principality. Wow, I was very rooting for Graves here. And I mean, even Gab had said herself it was a team she familiarized and thought would win, but no. And taking a look at the damage, Girlfriend rocking with the almost 18k damage oil on 25k, putting in work there. Whereas the side of Graves, we just see Weebu just barely pulling up with 11k damage. We might probably see a team roster change here, or at least not a lineup change here from the side of Graves. Looks like they might be taking a Susan, which could be pretty effective here going into that double shield.
Yeah.
We still happen to see the not Camphor Marasai pull out. Your Yara is still sticking Camphor. So a little bit of a lineup change. I'm not sure if I really agree with the Marasai, as it's not too great in
Into the
dealing
double
damage.
shield.
And the
And
hook's
the
also
double
pretty
shield,
inconsistent
too.
on side 7 servers.
Yeah. I mean, they are, and they do elect to go to Gundam. So they are a strong Marasai, but they are a strong gamer in general. And they do elect to make the swap to Gundam, who I think will help, again, breaking through those shields as they go for melee and Gundam. All right,
Yeah,
those
so he
classic
seemed to
height
get the
fight.
opening pick on the Susan already denies them out of the fight of any sustain or CC. Yari also going down as well. And they already are in a prime position, taking that height on B that allows them to have control over those heals.
That's
They're in
so
a prime position to
important.
already start out with a strong B take.
Yeah, taking B-side height instead of the pack on the outside, is so important here. And Desperada and the team got set up perfectly there, able to get the early pick off the Anime Ethan and Yari, which to help secure the point. See if we see another full 100 hold here.
It possibly could be. Looking at this lineup, we have to see no real major switches early on to see if they can try to adjust their roster, but it just seems like Principality has a lot better CC, a lot better target focus gear, and using that play in their favor, and additionally getting set up on some of these points ahead of time.
Takarada's team, like Principality Xenon, is doing such a good job of playing together. Like Yari's trying to do a flank, but I don't think they've been less than 3 people together at all times. Like they're always grouped up in 3s, and so it's hard. Yari does able to find 2 though, able to get him to chase him a bit, give up that height space, able to get some picks. They try to push, but unfortunately there's only 5 seconds left. Not able to secure any time as they now rotate on over to C, who will get there first and get set up. And it looks like Principality of Xeon might have them.
Taking a look at ult here
There.
onto the second point, we see Yard switch off to Ash. We see Anim Ethan, 91% on the
there goes
Susan. We see the
the
Hill
Hill.
already come out. The Gare also has Dommel. We could see that pop out here. Unicorn is at 93 and the Ash at 72, with the Gem on Slux being at 85 already. So a lot of ults could be pop off here for the next couple of minutes. See, well, he does manage to get a pick here with the Hades, as Rivas manages to trades out with the Susan, who now does have ult ready.
They need to regroup. It's going to be a stagger right here. They're down 2 people. They need to back up and regroup, which looks like they are starting to do here as Ziana is just holding that choke. I don't know if Unicorn will elect to use it again here, but it's a great setup for a Unicorn ult.
A very defensive choke here. We see the Dom put in work, doing a lot of slash to keep them back.
So
We
much
see
slash.
some of the effectiveness from the Ash Molly as well.
Yari going up, trying to contest it. Might be going a little too deep. Yeah, trying to contest it. Probably should have hung back a little bit with their team. He goes down.
Yeah,
Ethan
this
popped
is
her
trying to
ult,
put-
trying to do some work. Yeah, unfortunately, Gatlo had to go back
A
out.
lot, and that's almost a full team left there is to go down. We see point gets swapped a little bit in the favor of Graves, but then gets retaken back again by Principality.
Yeah, I think we're going to start seeing some rotates here, yeah. Grave needs to get set up here on A and really hold it here, because this is going to be the last fight if they do not secure the point. It will go Principality and Z on here.
So, and for some information regarding Principality, as I just received from TO, Principality is all European.
Oh, interesting. Okay, all European team here on this team and at this time. Okay.
Very interesting, actually, and it shows that they probably have a much higher skill level than I even thought about, since they're willing to play at this time and on a different ping level.
For punch, unable to.
Very resourceful. Now see the side of Graves does manage to get a few opening picks here. We have to see the Unicorn come out. The Ash Punch and Sazal do come out. Dommel on the side of Graves will be up soon, sitting at 90%. Oi Oi is already at 90% ult with Hades. And the Sazal on the side of Sando should be up soon as well. That heal pod having enormous use here, being able to recover a lot of teammates. Managed to play back here, recover into a team fight. We see the Hades pop out. Does mean to do a lot of damage, forcing the enemy team to fall back as they know pushed out on the point very aggressively. Getting a lot of confirms here.
I do like it, just to secure the point. He does go down in the middle of it though. Sandow is able to find him on the side. They have popped ult. Oh no, they lost it. This might be enough to secure it as they're fighting now. Just a lonely Z2 arm point trying to hold it down.
Gonna become a bit of a stagger fest. No, they do manage to hold it out. Not quite a clean shutdown that second game. A little better attempt at Graves, but wow, that was that team caught me off guard. Wow, that was a slaughter and a. I mean, I don't know if I would call it an upset, but I was expecting a lot more out of Graves.
Yeah, it's a team that's been around for a while. I'm just going to show you, you really got to respect your opponents, even if you don't really know who they are. This European team, I mean, like, 'cause I recognize some of these names from Casual, Oi Oi, Duckerata. I knew, again, they're not names to be slept on, and they were able to hold it down. Their coordination there was just more on lock. The usage of their ults, I think there was just a lot of staggering on the side of Graves. And they did make some good swaps. I think came a little too late, but the coordination on Xeon was on point. They got the matching icons too. Granted, so did Graves, but yeah, Xeon really holding it down there.
Now I'm going to see a swap out Oi 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 for, it seems like, Magi, and then Zlux for Cass. So we're going to see some two new players come out here on the side of Principality. Wondering if they're going to retain their 100% European status with those two players. I think they probably will, if TO has proven me correct information. No team swaps on the side of Graves yet, as both teams are already up. Going into the second map now, if I'm correct, it was Ironworks, right? Or was it... No, it was Ironworks that came to me into the cider.
Yes. Okay, we're going to go into an Ironworks match. We'll see. I mean,
might see a little bit of hook cam here.
We're definitely gonna get some hook cam here. Oh yeah, production is on that. You got it.
Could we potentially see some suit changes here on the Ironworks? And I think so. Zeta's pretty strong here on this map. There's a lot of points that are very wide, perfect for Zeta's ult, and out in the open as well on that C point. A point, not so much, but you can definitely hold out pretty aggressively on A off of that ramp just outside a point. And then you have the middle point again, where it's pretty cagey. You have a lot of the grates that you can shoot through, but you can't really move through, so it's ends up being very interesting fight-wise on that middle point. Perfect for flankers. Ooh, staggered. Interesting. I like
it. Yeah, looking good. W teams and they're matching. I like it. Yeah, we'll see. I mean, this map, I'm thinking of when we played it and Peeb was on Mahiru, and I think Mahiru is kind of slept on here. I know the open point can be a little harder for him, but B side is just spam haven for Dom Troopers and Mahis. So, and it looks like it might...
I wonder if we'll have to see some played here.
Yeah, so I'm curious to see, yeah, who knows what style they're going to go with. I mean, there's so much. You can still go melee here. You could go flanking. You could go just a bunch of spam bull and hold down the chokes here.
Even Barb here is useful because you're able to get some verticality off of the B point and contest for either heal or play a little bit of a rat style with Barb. Both teams here locking in suits now. We have to see Weeble on Ash, Iron on Saz, Animethan on Gundam, Sol BB on Hype, Kyowo Sniper, interesting pick here, Yari on Dom, and he's out of Principality. We have Sando on Saz, Tucker on Dom again, Cass on Gun Tank is an interesting pick, Magi, I think, on Unicorn, Rovese still on Hype, and Girlfriend ASMR once again on Ash.
Okay, double shield again on the side of Sakura. Ooh, nice
Already
on the
two
Kyobo
open.
though. Just such a big health pool though, unfortunately. Unable to secure it, but a solid pick. Yeah, 2 go down on the side of Graves already. That is not good, especially for B point. It's so good for Dom to get that stagger for early. You want control of the height here. You need to have control of that height here.
Interesting to see, note that both the hype and the sods are playing together. We have to see that shield got popped off to deny a lot of the sustain off of the saw shield, and it allowed them to hold that hype for a while. Very interesting to see that they're actually taking the play out of some of the higher up competitive plays that I've seen in this play themselves. A lot of the older teams, you know, plays like Expo or Red Protocol, you know, teams off the Fusion and Omni and whatnot. It looks like Principality's already going to take a hold, but because they lose some of the fights there, it looks like Graves is going to take it, and they're going to try to do their best to hold here.
Yeah, something I mentioned last game is I feel like Principality Xeon, it's hard to find more than 3 of them alone at a time. They've been doing a really good job of playing together. Their tanks are playing well. They're just moving really well as a team right now. I am Ethan giving back shots there to the Sazvi. Unfortunately, unable to finish him as the point does slip. He will slip as he was trying to stall out there. This Principality gets the last 5 seconds, and it looks like Graves is going to start getting set up here on A.
Yeah, maybe Graves recognize that they're starting to play together and trying to now take a lot more fights together as a team to hopefully whittle down and do a lot of CC here. Taking a look at ults, we have to see Levo up with Ash ult, Yari very close to Dom, and Animathan also very close to ult as well. We see Sando with their ult up, and the Ash very close to ult up as well as 95. We'll happen to see some ults get popped off, probably from either Ash and maybe either Dom here, depending on how long this fight gets drawn out for as a point begins to unlock.
Yeah, 2 go down now for the side of Principality of Xeon, and Graves is able to secure the point. It looks like going to be a regroup angle from Xeon as they get set up here.
And yeah, it seems like Graves managed to do some corrections. They're playing a little bit more coordinated now as a team from what I noticed, at least on the side of Thermal. They were definitely playing a little bit staggered, you know, a little bit all over the place. They weren't taking fights together. You see the Ash Punch come out, and the Saz ult now come out from Saz. Animathan also pops their ult as well. So 3 ults have been used on the side of Graves. We see Kyo up with their ult as well. 2 ults, soon to be possibly 5 ults up here for the side of Principality, as Graves managed to hold this point for almost its entirety. We'll move back on to B here.
Yeah, it looks like they might be already starting to rotate here for B. They're just going to give up, I think, on the Principality side of Xeon and rotate on over to B, which I think is smart. Get good positioning, and of course, Graves to engage in.
Principality already getting set up does allow them to
Yeah, Anime Ethan does go down along Kyo, which is unfortunate. They do have ult, but they do have time for one more regroup before the point does open. Sakurada does go down. Oh, that's big with their ult too. They should have time to come back for a regroup. Yari pushing. Their Hyperion does get the pick, but it does get met back. People trying to adjust. A big shield from Hyperion saving their life. Oh no, they do get Ash punched too. Punished for it. Girlfriend does go down. Ethan does get the kill. They are exchanging right now.
Anyway, we have to see the Marseille come out. Now the Dom open comes out as well.
Flank? Did Iron Spider go behind him to pop ult on them? I don't know what I just saw. I just saw. There's a lot happening right now as ults go off. Dom Trooper did go down off to the point. Unfortunately, was unable to get a secure hit. Cast goes off now. Hyperion takes him to left field. He's gone. Goodbye.
Does not manage to find a pick and gets taken down by the Z2R with Girlfriend switching off of Ashen to Z2R. You see the Unicorn ult come out, trying to find a pick on anything. Does get countered by Hype with a lot of the shield. Does deny that ult. Unfortunately, that ult does not pierce through shields.
It does not, as they are just trying to find some space and get some kills. Fortunately, does get taken down for it. As 3 do go down, though, on the side of Graves. They have a chance here to take it back, but I don't know
Yeah,
if...
they can see it back.
They know.
They could
Gabe's doing a great job of stalling right now, fighting against the Hyperion. Nag on height.
Touch point a bit. We have to see the hook come out and confirm that One of those 3 opening picks here now from the side. Principality does manage to take point, and this is going to be a very long take here for the side of Graves, as it seems like they're going to have some staggered ults here. Whereas the side of Principality does have some ults up. They will be able to get Saz, they'll be able to get the Hype, and as well as
big punch
Z2R
coming out from this side of Weeaboo. Does able to get a couple with that, able to secure the kills as they're now going down. That was a good stall on the side of Principality of Xeon, holding it there at the very end, but that Ash punch was good at securing the point.
Yeah, let's see a very solid now change in direction from Graves as they managed to take first point. Yeah, seems like they cleaned up their act a bit now. I'm not sure if they just had a bit of a quick talk saying, yeah, yo, guys, what were we doing in thermal? We got to lock it in for, or what we're doing in,
Yeah, thermal, we had it.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
I'm getting Ironworks swapped up with the name. Maybe they just had to realize lock in, maybe take a swig of water and realize, oh, we got to change up our comp a little bit. Taking a look at the damage here, it's actually quite even across the board. Maybe both of these teams are pretty more evenly matched. We hoping we could probably see a round 3 here. It'll be very interesting to see. We see Yariella at 17k and Weebu at 18k for the side of Graves. And on the side of Principality, we happen to see leading Girlfriend at 19k, followed by Reves and Sando at 13k respectively. And it's interesting to note that both teams also have 2 players under 10k playing very back support units, like with the Saws and the Hype. They don't do quite a bit of damage, but they rely mostly on tank, whereas the Gun Tank and Unicorn are very hard support units, with the Gun Tank having the quick res and a lot of poke damage potential, and the Unicorn dealing armor and, again, more poke damage potential. So it seems like it's almost a very balanced team composition for both teams now, playing at both of the team's strengths.
This was definitely a much more balanced fight. As we saw, I think Graves' team, they made some swaps and really just coordinated a lot better. I think they're moving so much better they are in this game than they were the last game. Iron Otaku, though, or Iron Spider, unfortunately does go down there. His girlfriend is able to get some flanks off, just being a little rat in the back line, kind of poking at him, forcing him to like turn around or at least be aware. As Soul Baby is getting left out here, unfortunately. On high is oh my gosh, it's Principality Xeon who moves up on him. Unfortunately, he is the only one there holding it down. It does get pushed back. Weebo weak. They're going to have to do a regroup. Sandow does go down. Yari does want to take advantage of that. Knows that the res might be coming. Doesn't want to get their res off, and they are pushing. Hyperion going for a bold strategy, but unfortunately, Graves is there to deny that. Unicorn goes down, and the point does flip over.
Yeah, and something I noticed that Principality did there is they tried to take control of the house, which is something you do want to do. But a lot of the CC we came out from the side of Graves with the Ash and Dom did manage to take out a lot of damage there. And as we saw with Soul Baby Kyo and Ethan following up with doing a lot of extra poke damage from those having to leave the house, we'll go into the side of A as both teams are now rotating. It's a fairly long rotate, so it makes sense that both teams want to rotate here early. But yeah, I think it was the right call for at least Principality to try to hold house, but it seemed like they lost out to a lot of sustain from the side of Graves.
Yeah, Principality Xeon, they already made the rotation early, got set up. It looks like Girlfriend ASMR did go back onto the Ashimar. Ooh, who just went? Sandow went down, but Ethan went down. You're trading on numbers right now.
Yeah, looking at that health advantage here. It seems like Principality is going to do a lot of deaths here with getting the picks off. Yard does end up suicide into the Dom mine, so it gets revived by the Gun Tank with a fast revive. Takarada managed to find some a little damage here to hopefully stall out for point. And Graves does now manage.
Now they are starting to make swaps here. They might get it. The mace does connect, but his team is there to help support him and sustain him. So they'll be going down just to try and stall points for as long as they can.
They did get a lot of picks there. Did manage to help them secure the point, and they're now trying to play a little aggressive here. I'm not sure if that's going to be the best idea, but
I like it. Kyo was kind of alone, and I think they saw that they could just jump key real quick. Now they have a 5v6 going into this. I do like a little bit of aggression, and they immediately pull back to the point, understanding.
We do have to see Yubo and Yariella, or Weebo and Yariella trying to flank here. Ethan with the Gundam ult then pops off to try to make some space. You see the Ash Punch go out. Taking a look at some of our other ults here, it's going to be a pretty hard cagey fight here on the A. Principality's just going to continue to hold it.
Yeah,
Off the B.
A nice try on the point of Graves. Unfortunately, it was a little too late as Principality Xeon is able to secure that, and they are set up again, once again, on high. Yari goes down early, which is unfortunate as they do have ult. I hear Gundam Unicorn going off in that hallway. Very great place for her.
Well, the Hype will come out. Did manage to take a few, but no confirmed picks. They create a lot of space. So we now see the side of Principality does manage to capitalize, though, on a lot of the staggeredness from Graves, and they're managing to take point here.
Yeah, Graves do a little poke game and try to get out, play their live. Sakurada does find the pick. Yari does get the revive back up on Weebo as Iron Spider does go down. Unfortunately, there's 2 down on the side of Graves right now. And the ult economy is showing to be in favor of Principality Xeon as they have everything, minus Unicorn.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like Principality is now due to hold this. probably up until that point rotates back off to C. It's going to be very hard here for Graves to try and hold this. They don't really have a lot of ult economy up. They do have the Dommel, but it seems like it'd be more in favor for them to save it for next point.
That's exactly what I was thinking. You have 20 seconds left. Oh, Nagaria doesn't like to use it here, though. They want those 20 seconds, and they are going to go in, able to get some damage
Done out of
Nagario.
it. They managed to get 2 picks for it, but I'm not sure if it was even worthwhile.
No, if it was, yeah. They aren't able to secure the point. There's only 10 seconds left. Is it? We'll see.
Oh, they hopefully do manage to get a bit of a good stagger for next point, as most of the team on the side of Principality does go down. This is going to be a very close game here, as Principality having up 92%
here.
Sick.
Yeah, it was shot down. Ult economy still seems to be favoring slightly. Oh, Yari does go for a swim. Can they make it out? Oh, look at them hopping their way on through. They are able to make it. I mean, that is honestly something that could be a little sneaky is coming. I had an Ashe come up once from underneath here on C and do an amazing punch. Like, there is potential for some tricky shenanigans there. You gotta be really careful.
Come up, but it seems like a lot of Principality is very low. I'm not sure if
the
they would
Unicorn is
capitalize on
playing
that.
with them. Yeah, keeping them up, keeping that sustain. Unicorn doing their job. Ductorada popped their ult, cleaning up the rest of them. That was crazy. When I'm 1 HP in a dream, and they were able to hold that down. And Ductorada is getting aggressive, making them stay back as they secure that point.
Yeah, I mean, that was a very aggressive push by the side of Principality. They managed to take it despite 3 other team members being absolute there. And I mean, a single Ashe Molly could have easily changed the tide of the fight. And they did have up an advantage up on their ult eco, so that also definitely played well into that opening round of the fight.
Yeah. I think it was a much cleaner, more intense, well-played fight than Thermal went. Graves definitely is locking it in here, a much closer game. Principality they're just moving a little bit tighter, targeting out their targets just a little bit better.
Take a look at the damage. It's still pretty even across the board, with Girlfriend leading at 42.8k on Ashe. Again, that suit is a powerhouse of a unit. You'll dish out a lot of damage and have a lot of versatility with his ult. Taking a look at the side of Graves, we happen to see once again the Ashe dealing close to 38k damage. Both teams now with all members dealing well over 10k damage. A little bit more damage coming out on the side of Principality, as they tend to make up for the loss of that first point, going a little bit more aggressive play here, and I think it's working out in their favor. We happen to see a unit swap onto Susan. We'll see how well that plays.
Yari went to... Oh, wow.
Went to Z2M. Interesting.
Yeah, Yari went to Z2M. And, yeah, Animathan went on to Gundam, and Kyoto went Z2R. No longer ratting. He was able to get some hooks and was able to do a little bit work. Probably thinking I want something a little different into this comp.
Yeah, and I think it's already paying off. You're getting 2 initial picks there.
Yeah. Holy, good job for Kyoto. They're forced to set. They are able to get the revives off of it, but it does allow for Graves to get set up here on the point as Xeon is trying to push in. Rose, got stand down with the point. Again, those 2 tanks are playing really well together. I'm going to shout them out because I feel like I almost always see them together.
Oh, it looks like Principality is going to manage to retake here. I'm surprised off of that 2 to 3 target advantage Graves had. They weren't really quite able to settle down on the point and restage to hold it, and they're playing a little too aggressive. But they do manage to try to get a retake here. It seems like both teams are a little bit staggered. See Yariella trying to position well on the melee, maybe looking for an area to use their ult, which, by the way, they're already at 82%.
82%.
Quite high there.
Insane. Good for them. Yeah, they're going to be the first with ult on their team. They're trying to make something work. Yari does go down with the point. Going to get their ult charge from this. Worthy sacrifice, I think. They're able to switch the point for 10 seconds.
They do manage to get a little bit of a 10% here going into the next point, as both teams now try to rotate off to B. Sandow is a little bit separated from the team as they do manage to come back. We happen to see the Gundam try to do a lot of damage there. Doesn't quite get the confirm on the Saws.
So looks like his team is there to kind of help and deal with the enemies that are coming out of the choke and keep them staggered.
Taking a look at ult eco.
Set up there.
Yeah, taking a look at ult eco. We happen to see both Ashes have their ult up. You see Yariel with the melee. Kyo about to get Z2R ult up. Animathan very close to their Gundam ult. On the side of Principality, I happen to see the Ashe ult up. And the next set of ult that might come up soon.
Big punch comes out. Doesn't get the Unicorn, but it does able to get the Sazabi out, and that Unicorn will more than likely, I think, go down. Yeah, it does go down Key and Leobo there, but it's just those 2 up now. His girlfriend is trying to take the height back, holding it down up there. Cass does go down, goes Roves. He's still flanking, doing their rat behavior. His Principality is holding down, getting the revives off too. Iron went in there to deny it. Bold strategies. They have so much shield and so much sustain and the ability to get those revives off. It's just crazy right now in Principality.
We do happen to
Look
see
at all
Grave
that.
to retake the point with Grave also
Revives in 1 second?
Yariella switching off to Camphor.
Okay, I like
If it works in their favor, great. Principality does now manage to retake. Next point going up to Stee. I believe that's his 56.
Yeah, next
Yeah,
time
this
we'll be going to
56%.
6. Yeah, it'll be 56. I think now would be a time for them to start rotating. Yeah, looks like Principality Xeon's already rotating to
And
Graves.
look at their ult eco. They're going to have 5 ults for this point ready. We happen to see the hypo get used, gets taken down though. They're now
But able to grab 3 of them and shove them back as Sazabi goes in to take advantage of that too. Saz and Unicorn go off. Saz does go down. So does a Unicorn.
Yari.
That's the value. Yari there.
Yeah,
to
Yari getting
deny him that.
3 picks there. Very effective.
Yari
probably a
does get
very
chased.
safe
Keo
swap.
there to help though with the flank. Unfortunately runs into a shield tank, but able to get a pick off and they're able to clean it up. Keo just being a rat and Yari able to distract him is severely helping. Now we got a battle of the tanks stalling on point. Bold res strategy. I don't know if they have that.
You see the
Oh
gun tank
my
will come
God.
out. Are they going to be able to destroy it? Does pick up 2.
Oh, big gun tankle. Probably gun
It's
tankle.
going to get denied if they probably get... does manage to get confirmed onto Yariella, who's, by the way, switched off to Camphor last point, now already up to 70%, so they are putting in the work off that swap, and that's probably going to work out here in their favor.
Ooh, they do lose
The
their
Ash will
shield.
come up. The Gundam ult is up here very soon, same thing with the Z2R. The enemy team here on Principality happens to have their Ash ult up, but no other ults, and it seemed like while they were up
So
on
Lexico with theirs gets a big 3 punch, hits Dom and Roves, unable to get the secure on Dom. Oh, they're going to get the revive off, and they do get the revive off. He should be able to build his ult charge pretty fast there. They should be able to build their ult charge pretty fast.
Yeah, as Graves now elects to rotate off, both teams here very close with a 65 and 56 percentage built up respectively. This will be last point with 1:30 left on the clock. Anything can now happen with this last point, as by the time point opens up, there will only be a minute left on the clock. So we're going to see anything can happen here. I mean, both teams have a couple of ults up, and both teams still have some time to build their ults. It's a very cagey match here for this last 8 point. We have to see the Ash punch.
Oh, girlfriend punched him out, yeah.
It does create some space though.
It does create some space. There looks like
See, Yari used their ult.
Oh, Yari,
Does mean
Keo
to
are
find
just doing
pick up
rat
and
behavior in the
three.
back line. Yeah, able to do some work back there. I think it was the right swap as they are unable to turn around and deal with that quick enough as Graves is set up here on A.
Yeah, and
Poor
I'm not sure
girlfriend
if
just
Graves,
alone on HP. They got the Dom armor?
I'm not sure if Principality was able to build up ult fast enough for this point. They only have about 15% left on the point capture here. Enemy's been ready with their ult. Whenever we have to see the Dom ult ready, we might see a Sal's ult potentially. The Dom ult
There
does
goes
come out.
Dom ult as he's going in, trying to push people back to the point. It looks like it is working. They're pushing him down. Anime Ethan elects to pop their ult, trying to hold it, but it does flip to Principality of Xeon. The Dom Trooper ult isn't enough to get it. 2 do go down on the side of Principality of Xeon though, as they are weak and having to fall down. Sandow is holding it down. It is a Sazabi off right now, and he is just trying to hold it down.
Yeah, Principality does manage to hold out. We see the gun tank accidentally suicide there. Stando very low, does go down. The Sauce was also low as well with the side of Iron Spider. So both Sauce is low. Now it's a battle of the Hyperion to see if you can even hold it out for as long as they can, and they manage to go
Let's go
down.
down. 3 on Xeon are able to take the point back as Graves does go down. Yari has to get out and play their life. They are able to stay alive here. It's going to be
Yeah,
good.
with
They still
Yari
have
having
time
their
for a
own
recontest.
Yeah, we saw the Z2R ult go out. We happen to see both. Ash is
Camper
very
ult
close
goes
to
out.
punch.
Oh,
Grave
fine.
managed to pick up
2 with it. Oh no! And the 2 people with their ults as well. Sandow and Hyperion go down. And the other ult, girlfriend has theirs. I don't think Cap's able to unfortunately connect with
See
hers.
both punches.
I don't
Graves,
think they're
you
going to
just
be
have
able
to
to get
hold.
it. There we go. They're going for it. They got the.
No one's there to help back him up.
Wait, no, Mac is there. Mac, the Unicorn is there to help secure the kill. Hyperion was trying to keep him up to get the res, but they aren't able to get it. He goes
Very
out with his
cagey right here. The
Neris
hype is
might be
not-
able to hold it down.
You see the other hype ult come out now with Luke getting
Oh
converted.
my god.
It could swap over here to Principality, and if they take it, it's going to be a complete win.
They're brawling.
this
Cap is
side
trying to
of
deny their
Principality.
arrival. He does get it off. He does get 2
This is
4
very
rotations in there as
cagey.
well as they are brawling. Sazabi pops their. Oh, they're going to have to hold it down, and they go down. What was it?
No, that might be it.
That might be it.
Yariella,
He's
pop out
gonna
trying to
have to
stall as
do
long
some
as they
crazy
can.
rapid movement. Unicorn
Something
pops
we
their
can see
ult
Magi
they
pop
have.
theirs. Oh my gosh.
They are still defending on it. Yeah. Oh, Unicorn pops
don't know if they're going to get a whole lot of effective
too, though.
picks. They trade out for 2. Now becoming a 4v4, a 3v3. They managed to get the res off in time to hold it.
We got a punch, we got a punch. No! But the Kyo does live. They don't have ult. They might be able to do something tricky. Iron Spider is holding it down there. It's a shield off. He is
Axe
so
does
1
not pop up. Kyo
HP.
does have their ult, does not get used. And that goes to Principality. That was a very close game here.
That was a very close game. It was, again, we saw that long overtime. It was something we can see here in these dominations where overtime can last for minutes on end. And that was one of the lengthier ones that we got to watch.
And that was easily, I think, probably one of the closer games. We'll probably see Graves and Principality probably being evenly matched here, skill-wise, just for the fact that Graves was able to kind of wake up into that second game. Very unfortunate they weren't able to really do well on that thermal plant, and then coming back for Ironworks. Very cagey fight on the side of Principality. Very much looking forward to see how far Principality can come along in this tournament. Coming out and just showing that, hey, we may be new, but we're here to prove that we're a crew and we're here to stay and force our way through.
Do not sleep on them. They are here and they are ready to make a name for themselves as they do take out, oh my god, so many names, trying to remember quickly. Graves' team. Yeah, very, very well fought. Very close game. Graves' team definitely woke up there for the second fight. They made some great swaps. Unfortunately, Xeon, they had it on lock. They knew what they needed to do, and they did it.
Yeah, and I think for the side of Principality, they had a little bit better ult economy. They definitely had a lot of ults ready. Now, coordinating, what ults to use where or who's going where, I felt like that could have been done a little better. They definitely have a lot more potential. At least in being able to coordinate at least positioning with their team wise, it was still pretty solid. I think Graves was just overall had a little bit better shooting potential, but yeah, even if you can be a solid shooter, as Niall pointed out in my Pale video, you can still fall out due to really poor positioning, and that's something that we saw happen quite a bit from the side of Graves every so often, just due to that positioning.
Oh, 100%. I think you hit the nail on the head with that one. Just really came down to like positioning and just a couple people getting caught out at the wrong times, leading to staggers and just not quite there for the team fights that were needed to secure points. Just slightly better coordination on the side of Principality of Xeon, but still superb gameplay from both sides.
Yeah, and if there's any players I'm looking out for, especially on the side of Principality, Girlfriend on Ashe. I mean, that was my mainline suit when I played for Satoris in 20K and all the new type tournaments, and even in on CIL. It's a very strong suit, very easy to pick up. You have great CC, great ult denial, and it's a very easy suit to shoot as well if you're familiar with the shooting the battle rifle from Halo, or just want a consistent DPS where you don't really have to focus on holding right click for half of the game. It's a fairly easy suit to pick up, and it has a lot of movement potential too, with flying and doing some specific tech where you're looking for a specific vision when flying if you're going to try to hover behind buildings. It's a very flexible, very versatile suit.
Oh, 100%. We were talking about what units and changes we'd like to see. Let's go ahead and revert Ashe too. Give him his health back. Give him his bullets back.
Give him back to 900 health. You mean?
Yeah.
I mean, I could potentially see it. It wasn't that big of an issue. I know a couple people back when that change had happened, a lot of people were thinking, oh, Ashe is going to be very out of meta now, or Ashe won't be able to be played. But likewise, Ashe still became a very strong suit. You just had to play him a little less aggressively. You couldn't play him like a Z2R as some people played him. You just had to play a little bit more of a backline role, which is how you're supposed to play him, considering he has a very massive head hitbox.
He does have a really big head, one of his drawbacks, but also needed because he is such a strong character.
Now coming into a map that will probably be, or at least a matchup that will probably be a little bit more even sided, we might see a map 3 with these two. Principality coming into second coming of Goo Gang, with Principality banning Colony and second coming of Goo Gang banning Thermal. You think we might see a destruction map here? Because I'm betting I think we might, with UCC, the map that you for whatever reason hate.
I've just played it too much that I think I'm just done with it, Like when you eat the
You know,
same
that's
thing
fair.
over and over and you just kind of get tired of it. It's kind of the same thing with UCC. We played it so much and I'm just sick of it. That's all.
Mhm.
Yeah, thank you,
Go
production.
prod that fucking map that I hate. Anyways, going into these players, I'm not really sure who's going to be taking, wins here. I mean, second coming of Gugang, they had a pretty strong hold on Flak in their game, and Principality just completely shutting down. Again, I don't want to say an upset because I think Graves really showed, hey, we actually can hold our own here on Ironworks, but it was a very
Let's say
close game.
favored. It was definitely the more favored
I'd say
team.
favored, one of the more favored teams, I guess, for some people. Principality, though, just showing up, and yeah, I'm very curious to see how this map will go. You know what? I'm going to pick the underdog here. I'm going to go with the Principality, because
Yeah.
really, there was a team of people who I didn't even familiarize myself with any of the names. Ran into a few of them in casuals, but nothing really stuck out to me. And coming back and being able to go toe-to-toe, head-to-head with Graves and coming out on top, I think this will be a team to look out for sure.
Oh, 100%. Principality of Xeon has showed up and they are showing out right now. They also had the matching portraits too. I mean, they were coordinated to come into this.
Both
They
teams that
clearly-
last match were pretty coordinated.
Yeah, no, they both were 100%. So I mean, just goes to show that they are here. They are working on this. They clearly play together. There's some coordination there. And Gugang, we saw earlier, they did a good job. They're another strong team here. Trying to remember the name of the team that they've we were fighting earlier. There's so many, but I think it's going to be a really strong showing.
I believe it was
Team
Gugang
Chaos.
had fought Chaos, yes.
Thank you.
Against
Yes.
Black, and had won their R&D game. I believe the R&D was also pretty much a shutdown. So Gugang has definitely a lot of coordination here going into this, and they also have a lot of experience. Like, I know they have Valid, they have Zombie Basic, Soccer, and Meal as well. Meal also having played in the 20K alongside Satoris. So it's interesting to see how far Gugang is going to go here in this tournament
didn't
and
see
how they'll
Meal
pose
earlier.
reality.
I wonder if we'll see them in one of these games. They do have subs. We'll see if they bring any of them.
Yeah, we now see Principality starting off on Conveyance, with then both teams electing to pick UCC as their final point, with Principality electing to defense on that map. Second
Lunar
map
Calm.
Lunar Calm.
Holy.
I mean,
Cool.
some people like it. Some people like it. It could
People
also
do.
swing into a ABA point or a BAB, where it's a little bit more favorable to play on. Where unless you get a C starting point on that map, it's just very unfun to play on. But some of those A fights in Lunacom do get really scrappy.
Can. I'm excited to see it just because it is something that we don't get to see often. And for that reason alone, I think it'll be exciting.
Yeah, and take a look at maps too. We happen to have one of every game mode here. We are starting off with 2 capture point. We're going to be starting off with domination and starting off or ending with destruction.
Look at that. Yeah. It's our first time seeing it today. Words are hard. I think I need to get more coffee, Garma. I think I need it. Been yapping a lot. But yeah, it's awesome. Well, do we know which one was the first one? Was it UCC they picked first?
I believe Conveyance was picked first by Principality.
Conveyance was picked first. Thank you. Okay, going to take it to Conveyance first. Haven't been able to see that one yet today. That'll be exciting.
Any predictions on unit lineup?
Yeah, Conveyance, you're going to get 2 flyers going over the top, maybe a Z2R also underneath just to dash through. Probably maybe Mahi or Dom for spam and the chokes, maybe a Sazabi as well for shielding. And I think that's our comp. Maybe a Methus or Unicorn for sustain, but I really think it's
I
going
might
to
see
be
a Zeta? Because Zeta's pretty strong with
100%.
Conveyance.
No, 100, yeah, it's had 2 flyers. Zeta, well, I guess Methus exists, but I don't consider him when I say flyers. He's more of my support boy, but he could do it too. But yeah, I think we'll see Zeta and Ash here. It's really good maps for him. Maybe we'll see Methus too, go all flyers. Send them on in. Yeah, definitely see 2 flyers here. Unicorn is just so good for sustain here, especially paired with the Sazabi trying to get through that first choke. can be really annoying unless you do have some spam. Like Mahi and Dom both go really strong here as well. Yeah.
Any potential suits you want to see for these maps? Because I'm thinking, you know, I've seen heavy arms get played quite a bit on Conveyance, and I'm wondering if we hop in to see that possibly on later.
Yeah.
I don't know if anybody on GUGANG happens to run heavy arms or if anybody on Principality happens to run it, but I've seen some pretty powerful plays come out from that suit, specifically on two capture point maps, especially on the last point for Conveyance. It can be pretty strong.
You're not wrong. Heavy arms is definitely not a unit we see often. He can just be so slow, but he does have a lot of potential here. You have to run through those tight chokes, and you can just hang out behind a Sasbi and just shred people that come on through. It'd be interesting to see a heavy arms. It'd be a nice little switch up. You don't see him too often.
Do you think we might happen to see some player changes with these two teams? Because, you know, if GUGANG happen to see that last match, they're probably realizing, okay, Principality is going to come into this a lot more aggressive, especially playing with the double shield. So we might probably see something on the lines of like a Barb or a Susan you played on GUGANG. But to my knowledge, I don't know if anybody in GUGANG plays any melees.
Soccer
does. Oh, right. Soccer has played Barb before, and I think,
and
seen
Susan.
them on Susan. Yes. So they looks like they could play a counter in the Principalities team of running the Saw's hype combo.
Yeah, Xeon, they've definitely been doing well playing their tanks together. I think they even had a gym at one point too. And Susan would do a good job of trying to clean up through that here. GUGANG, maybe they watched the stream and saw what Principality of Xeon was playing and vice versa. Maybe they're kind of evaluating each other, what suits they think they might run, and trying to maybe do some counters for that. I definitely think we'll see Sakura here on either a Susan or a Barb. At least. Yeah.
So take a look more at these map bans as to why they ended up banning stuff like Ironworks. I mean, maybe GUGANG probably did watch the map and saw, okay, well, they're pretty strong on Ironworks, so we may as well ban that. But then they opted to ban Thermal, which I think was really smart. But then taking a look at Xeon's ban, you know, they have Colony, Flak, missile base is an obvious, but R&D is interesting because R&D is a pretty standard map, and same thing with Colony. I can understand wanting to ban Flak for it because it's a 2 capture point map, and that last point can be really difficult, especially if the enemy team is running a turn A. And if anything, you have to run turn A on that map just to push past that second choke and secure the second point. But I'm not sure why I understand the reasoning behind Colony, because it can play well into running double shield, and Mountain R&D with, you know, how close by the spawns are to each other and how close the points are. Running a Susan hype there does in some ways make sense. Maybe they didn't want to fall out too hard to CC from like Zeta or maybe Ash. I don't know. What are your thoughts?
I mean, for that same reason, though, you could say UCC is also an issue because it can favor them well, especially on their first point. Because you can get just spammed by Ash and Zeta from above. And I think CTP is a little bit better. Well, I think they're both set up well for shield units there. Yeah, I'm not really sure what their thought process is. Probably comes down to maybe what they've practiced, what they think maybe the enemy team hasn't practiced. It might not be as favorable to them. I'm not 100% certain. We see again the matching. Yep.
For the most part, we happen to still that 3D gun tank still being there. Not quite, but the vibes are there.
I like it.
I get
they're
it.
swapping it between the games. They swapped their portraits a little bit, you know? And I like that. They're keeping it fresh. They're making it fun. They're awake. They're here. They're ready.
As we now go into some initial picks here, we do happen to see Soccer is going to be, looks like they're deciding on Z2M. Very interesting. Ghost of GUGANG. Wanted to pick up Barb, D4C on turn A, melee on Dom, forever stuck in Dom jail, and Guri Cap in Pale. And then on the side of Principality, Ducarado's again stuck in Dom jail or on Pale. Sluxed on Gun Tank, Stando on Saz. They're bringing out the Saz hype combo here, and then Girlfriend on Ash. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. Yeah, we're seeing interesting unit comps here. Soccer, it looks like, are they deciding to stay on sniper?
I don't think so. I think it's just a pick for right now. I have a feeling it's going to change as we try to find a hook cam here for some value. He's working on it. Turn A, though. Kind of an interesting pick. It definitely can work well here on the second. It's very open. I just think I don't see it as often here as other maps. But I do love turn A. Prettiest ult in the game. Curious to see how it plays out. Ooh, so we do have a timeout coming in to play requested by the Principality of Xeon. Maybe they're having just some connection issues. Not really sure as we go into a timeout here. I do like the picks of the Doms though. Definitely a good map for him for spam. Wouldn't be surprised if we saw a Mahi as well. Just really keeping control of the hallways and chokes, just spamming them. Also with the Ash Mally in there too, just pain.
Seems like a player on the side of Principality is having some issues. Hopefully it'll be resolved quickly.
Yeah, it happens. Life happens. Internet goes out. Site 7 has their own issues. I'm grateful my internet itself is not nerfed to me. Sometimes that just happens. At the mercy of the elements. Well, we do have a time limit. Yeah, we do have a time limit. Blah, 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 blah. You go.
As we now wait for Girlfriend ASMR to rejoin back here off of Ash. Hoping it's not too big of a connectivity issue for the team here. Taking a look at the lineups just for the map itself. I mean, it seems like we don't see a whole lot of picks out here specific for map. I mean, maybe D4C with the turn A, but nobody's really playing into this map's strong suit. It's just more of the team picking what they're more comfortable with and what they want to counter with.
Zeta. Like, Zeta goes so hard here. Send him and Ash up together. Like, it's such a pain. And I'm really surprised we don't see a Zeta on either team, which it could still happen. We're having some technical issues. It looks like Girlfriend ASMR is unable to rejoin the lobby.
Fortunate. I may have to get a lobby remake potentially. I'm not sure what tournament organization rules are regarding for remake.
I think because it hasn't started, there are rules for this. But I think because it's so early enough, we will see.
Very unfortunate.
Well, let's see. The rule stating, but because it hasn't started, I don't know, but the rule stating is in case of a disconnect and the player is unable to rejoin past the 10-minute expire time, the map will be a forfeit. The only exception for this is if a bug occurs in which the player is unable to reconnect. In this case, the map will require a restart. Them are the rules. Verbatim.
Thank you for the explanation of the rules.
Got you. Oh, it looks like... Yeah. Okay, sorry. We're watching production right now. We have a different screen than what you guys are looking at. As you get to see everyone's name and get yourself familiarized. It looks like it might be continuing or just resetting and they're just kind of trying to figure it out.
Looks like they might try to reset soon. I think both teams are now just trying to run it out and just play it out for a little bit. I mean, some issues resetting. Yeah, it looks like we will be resetting here just to make sure we can get another player in. Maybe the server bugged out here. Not sure if we'll be able or how soon we'll be able to restart. Both teams now at this point just kind of waiting.
Yeah, they're having like a cute little moment right now. This is what I miss about quick play. It's just like having goofy little moments where everyone's just kind of on point, stamping, jumping around. We're having a good little camaraderie over here. What's up, production?
Yeah, you do.
Everybody, how's it going? Real quick, we were having some technical difficulties, so we're going to remake the room, and so we're just gonna like run it back, reset it, and we're gonna be we're gonna go again. So just bear with us. It's gonna take a couple minutes, but these things happen sometimes. So thank you all for your understanding. If you want to get up, grab some popcorn, grab a drink, you can. It'll be about 5 minutes.
Clack the cat.
Howdy, welcome back. Thank you for the patience. We did have to remake lobby and have a few technical difficulties with admin permissions, but we are back, starting again on large conveyance.
Honestly, what is a tournament day without at least one technical difficulty?
It's just always bound to happen at some point.
It is. At least we made it this far without it happening yet, so I'd say it's a pretty good deal.
We
Might
did also
knock
get
on wood,
some-
though.
I did get also some news from TO that we will be casting one more game after this, and then we will be resuming next week on the 27th, and then following after in March for our finals on the 7th.
Exactly. So if you want to see the finals, make sure you tune in next Saturday. I believe it is at the same time again. So,
Unfortunately, I will not be casting that day, but we will happen to have another caster, an old friend I think some of you are familiar with. I was given the okay to shout out Wonder Chef. Will be making a return on, I believe, the 7th. He was due to cast. Unfortunately, was feeling a little under the weather. If you're watching the stream, hope you get well, buddy. It'll be great to have you back and back in the Gundam Evolution scene for this tournament. As we now go ahead and get into the map. Everyone's now matching banners. That's so awesome. They got that synced up. Hope a little bit better of vibes going down to the map.
they're definitely having some good vibes before the
Yeah.
lobby reform. So I think their spirits are high and they are ready for this. Wonder Chef, I feel better. I'm very excited to have you for next week. It seems everyone's kind of getting sick right now. So everyone
There's
stay
definitely
healthy.
Yeah, there's definitely something going on for the last couple of weeks, at least in relation to my job. Currently I'm the only coworker at my job who has not gotten sick, and I'm hoping to
OMG.
maintain it that way. Yeah. So,
Yeah.
do they have
Take some
another connection
vitamins, drink
issue?
some water,
Or
stay
is
healthy.
it just a late join? I don't
Uh-oh.
happen to see Duck in there. They having more issues?
Capture both target locations. The mission
Oh,
Um,
yeah, it looks like Duck is unable to connect. It looks like the server might not be the right server situated for him. It looks like this might have to be another reform.
Okay, all right.
Curse of
Third,
conveyance.
third time's the charm. Third time's the charm. Let's let's go. I'm transitioning to the
Third time is always the charm. Chat it pays for all, and hopefully we will have it figured out then. Again, like we said, what is a Gundam Evolution tournament without some technical difficulties?
It's always bound to happen, and it's happened in the past from CIL to
This is
even some
all
previous new type tournaments. Or I think also everybody knows how scuffed Weasel tournament was. If you,
I'm
are
gonna move
that
us over
old.
to some B-roll
are.
and yeah. So
Okay, yeah, we're gonna go take another quick intermission while we get this reset.
Go through the fire. Brave the fire, yeah. Chasing something true. Caught in a bind. Maybe undo. Maybe undo. 'Cause when every core felt up and the silence could be better, every motion falling flat. Had to leave you. Had to leave you. Now you're tired, pulling me back. Like a fool that put you to work. With the pain you left still fresh. I can heal you. I can heal you.
And we are back once again. This time it was on well, I guess a little bit on production or TO for not getting the correct server. Anyways, it should now hopefully be all squared away as we're getting ready to get on advance. Hopefully third time's the charm here.
Third time is usually the charm, and I think we finally have it figured out. We got the servers on the right ones, so hopefully there shouldn't be any more disconnects. Again, we're knocking on wood. I need everyone in chat to knock on some wood, throw some salt over your shoulder, bring the good luck.
Out of my desk, made out of solid oak here.
There we go.
I'm knocking on it. I don't know if you probably can't even
I
hear
can
it.
hear a little bit in the background. We're all really quiet, everyone. There we go.
But anyway, are we looking for anything particular out of these teams on this map? I'm not really sure. I haven't played this map a whole lot, and I know a lot of people like to play the first choke. And as far as I know, that's to my memory how you typically play this is a little bit up close toward the spawn. Wondering if we'll possibly see anything new out of this map. I mean, the map ended up releasing late into Evo's lifespan, and because of it, didn't really get to see a lot of playing competitive. It did happen to work out in CIL League, but that was really it. No higher level of play style.
Yeah, so I don't want to say too much. We had someone in here from production talking about how they just thought of a new strategy for this map not that long ago, and I think that just goes to show people are still loving this game and trying things out, and even players who have been here for a while are still finding new ways to play the map, and I think that's very exciting. So we'll see. The first choke is definitely a strong place people like to hold. You can just spam a bunch of stuff there. If you have no way to break through, it can be very obnoxious to push through. And suits are going to be very important here.
Okay, well, everyone's in game, so that's a very good sign here.
Right.
They'll
Good
probably
first
all lock
start.
in the same suits. Again, we have a zombie on Ash, Oguri on Pale, D for C turn A. We're going to see Ghost on Barb, Soccer running Sniper, Mila on Dom Jail, and then we see Girlfriend on Ash, Duck on Dom, Oi on Noose, Sando Pale, Face on Hype. Actually, Sando switching back to Saz. Everybody's on
swap
Hype,
too
and
from New.
Flux to Gun Tank.
Mission is about to begin.
Yeah, I didn't know about that new pick. We don't see New too often. We did see him once earlier today. He did look to go back to Pale. I don't think Soccer. Maybe Soccer will stay on Sniper here. I really don't think that's going to be the pick for them. They do play melee a lot, but they could also play a Sniper. So we'll see. Maybe just go in for a quick first pick. Just trying to maybe get just like a quick person off the line so they can push through. We'll see what they do with that. Not too much frontline presence though. Gonna be Meow and Pale doing most of it. No Sazabi to go through here. Is that the game? Staggering?
The production having a little bit of issues on their end. Not
Oh,
really sure what's going
no.
on.
Yeah, like it looks like his computer, unfortunately, is deciding right now. Uh-oh. The computer is completely locking up on production right now, as it looks like it doesn't want to give him access to anything.
It's not a particularly good sign.
That's not a good sign. No, we might need to get production back in here. Maybe 4th time is the charm. I don't think everyone in chat knocked on wood. I don't want to put this on chat right now, but did we all knock on wood?
I mean, I know I did.
Yeah, we knocked on wood. I heard yours. You're good.
I mean, maybe production was the one who didn't do it. Who knows?
Yep. Yeah, I didn't hear production do it. We're going to actually chat. You're spared. We're going to push this back onto production. Today, though. We'll see about next week. Need y'all to lock in. Oh, well.
At least taking a look at some of the other teams. I'm not sure if stream can still hear us, but taking
I
a
was
look
going
at
to
some
say,
of the
can they
other
hear
teams.
us? Production, are we heard? Okay.
Cool. Yeah, taking a look at some of the other teams here. Is there any other team you're looking at for bracket-wise to come out on top? I'm going to the specific bracket website myself, and I see that we're going to have Serenity versus GM Cheeks for the winners final, or winners semifinal, sorry, and Principality versus Second Coming, which is the current game. We should hopefully have streamed up soon. Taking a look at our losers bracket, we had Geek Bar versus Team Chaos, with Team Chaos coming up on top. Nice to see that. And Fazion versus Nebulous. Currently their game is ongoing, awaiting the winner to play that versus Soletta Society, who lost out against Serenity.
Okay. I think there's been, at least to me and just my familiarity with everyone here, there's been a couple surprises on teams coming out on top. So I'm curious who's going to come out between the FaZe Xeon and the Nebulous one against Soletta Society, and then that fight again as well. I think Serenity and GM Geeks is going to be a good game. GM taking the, I wouldn't say upset, but it's definitely a strong showing for a new team against the last one. So I think that should be fun against Serenity. Yeah, I don't really know. I think so far everything has been just so entertaining for the fact that it's just been different performances and different showings. Things haven't gone the way that we expected to, and it's just been fun to watch. And again, the passion of all these players putting in the time with the matching icons, learning the strats, doing this thing for a dead game. It's just been so great to see.
Yeah,
Dharma.
you know, it's always great to be able to like come here and just see that there's still a community for this game. People still want to come out and learn. I mean, we've seen people try out new gun tank tech. We've seen people still do map theory surrounding how to take or how to push or where you should be holding on a map defensively. It's just always cool to see that this game still has a living, breathing community, even as small as it is. But casual queues now work. At one point we had a record of 600 players online, which is really cool to see that we had just a constant rotation of casual queues going on. As we now get on to the game, we are on the correct server. We have everyone here, productions, computers, and tanking. Maybe it is 4 times the charm. Maybe that should be the new saying.
Knocking. It's me knocking on wood. Maybe gotta knock on some. There we go. Yeah, it's been great. And there's also coaching going on in the Side 7 servers, and I think a lot of things that you learn here are also applicable to other games and going forward. Like, I know this game has definitely taught me a lot about other games, in terms of just like map theory and understanding my unit and its role. So I think that's really cool that there's like an active community for that, and people just learning and growing and just being really, so far everyone's been pretty chill in here. Just a great community. And hopefully everything is looking smooth, looking good. Everyone is here. It looks like the game is about to start. Soccer did switch off of the sniper onto Susanoo. Maybe if you try first person, how does that look?
Switch on over. We have a little bit of a far back hole here from the side of
Yeah.
because a lot of people in that first choke. But as
Quality's been putting in some time. Yeah, this is a newer setup strategy as they are holding back here. We see Soccer trying to go in, does get taken down, goes to Guggen, goes to try to go to support, and does get the pick on their Saz, but they do lose 2 on their side. Oh wait, GM does go down in the back as well. As right now they're even on numbers, taking in that high, they have to give up and fall back as the Unicorn does go down. Duckarad is still trying to contest that high with Oi Oi Oi. They don't want to give it up just yet as the Dom falls onto point. Oi Oi has to go back, and Dom is kind of caught alone on that health pack right now as they're a dominant out.
Yeah, pretty much a bit of a cagey fight here. Does allow GUNDAM to kind of take point here and try to contest. They do have a bit of a presence here, and Principality is trying to return with their own presence, and it seems like it's working out very well in their favor.
Yeah, at least the production is a little, unfortunately, it's a little scuffed right now. Sorry about that as you bear with us. The game is running smoothly and they are doing well as they are holding up defense. Rat with 1 HP has to get out. They do need to regroup right now. It's just been a little bit of a stagger.
We do see the switch up from Barb off to New here. Soccer's still on Susan, so I think it'll be a very good choice here. They aren't running double shield though, taking a look at their config, and it looks like they Zlux switched off of Hype to Gun Tank. We'll see how well that plays out here.
Yeah, it looks like we did look for that swap. Very interesting, 2 swaps immediately from the Rip. Girlfriend going down pretty low, able to get out with 100 HP and a dream, but they do find 2 against Principality and Xeon as they do go down. No res are able to be secured. Oi pops the ult, trying to stall. Oh, I thought I heard Soccer stall, but no, or he did not pop his ult, but Oi holding it down over there. Neil finding a pick in response. They are holding down point and capturing it right now.
Now get a full 3 on the point. Ash trying to go for a little poke damage there. Doesn't really manage to do a whole lot, but is still managing to deal some damage and try to hold off a point there. Prop 2 trying to fix a little bit of their settings really quick as we do happen to see some background here. They do manage to take point, now being forced back out to that second choke. We now see the team trying to regroup.
We were able to take that point as now they do come back and regroup. They are set up here. Coming over to the ult economy. Turn A almost has his ult up here, which I feel like he might want to save more towards the end, but we'll see what they do if they need to break through this choke. We do have Rat's punch up and Girlfriend's punch up here to get some high value.
And taking a look at the side, ooh, we have to see the gun tackle now come out.
Oh, there's the punch, finding it.
Wow.
2-3 with that massive
the gun
punch.
tackle as well.
With the gun
Very
tackle, massive.
from both teams. Do manage to get the res off. The Dom ult now comes out from the side of GUNDAM. Same thing with the Pale, very strong ult combo there. We have to see the response with the enemy Dom ult and then the turn A to hopefully see if they can secure up some last minute kills. Does manage to get a pick off to Dom and a gun take as well. They're now on to second point site. Just Girlfriend uses the punch to try to secure. Doesn't really, no, they do manage to get a pick onto the Pale, which is going to be a lot of damage now shut down for point.
As you see the Unicorn ult going out right now as well, trying to get some picks off, taking that space back. They're not capping. Okay, they did get back in the cap in right now. Sosby does pop his ult in return. It looks like they are going to have to lose this point. Yeah, that's just too much right now for
They managed to get 50% tick up onto there, a little over 50%, so 2 minutes still left on the clock, and those secondary doors now open, that being the gimmick of this map, where after a certain point, certain areas of the map begin to open up a little more, allowing for more flank routes or more openings into different chokes, just to allow for the fact that this map is very, very, how would I say, narrow. That doesn't leave a whole lot of room to push through, and the second choke is definitely evidence of that, where you have those 2 heals that you just contest for. And of course, it's also 2 capture points, which really doesn't help. We do have to see the Pale now come out, and a bunch of picks coming out from the side of GUNDAM.
Yeah, Pale ult does come out, but News shield was still out. They're able to get the resident teammate. Soccer pops his ult as well and is going in, taking space, getting some cleanups. The Gun Tank just goes back for the res, but Soccer is just there waiting. It is such a strong suit.
Full team kill there as Girlfriend is now picked or pushed off. We happen to see them try to get back on the point, but it's just completely a team wipe, and that goes in favor of GUNDAM.
It goes in favor of GUNDAM. Not a bad hold from the side of Principality of Xeon. I think we're going to have to find an answer for that Susanoo. But they did a really good job. They held them to a minute. Solid holding still on the side of Principality of Xeon.
Yeah, you know what? I'm wondering what's going through both the teams' head after that fourth reset, too.
True.
I wonder if there might be a little bit of mental diff here or there with both teams. I mean, I know I'd be frustrated by it, so I'm wondering if that have ended up playing a part against Principality, considering they're also an all-European team. Having to play later hours, if I'm correct. Anyways, taking a look at the damage, we happen to see Zombie leading for Gugang at 17.3k. And we have, again, the Ashmar for the other team, Girlfriend, on 16k.
Yeah, it's kind of what I expect from Ash, especially here and in general, holding it down. Soccer holding it down too with 14k. Out damaging even the Pale, which is a little surprising to me. Still, a strong showing from both teams. See how if they make any adjustments going forward. It looks like Zlux is back on the GM.
Interesting pick here, yeah. We happen to see not a whole lot of damage though coming out from Principality, and I feel like they might need to change their unit comp here more if they want to go toe-to-toe with a team that has a lot more experienced players. I know some of these players did play in the 20k tournament, specifically with Zombie, Ogre, Cap, and Meal. I believe actually most of those players did end up playing in one of the 20k tournaments, so they're going to have a lot more competitive experience and have a lot more of an edge against this team. I still think Principality does here have a chance to at least take with Gugang now on defense here. They're opting to take a more aggressive
They already did some damage. Miel just ate an axe, I think, to the face, but was luckily able to stay alive. Sandow and Zlux do get punished, I think, trying to push up on that. They do have to fall back and regroup now. We see them electing to hold a bit more forward than Principality of Xeon did. Gugang, our Ghost does go down as they have 3 on the res for him. They're holding it here back behind the Great, which I think is a good idea. Ash holding down there on the right side choke where he should be playing. It really is just an attrition, a buildup of poking, trying to get some damage, see if you can get a pick off. Oh, 2 go down now on the side of Principality. It's going to be another reset. Like, who is pushing forward like that? Soccer going in for the cleanup. Yeah, he's able to safely go in, get that cleanup. Bold was able to get out for it. Sandow unfortunately does go down and go, which is a huge forward presence to lose. So is your Unicorn. Sensing able to get the quick res off as they're all pretty weak back here. Kind of having to stabilize. Ooh, a big pick off of Oi. And the Ashes are just duking it out over here. Looks like Gunting is getting set up on the side. Maybe want to do something here with the Ash just to try and find some space. You got Ash flying up high again. Just doing what he's doing.
Ults here. We have to see the Susan ult now come out. Mill's very close to their ult. Zombie and Pale still happen to have their, or the Ash and Pale, sorry, still have their ult saved. Susan ult comes out early just to keep much space as possible with 2 minutes still left on the clock.
Like that ult.
The Oi now have their ult, and the Dom still have their ult up. Ash very close, same thing with Rebase as well.
Yeah, he's building his ult charge pretty fast. He's trying to buy some space there. And the hallway is the best place for melee is.
Out. I see a lot of space now taken with these 2 ult pairs. We see the Dom Pale's very effective in creating a lot of speed for it. And Pale already getting the speed boost and into the armor and damage bonus. It becomes a very strong frontlining suit just with the armor bonus as well. Seems like Principality is already having a quick take on the 8 point as the rest of Gugang tries to converge back, but they're caught out and getting punished for it as a result.
Yeah, do have Unicorn's ult up and turn A. I don't think they're going to use it. I don't think they're going to have time for one more push. Susan Noel is there. Unicorn does elect to use their ult, but I don't know if they have any touchers. Soccer does go down trying to...
They are trying to stall, but it's not going to see a whole lot of effectiveness considering when you do fire, you are having a standstill. And if you're out in the open like that or much more visible by yourself, it's going to be very hard to try to recover or retake off of a point like this.
Yeah, they were able to find some picks and by a little bit of time wasn't enough to secure the point. Wait, turn A used theirs. Oh no, I didn't see
my
that.
God.
Oh.
That might be... I don't know. This could be it because Principality has a little better ult eco. They will get their Ash up. You can see the Unicorn ult now go out. Does create space. We do see Zombie trade out
that hallway,
taking
the space. Yeah.
The Salsa Nugget popped off. Rovase managed to find 2 off of that pick. Trade out for D4C, who now switched off to Gundam, but gets taken down by the Saz. Or sorry, by the Pale, and then Dom and Saz find 2 picks as well. It seems like Principality is now going to take control over here of B point. Gugang has no ults for this. I think this is going to go to Principality here. Actually, no, we see the Ash
Zombie pops theirs. Yeah, Soccer's able to find a kill as well. That's 2. They're not capping points. Soccer is holding it down. They go for the revive, able to get it off on Dr.
And the 80s come out now from Oi. Manages to create a lot of space. Does get picked off by Ash and has to now get out of the fight. Still, we happen to see Principality hold off well on their own. A couple picks going out here from the side of Booting as well. It's a very scrappy fight here for last point. Ash puts now goes out of hurry. And continuing to follow up with the pick onto Susan as we now see everyone on Principality just washing out Gugang here. As they go for a pretty tight cleanup and do take point for a now 2-2 game on to Conveyance.
Yeah, again, they held it for a solid amount of time. I think there's only a minute and a half remaining. So
Yeah, difference of about 28 seconds there. Or sorry, 28 seconds. They're both getting 24 seconds remaining.
Quick math there.
Yep.
Yeah, I think the ult economy was slightly better on the side of Principality of Xeon there. There were some questionable ult choices.
Yeah, especially using Tournay on first point there. I'm not sure how I agree with that. Same thing with using Unicorn on first point. Those are much better ult to use when you have to hold that second choke because you can just deny so much out of the enemy team, like using Unicorn, be able to deny that lane there and using turn 8 to just completely sweep. Taking a look at damage here, we happen to see Zombie at 35k and Oi now at 33k. Both teams are fairly even with damage, it seems like.
Yeah. Oh my gosh. Yeah, Gugang, they definitely stepped up. Damage is becoming more even across the board. Like I said, it was good holds. They were able to only have like almost 2 minutes left for both sides, basically, left over. Just slightly better ult economy on the side of Principality of Xeon. And I think that's really what's making the difference right here.
Something I want to notice is that Gugang's, ghosts or kills are a little bit offset by Meal having an advantage in D4C at only 19, whereas if we take a look at Principality, they're fairly even, maybe 24 to 29 kills, so there's only a 5 kill difference in between all their players, so they're playing a lot more together and they're taking fights a lot more uniformly, whereas with Gugang, we happen to see Meal doing a lot of the work there on Dom, putting in a lot more damage compared to some of the other players as well, where they might have like 19 or maybe only around 15, 16k damage. So there's a little bit of a disparity there with some of the damage, and I'm wondering if they're just not quite coordinated enough for these takes.
Yeah, that's something we kind of mentioned earlier. So especially as it gets set up here, we're seeing Principality doing the same setup of defense as they did last time. Their coordination is something I've talked about.
Very strong hold here.
Just always playing together. You never see, like, again, more than 3 of them separated at a time. They just move together as a team. Just constantly rotating together.
Almost a little bit of a deathball comp, specifically with the Unicorn and Dom being able to push outward pretty aggressively, and then they just back and hold for this choke.
Yeah, really, really smart positioning and holding out here. Only Ash going out every now and again for information. Like, look, they're all hiding right now behind line, and Ash is relaying the information to him.
So Gugang now often use that second door. Not sure if it's going to be a great idea.
Coming out, it's a punch as well.
Yeah.
I don't know.
The might come out, and Principality manages to pick up 3 right off the bat.
They were able to get it, yeah. As the gun tank drops theirs. I mean, you only have 15 seconds. They're not going to have time for another push. You might as well, I guess, use it all now. Oh, someone's trying to touch.
Right, to see the pill come out, does find a pick, and then Oi returns with theirs. Yeah, it's now going to go into the favor of Principality. Is what doesn't Gugang have about only a minute 30 to hold, or no, a minute 56? So they got to work with here. So we'll see how this second round goes.
Yeah, see what units
otherwise
they
this is
pull
going
up
to go
to. Maybe
to
build ult charge a bit faster.
Yeah, otherwise this map could go to Principality here with a minute, almost 2 minutes on the clock. Honestly, this could be a bit of an upset, because I certainly thought Gugang sure would be able to hold against these guys, but man, this European team is showing up today. With now see Oi rocking out on almost 40k damage with 38k on Pale, and Girlfriend doing 35k, respectively to Gugang. We happen to see 33k and 37k done with Rat doing 37 and Okuri doing 33.
Yeah, I mean, in the first round, Gugang, I think they were able to hold for about 2 minutes here on the initial defense. So it's definitely within the realm of possibility. Damage becoming a little bit more uniform. But yeah, Rat Zombie still holding it down over there. Oguri bringing it back up, waking up. We'll see. I definitely think it's still holdable. They were able to hold it the first round. It's going to be close. It's been a very exciting game. It's kind of hard to say whose side it might go for. Definitely not the way I think we initially thought. But
And I think Principality,
nonetheless.
yeah, and I think Principality here too has probably more knowledge about how you need to play this map. I mean, they're playing it a little farther back, a little bit more defensively. But I feel like it's not working out, and I'm curious to see if we'll happen to see other players play this map just exactly like that off of how
I
they're
think we're
playing.
going to see that more going forward.
Because everyone, as far as I know, tends to play up aggressively toward the spawn and contest for some of those heals. But playing a little far back allows the enemy team to instead come to you, and you only have to play off that one door.
Wait, already going down on the side of Principality.
You'll find
So does
two
the
opening
Unicorn
picks.
too. Yeah, 2 big picks, stalling out more time. The gun tank does go down as well. Rat doing a really good job of holding down that choke over there, making sure their Ash can't get by and no one can get through underneath there.
And yeah, this choke can be really hard to enter through if the enemy team has a lot of CC, such as with Dom, Ash, and especially Susan. We have to see the Pale now come out just to deny a lot of the space, a lot of entryway. They know he's there. We see the Ash Punch come out, does pick up.
Oh, Ash Punch 2-3 gets picked up with it. Oh my, that's one of the issues there. He's able to get his ult so fast. He does go down, but it's worth the exchanges. They have to fall back now and regroup. They cannot get caught lacking. As the Dom pushes their ult, he knows he's taking advantage of this. He is pushing them back, taking the space. Rat goes down as well, and they're just not going to have time to recontest.
Well, that could be
minute left.
no one's going to be able to stall.
Oh,
Wow, that was a decisive victory.
And
Well
that's-
fought for the side of
yeah.
Principality.
Yeah, well fought, and that's kind of what it comes down to, is building up that ult charge quickly. You start at 50% and just that punch goes so hard in that hallway where you kind of have to group up a bit for that fight, which is why maybe people will start electing to hold back in that second choke so you don't have such good punch situations for an Ash like that. Big punch. Well fought on both teams. Again, it was super close there. It came down to the last minute on defense there as Principality was able to secure that. We saw just slightly better team coordination from better ult management and usage and following up and moving together. They've been in sync all day today.
Yeah, honestly, looking back at the map, that was a bit of an upset by Gugang. I'm wondering if we're going to see any roster potential changes, any suit changes. We will be going on to, I believe it's Ironworks, if I'm correct. I'm not
You're not
quite sure on the
correct,
map.
no. I think it's LunarCom or UCC. I think it's Lunar.
Yeah,
I believe it
because
is
I know
Lunar.
UCC was the last map that was picked.
Thermal we just saw, not Thermal, Ironworks we saw in the last fight. So this one is Lunar, which is not too often seen. So it's nice. It's nice to switch it up. Variety is the spice of life. So
Yeah, these domination games can go on for either be a complete shutdown or go on for what feels like an eternity, as specific with this 8-point arrow
Yes.
bomb can last for quite a while.
yeah. I hope we see it. I think it'll be fun. Some fun brawls, overtime extensions, last minute touches. It can be really intense and very entertaining to see. Let's see. I don't see any swaps coming out just yet. Let's see
Do we
what
happen to
they're...
see? Do you think there might be any unit changes at all? Maybe some different stuff being run. I could maybe see a Zeta run on this map.
I see a Zeta, maybe some Z2R, maybe some more melee here. It really just depends. Maybe someone will go crazy, even go sniper.
I mean, Sniper on LunarCom, I've never seen that run before, so I don't know if someone's going to be
Oh, it can happen.
feeling a little
I
too
want to
crazy
see
there.
it. Oh, it can happen, and I want to see it. So it's gonna be
Let's say in
me
Harbor City.
manifesting it.
Yeah.
Psh, it can happen. What about you? What are you thinking?
I'm thinking we could possibly see a Zeta here, maybe even a Dynamez. I've seen Dynamez be played on this map quite a bit. Not really too sure though about what other suits. I feel like Principality isn't going to really change a whole lot about their lineup. Gugang might change one of their suits here or there. Probably still want to keep the Ash and Dom in, as well as maybe the Saz. Could potentially sub out the turn A for maybe something like a new on this map, as that shield does really help secure down C point. Maybe a Z2R, because there's a lot of rat spots on this map.
There is. I mean, Principality, we've been seeing kind of their same consistent comp. They got their 2 shields, they got their Ash, they got their Pale. They kind of been running that same in their Unicorn, and it's been working for them, you know? If it's... Why switch it up now if it's been working so far? You might see Goo respond to that and like. They might have to. I think Principality has it on lock. If anything, Goo might have to make some swaps here on units.
Well,
We'll see,
only one
though.
way to find out as we happen to get set into our game here. As both teams are confirmed ready.
Everybody is readying up right now. I think we should still be on a good server, and we are going to get on into it. Uh-oh. Okay, now we're good.
Time?
It was taking a sweet time. Oh, Gun Evo, how you are missed.
According to Prod, it's always delayed for them. Happen to see some matching banners. It's pretty cool. Hoping to keep those vibes all throughout the rest of the tournament.
We love the good vibes. I think, is there a hook on this map? Do we get hook cam here?
I don't recall if there is one.
I can't, yeah. Maybe A point or C would be my 2 guesses.
My guess would be in spawn.
Not a bad thought. Anybody in chat remember which maps have hooks? Those move?
Those move.
Never have I ever.
I've never seen that before. My entire. Did you know about this 2-cab?
No, I don't know if it's supposed to.
I've never seen those move like that. That's well, you learn
It's supposed to be,
something every
like,
day.
zip tied and secure. Your wires aren't supposed to do that, sir. Also, is there air on the moon? Does it have wind?
I don't think it would because it's in the vacuum of space.
Yeah, can we get a scientist in here? This doesn't feel right. We need someone smarter.
Taking a look at unit lineups, we happen to see on the side of Goo Gang running Pale, Turn A, Saz, Susan, Barb, and Ash. Pretty standard comp here. And a similar lineup, but we happen to see Saz, Ash, Dom, Gun Tank, Pale, and Unicorn. Yeah, no real hard unit changes at all for this map, it seems.
I kind of expected. It's another C comp push. Dang.
Yeah, and these C pushes tend to be really scrappy or...
They do. It's immediately 3 are going down for both sides. It's kind of just an all-out brawl. Whoever can win. We got Shadow holding it down on point. Sosby has just so much presence right now.
See the trying to go for a grab, doesn't get anything, but it does allow to create space to hopefully take that point, which is being contested here by Principalities. They do manage to try to find some decent positioning to secure the point. You see the Barb try to get a pick, does not really get a whole lot. The point does go on the side of Goo Gang here.
Looking if we can really secure this point as Sakurada and their team is gathering back up here for another push on this side. 25 seconds left on this point.
Taking a look at ults here, it seems like Principality is going to have a little bit more advantage here on the ult with Sando being up there at 60, and it seems like well, maybe not, because I'm also looking at ults here from the side of Goo Gang. It seems like Zombie already has his ult up really soon, and Uguri's will have their ult up, same thing with Soccer. And this already now switches off to B.
It might be in the favor of Goo Gang initially here, as they are able to secure the point for the whole time and push down here into B. Principality is already down 2 members, so they're going to have to go for a full regroup. As you see, little Gun Tank Hank coming back to his team, regroup in there. Everyone gathers back up for this fight. See how...
Take a look at ults. We have to see Zombie with their ult up already. Soccer will have their ult shortly. Same thing with Oguri, Cap, and Meal. On Saz, we will see Sando with their ult up soon. Same thing with the Gun Tank, and Oyo is slowly building up their ult now, sitting at around 80%.
Looks like, I'm curious, Goo Gang is electing to get set up here on point. Got Rat just kind of going around doing rat things as a Ash deep in their side though, goes for the punch to try to save himself, only gets a run off on Sandow, unable to confirm it. Soccer left alone on point now, as that is what they were needed to shift the momentum and the tempo as they push in. Their Sazabi is down, not sure where he died, but it did not see him on point as they are down, and they lose it without a single ult use.
Yeah, I'm not sure if that was a great spot to use punch there as you didn't have any of the team, and you're pushing up into some really tanky units into the Saz, Dom, and whatever that third unit was.
In response, catches me out, but does get punished for it. Yeah, I don't know if I agree with that ult usage there.
I'm not sure if I agree with both how the Ashes are using their ult to try to start a fight. It's more, I mean, you can engage with it, but it really depends on the map, like with Flak Fort, for example, where it can be used as an engage tool, but it's often more than not better as a response tool. As we
Right,
now have
shut
to
down
see
that
the,
Hades right there.
Yeah,
That was
Hades
for
or
a
even
punch
another
to
ult.
find that, yeah.
Even also usage on bomb maps where it can be used to stop diffuser is again more of a response tool or a plant. And now switches off to A, so we're going to see a lot more scrappy fights here with about to see 4 ults up on the side of Good Game being turn A, Saz, Susan, and Barb. Again, almost 5 ults up for the sides of Principality with Saz, Dom at 88 right now, Gun Tank, Pale, and Unicorn. You see the Gun Tank ult go up. Could hopefully see a pick here. The Unicorn and the Saz, so 3 ults are now getting used.
Ooh, Gun Tank does find 2 with it. That is big.
They
Saz
do get
going
a
to
res
in.
up. So you managed to see the Dominator comes up. Another res now comes up. So Good Game still
Turn A, let's use their ult too right now. Going around in there.
Seen a lot of ults come out now as they manage to create a bunch of stagger here. See the Dom ult does manage to find 1. See the Pale ult now go off underneath. Does manage to deal a bunch of damage to those up on height as he manages to, you know, hold and secure for the side of Principality here.
Yeah, because of the fight there, a lot of ults are used in that fight to get engagement. You know, Principality is able to secure the point as Blue Gang gets back together here. They don't have anything to push in. At this point, you might even be looking at a setup on B. Rat able to find 1. They do get the revive back up. Only Rat's close to their ult right now.
Yeah, Ghost Principality's going to hold this point down pretty solid. They do manage to find a couple of picks, which could benefit in the favor for transition off from that B point here for Good Gang, as it may end up creating a little bit of stagger for Principality.
Interesting choice. I think there might be just like a little bit of inting on terms of same units. Like Sazabi and Ash have kind of been finding each other, kind of pushing each other a little bit in interesting ways. I think there might be a little bit of a player ego there as they kind of push each other. 'Cause that's an interesting choice.
Yeah, it seems like the Principality manages to win some other gunfights earlier and then managed to hold on to B. Probably was just the luck of Good Gang being able to hold C for so long that they allowed to get a free 25% off there on that point. We have to see the Gun Tank ult come out again. They already got it up that quick off of that A fight.
Yeah, that's pretty quick. Almost fine soccer there. It's able to live. Unfortunately, Ghost does go down, but they are able to exchange. His girlfriend does go down with ult, which is really big. Oguri just went down. Oh, goodness.
Trading out a lot of units here. Principality still holding off. We didn't see the Ash Punch or the Susan go out there. We could potentially see it as the rest of the team eventually follows up out in the point. CD4C does manage to get the confirm. What a hyper hammer there on T Gun Tank. No one's able to. Oh, they do manage to get the revive, but it's a little too late for the rest of the team.
Yeah, I needed to use those ults a little sooner. Almost use punch to get back in, but then you're just stranded and there's not much to do.
Yeah, you know, looking back at that B point fight, it seemed like Good Gang was a little bit staggered there, not quite coordinated, and they ended up dying off with 2 ults remaining. That could have been a pretty big decisive factor for that B fight, and it probably could have almost net them the game, if not at least enough percentage to then stagger back onto either A or C point. Which could have at least had a much more drawn out or more desirable result. Taking a look at the damage, it seems like damage-wise is pretty even with the exception of Ghost. Not quite sure what's going on with them there if they aren't able to find any of their picks as a melee. Just not getting a whole lot of damage out there, and a huge damage disparity is probably what's doing it for them, with Zombie bleeding at 16k damage, and falling on the side of Principality, we see Lux actually on Gun Tank with 20k, and then Girlfriend following up with 18k respectively.
Yeah, a bit more damage output on the side of Principality. We'll see what adjustments Good Gang is going to do, what conversations they might be having, what they need to do to answer to this. I think it's slightly better coordination, something we talked about, but it's so important. Like the way Principality is playing together, it doesn't seem that Good Gang is quite moving and holding the way they need to.
Yeah, it seems like Good Gang's having a lot of trouble being able to stay together or take fights together, whereas Principality is able to play together on a lot of team. Despite the fact that they may play separately, they're all CCing or FFing onto the same target. So their target focus is very good here from what I'm witnessing.
100%, and that's been part of it too. Is there's been no follow-ups with ult or people going in, and no team is there to go with the follow-up on like melee pushes. But it seems now, though, 3 go down on the side of Principality. They did make swaps. Sakura is on Unicorn now. Ghost went on Z2R. I do like the rat pick here. They are able to secure the point. They do go down, but right now it is Guggen holding it down.
Yeah, D4C also switching off turn A to Pale, and then Oguri on Gundam. Some very interesting picks here. It seems like they're still, you know, similar unit, I guess, composition-wise with the shooters, but it seems like everyone's kind of trading, being like, hey, how about instead I play Pale because you're not playing Pale here, playing too well, and then you play Gundam because I'm not playing too consistently. And that might be working out here. We now see a little bit more effective team fights going up. Meal's still stuck on tank duty once again. Unfortunately, it does go down, but they do manage to hold A here for quite some time.
It's good. The entire team almost gets ult charge on the A fight on the side of the gang.
Principality will end up having a numbers advantage going into B and allow them to get set up. If you are able to get set up on B, you can easily contest it on either side of the houses, and it becomes a little bit hard to retake. Go ahead and look at ult eco. That being said, we see Oguri, D4C, and Ash up on ults, with almost everyone in Gugeng having their ults ready, with Meal close at 90%, Soccer at 85, and the Z2R at 80. They can take advantage of that. They should be able to get a couple of good engages here before the Ash. No, Ash does already get their punch up before the Oi gets their ult up. We have to see the Ash punch come
Ash
out.
punch is massive. Come behind on, Guggen and Meal get 2 there.
They do manage to trade out a few. We see the Pale come out, and that might be effective here as it is used to clean up. We see the Gun Tangle come out. Does not manage to find a pick as D4C does clean it up and then gets traded out by Oi's Hades. So it seems like they took advantage of the fact that, despite probably knowing that Guggen had their ults up, they decided to play more into, hey, we need to use all of our ults now before they use theirs. And that really played well into their strategy going into that keyhole.
Yeah, 100%. Girlfriend's on a big punch on that to able to get 2. Great start to this. Gun Tank also using theirs to take, or at least distract Pale, so Oi could get their Pale out of their Hades. Great usage there to actually take the point and win the fight and secure it.
Yeah, as it goes now back to A, with 2 team members already down from the side of Principality, 3 now down, trading out for Meal. It seems like they might be able to take and hold A here, or at least try to find a good position-wise. Taking a look at the ults, they do have a good ult eco here. Oguri is very soon at 75, Zombie at 60. You see Meal, Soccer, and Z2R still have their ults up. Sando with their ult, Dom also with their ult, and the Unicorn up their ult for the side of Principality. Does find an early pick onto Gun Tank, so it looks like they might have a pretty solid hold here. No, the Dom will now comes back on the side of Principality. Does try to take space. We'll see if it works, as they have a couple of team members now jumbled in the bottom of A, trying to take as much space as they possibly can. We see the Unicorn out, does find a pick. You see a lot of trades come out here. Excellent ult usage from the side of Principality.
Yeah, Guggen on the setup there, no one was there taking the high side. They did get 3 that went behind and was able to push up on there, and then they just kind of forgot or just let high to be free, and we saw Unicorn go up there with their ult and able to take great advantage of that as they get pushed out of it as the point opens. Oh no, and 3 go down and they still have their ults, and all 3 with ults are down, and it's going to be even more of a delay as they have to regroup to take this.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure what's going on here when the side of Gugeng. I mean, did the Gundam ult just get used, or is that... No, it's just a graphical bug. Yeah, it seemed like... I'm not sure what's going on with ult callouts here on the side of Gugeng, as they had... They could have at least used 1 or 2 ults to try to hold that and initiate it, as target now goes to C. They might be in a more favorable position here with their ults, being able to use Gundam to clear out point and Meal able to secure the area, and also the Ash punch. Yeah, as it now is used to take space and hold, but it might have been used for too early. They still have 10 seconds, which is a good amount of time they can use. We have to see Ghost here on the flank. Could try to find a pick off of somebody here. Managed to find a pick off the Saz, which forces him back, as they now try to hold off for C. Ash using the Molly to great effect on the CC. Zux and Oyoy now trying to use both of their ults. See the Gun Tank ult come out. Could find a confirm here. Oh no, it's still seeing Oguri trying to hold it back out. Shield gets taken out, and it seems like they just happen to lose out on that fight.
Chase out that little Gun Tank ult. That was...
What an interesting pick there with that usage of that Gun Tank ult, being able to just try to stagger off as many people as they can off a point. Does allow Principality to hold for point. We have to see D4C, Soccer, and trying to use their ult to take here. There comes the Z2R and the ass punch as well.
Ass punches a unicorn in the middle of the ult. They were finding good value. D4C still holding it down though on Hades, finding a lot with them right now.
Still see the Z2R ult as well. Still using, you gotta use it, try to take down the sides if you can. If you don't use it, it's gonna be a unit that's still up, and that's 1400 health with a shield.
Right, you can't
still opting to hold on to it. Does use it on the sides, but it's just by yourself on point.
Yeah.
Man, that was a bit of a misplay there, being able to use Z2R ult that late. I mean, you should have popped it a little earlier when you had your team fight in there. Could have easily cleaned up. But it seems like that's just going to Principality. Man, that was, I honestly think, now that's a hard upset right there, because I think Goo Gang having that better experience, I was expecting them to come out on top against this team. But no, this team of players I've never seen before is just doing a clean sweep, and I could expect them to make it all the way up to final bracket.
Yeah, genuinely, this is going to be the team to watch and the team to beat. As you know, they upset Goo Gang. They are upsetting a lot of the teams that we have had more experience here. So they've just been playing better. The ult economy again on the side of Goo Gang. Just questionable pushes and extensions, not quite playing with the team. Ult usage just wasn't as well done, or the callouts just maybe weren't there or too late. I'm not sure. Just very clean on the side of Principality.
Yeah, so we take a look at our bracket here. It seems like, let me go ahead and check back on bracket, at least for my side. I'm taking a look at one of the upcoming teams. We are going to have Principality versus Second Coming of Goo Gang was the game we just watched, and it seems like Serenity versus GM Geeks ended up winning with Serenity in favor. So our next upcoming game that we might be able to see could be Serenity Principality, though that is for winners bracket finals, so it'll probably be saved for next week. We do have some losers brackets going on. Not sure if there'll be an intermission for that, or if we're going to be able to get to one of those games soon. I'll probably have to hear back from TO about that. But yeah, a lot of interesting matches today. Principality is the team to look out for. I mean, they caused a lot of upsets. They're definitely a very coordinated team, so I'm very interested in seeing what pops out here for that team.
Yeah, they have just been performing, playing well, playing out of their minds, just doing everything that they need to do. And it's going to be a very fun game against Serenity, who so far have taken it as far. These beat GM Geeks, which is fun to say. So I don't think we are going to get to the winners bracket today. I think it is going to switch over to one losers bracket game, but we will see.
We might be waiting on that as we see Graves versus Team Chaos, and Soletta versus Nebulous. According from TO, we're going to have a 5 to 10 minute intermission, so if you guys want to, for our very last game, go get some water, use the restroom, snacks, whatever you need to do, and hunker down, feel a little more comfortable for a week, move on to our last game.
Did it hurt like hell, falling through the clouds to be free? Oh, free. It was hard enough for me to fight the storm. Were you hoping that I could keep us both warm? Hearing sirens playing from the start. Hearing sirens playing from the start, from the start, from the start, from the start. Hey, hey. Did you hear them sirens playing? Hear them sirens playing from the start, from the start, from the start. Hey, hey. Hear them sirens playing from the start. Hear them sirens from the start. Hey, hey. Did you hear them sirens playing? Hear them sirens playing from the start. Hey, hey. Hear them sirens playing from the start. Hear them sirens playing from the start. From the start. From the start. Hear them sirens playing from the start.
You and me, hanging from the willow tree, quietly drifting in the open breeze. Suddenly, the wind blows you away from me. Now I see we were never meant to be. If only we could travel back in time. Whoa, right where we belong. Maybe we'll never need a reason why. Whoa, dancing till the dawn. If only we could travel back in time. Whoa, right where we belong. Maybe we'll never need a reason why. Whoa, dancing till the dawn. Born from the same branch and leaves, wild and free, living here in harmony. Don't you see? This is where you want to be. When you leave, the world is never what it seems. If only we could travel back in time. Whoa, right where we belong. Maybe we'll never need a reason
like we're falling away. Maybe I just need to feel nothing to make it easier to turn away and leave. Maybe we're fanning the flame, so why do I keep holding out my hand to get burned? I don't wanna clash anymore. I can hear the ghosts in the walls. It's telling me to run away, away, yeah. I don't wanna crash anymore. I can hear the ghosts in the walls. It's telling me to run away.
Howdy, we are
Back.
back after quite a showcase of a match there with Principality of Xeon wiping the floor against the second coming of Gugang, forcing them back into losers. So we will actually be moving on to some losers bracket matches today. I believe we're going to be watching L3-1, which is the outcome of either Graves or Chaos versus GM Geeks.
Yeah, it's been an absolute showing from the side of Principality of Xeon. The last match was so close and so well fought on the side on both teams. Just a little bit better though on the side of Principality of Xeon, and they've just been dominating today. So you'll have to tune in next week for their next match between them and Serenity.
Yeah, and from what I've been told, it seems like a lot of the players on the side of Principality have been utilizing that mentorship program and coaching provided by other players. If you guys are wanting to get better, I highly suggest you utilize some of that coaching and feedback you can get from some of the older professional players. And it's clearly been benefited in their favor. I mean, some of these players have been putting time into aim trainers such as Kovacs or aim labs, been grinding out on casuals and private lobbies just to try to get better, and getting a lot of feedback from VOD reviews. And even just hearing out a bunch of other ideas that other players may throw out there. And it's clearly been paying off for the side of Principality, going up against some of these old heads like myself, such as, Meal or Zombie on the side of Gugang, and really making a showing here. So if you guys are looking to get better, always feel free to reach out to some of our amazing mentors out in the community.
Yeah, please do that. We talked about how just learning mechanics here and just different like map theory and understanding your role can play out in other games as well and can be super beneficial. And the people here, they are very kind, caring, and compassionate. They really, they want you to improve. They put in the time. So it's a super beneficial program if that's something you're interested in. It is available for you.
Now, take a look at some of the possible choices of teams that are going to be going up against GM Geeks. Sorry, I almost said GM Cheeks. We have possibly Graves or Chaos going up against them today. I'm potentially seeing a Graves versus GM Geeks game today, and that's going to be pretty scrappy, and I think that's going to be a very even fight. Now, if we happen to see GM Geeks versus Team Chaos, I believe, was that match already played before? In a lower bracket, or am I thinking of something? No, I'm thinking of Nebulous versus Gym Geeks. Yeah, Chaos versus Gym Geeks, or Graves versus Gym Geeks. I think it'll be a little bit more of an even match. We've seen Chaos try to actually hold their own against Gugang, and Graves has some familiar faces. So I feel like both of these teams are going into round 3 of losers bracket. Could be an interesting get up. Definitely could end up going to a third match, most likely.
Yeah, it'd be interesting if we can take it to a third match. We did get to see Chaos and Grave earlier fight it out. Grave lost to Principality of Xeon, which was, I don't want to say upsetting, but definitely, I think it was a little bit more thought to be favored in the side of Grave, and Principality of Xeon really put it out there. And then Chaos we saw go against Gugang. I don't know. I think I'm gonna go for Team Chaos on this one. I think they might be able to take the win out. Yeah, that's my bet.
Okay.
So, yeah.
Okay, so now you're showing your bias here.
No,
okay.
no. Listen, if you're going to go for Grave, I have to. So just to keep things fair and even, you take one and I'll take the other. But
Fair.
they have been trying. They've been putting in the work and the effort. who knows what kind of comms they've been having in the background, talking about what they need to do, what swaps they're going to be making. I think as this progresses, people are only going to get more locked into it.
Yeah, and taking a look at some of the other brackets with the teams, we did happen to see Geek Bar Gang versus Team Chaos with Chaos losing. And then we happen to see FaZe Xeon versus Nebulous with FaZe Xeon also losing their bracket, which means Geek Bar and FaZe Xeon. Sorry, unfortunately, you guys ended up taking the first loss of the day. Happens to the best of us, but hey, thanks for playing in the tournament. We hope to see you guys around again. Currently, the other loser games going on in the bracket would be Soleta Society versus Nebulous. The winning team will be fighting up against the second coming of Goo Gang, which I think will be a pretty decisive in the second coming of Goo Gang team. You know what? If I had to have a bracket prediction here, might be too early. You did say I was wrong on a lot of my brackets.
I did call you out during permission, yeah.
But I think it's going to be GM Geeks versus Goo Gang, and I think Goo Gang wins that. And then it's going to be I think Principality will beat Serenity. I think Principality is then it's going to be Serenity versus Goo Gang, and then Serenity beats Goo Gang, and then it's going to be Principality versus Serenity again in Winners Final. Or Grand Final, I should say. That is my prediction. So according to TO, we have L22 on double overtime, and Grave, so that'd be Soleta versus Nebulous on double overtime, and L21, Grave versus Team Chaos now on game 3. So we might go to a short intermission here until we hear back from both teams, but looking like it might be a pretty interesting upcoming matchup for whatever losers bracket we have to the stream. So stay tuned.
Okay.
Inside lane, missing exits. I'm glued to the pavement. Between the lines, I'll keep my gaze straight ahead as the last stop flies by. No more waiting for the gun to fire. No more walking through revolving doors. I've gone around once, and I don't need to go around anymore. It's time to break away. Forget your
could seat you by the fire. Listen, listen. There's something I must confide. I know I said that it'd be fine. I know I made it look like it'd be alright. But I think I learned my lesson, and I'm not gonna let you out of my sight. You can call me killer, 'cause I'll bring you to the light. And it might taste bitter when you're answering to God. You can call me killer as you look into my eyes. Nothing but a sinner. You won't get away this time. You won't get away this time. You won't get away this time. You won't get away.
Why you're always trying so hard to make me surrender? Why you always in my face? Do you really think it's over? 'Cause I've been kicked when I'm so down, too much until it's numb. And there's nobody, nobody can steal my fire, nobody can steal my soul, nobody can steal my soul. Nobody can steal my fire, nobody can steal my soul, nobody can steal my soul. Now the sword is in my hands, I'm holding on for dear life. If you try to take it away from me, I hope you're up for a fight. 'Cause I've been kicked when I'm so down, too much until it's numb. And there's nobody, nobody can steal my fire, nobody can steal my soul, nobody can steal my soul. Nobody can steal my fire, nobody can steal my soul, nobody can steal my soul. I'm holding on my life till the very last breath. Got me feeling fucked up, see the floors in red, but now I know that I'm safe in a place called home. Lost Nobody can steal my fire, nobody can steal my soul, nobody can steal my soul. Nobody can steal my fire, nobody can steal my soul, nobody can steal my soul.
And we are back with our last match of the game, looking into a game against GM Geeks versus Grave L3-1. We ended up hearing back that a lot of the games were very close in our losers brackets. With some pretty interesting games. We apparently ended up having a double overtime from Solota Society and Nebulous, both evenly matched teams, and then Graves versus Team Chaos going into a round 4, I believe. So this is going to be a very interesting matchup between Graves and GM's Geeks. I was correct on my prediction there. I have not quite yet failed in my predictions yet, despite the fact that I was wrong a majority of the time. Take that, Gab.
Good job. So proud of you, Garma. Yeah, you were correct on your predictions, and your map predictions have also been on point. You've been pretty spot on with those. So let's see, who do you think, what maps are they going to go for this time?
Well, when we do get access to map bans from production here, I have a feeling with both of these teams we're at least going to see for sure a domination map. Probably won't be R&D because it's been getting banned quite a bit, but if I'm proven wrong, I'll be glad to because I love R&D. We'll probably see something along the line of thermal. As I take a look at production here, we now see Flak 4 Ironworks being banned, Missile Base Quarry being banned as well. So we could possibly see an R&D here, and that's actually really awesome because I love that map. Jim Geeks opting to pick Colony Trading Post. I think it does work well in their favor. I believe they have done well on destruction maps, if my memory serves correct. I've been casting for quite a while
Right,
now,
I think they
so
also
my
picked
brain's
CTP
fried.
last time, but I can't remember exactly who did pick that last time. But we have seen it today, and we do have some domination hanging out there. You have been talking about R&D, wanting to see it all day. Maybe we'll see it here. Lunar Calm is still hanging out there. We'll see as this
So
map
we
moves
see
on to
Graves pick
Grave.
UCC, so it seems like we're going some destruction maps. Those will be very interesting to see as they are a very team-focused map. We have to have a lot of ability to rotate quickly off of site and gain hold or retake waypoint, which now just leaves Mountain R&D, Lunar, and Canyon up for grabs. So either 2 capture point or possibly domination. And I was about to predict Canyon base being out because no one really likes to play 2 capture points. There's Lunar Com, Mountain R&B. And if I have to guess, I personally don't like playing Lunar Com. The map kind of sucks. I hate playing C point and B point. It feels okay-ish, and A point's always a bit of a team fight, and it's full of scuffle. And personally, I would just rather get it over with. So I'd rather go for R&D, which has a little bit more, interesting fighting.
No, I agree with that statement. R&D, there's a little bit more strategy where you're going to push height from, what units you're going to do for that. Flyers are so strong there, and you almost have to run them in R&D. I would like to see a game there. We haven't seen it once today. It would be nice if we could take it there.
And just like that, Lunarcom's getting banned. Mount R&D is going to be our last pick. It is, unfortunately, the last pick, so depending on how the games go, we probably won't end up seeing it, but that does leave Colony Trading Post with GM Geeks opting to attack first. Graves opting to defense second, which most likely means that Graves will then end up defending second for UCC, and it's not going to really matter on R&D because it's domination.
Very true. We're going to go to CTP first. I mean, last Graves fight before, they did go to the 3rd map, so maybe we'll be able to see that again. We also got double overtime from the others losers bracket, so
yeah, this could be a very interesting matchup. I mean, these destruction games, they can last quite a while too, so this could be potentially a long game. We'll see if our voices can still last by then. Going into the domination map last, though, would be very at least beneficial, so it's not ending on a very long drawn out map. But we'll have to see how these matches close, and both of these teams, I'd argue, are probably fairly evenly matched. Both of these teams do have some competitive experience in CIL and some of the lower bracket tournaments as well. So it could be some fairly even matches here, some entertaining stuff that won't be too swept out, which is what we've been seeing a lot on stream. So maybe these last few matches will be a little bit more entertaining for you guys.
yeah, I think both teams are evenly matched. I think it's going to be very entertaining for both of us. I got my water right here to help keep my voice hydrated to help cast through this, because you are right, it's been a long day for yapping. My voice is feeling it. I still got a DM tomorrow for D&D, so I'm going to be doing a lot of yapping. Got to stay hydrated through it.
As now we just await on teams to go ahead and file in and get ready for these upcoming matches. Are we thinking about unit picks for Colony? Because I think for sure we'll happen to see a Zeta, possibly on both teams.
100%.
Yeah, because Zeta's very good on Colony with the ult, as well as being a flyer with a free shield. You can do a lot with that suit. Ashe is almost, I would believe, mandatory for every single map. You could possibly run a Saz and a Z2R as well on this. Maybe a Nu as well. Remember, Nu in his heyday became a really strong suit, and a lot of people started to run it on, especially these destruction maps. It's a very versatile suit with the shield, very tanky as well, and it can dish out quite a bit of damage with the Fit Funnels.
No, 100%. We have been seeing him a lot here for these bomb maps. So we might see a pick here. It does provide a lot of value with that shield for his ult. You mentioned Sazabi as well, also a solid pick. 2 flyers is kind of a solid strat, at least on the first point. High probability of seeing that. After that, it's really what the players feel comfortable with. Pale or Unicorn always goes well. Solid pick, maybe even a Barb too. For defense, we'll see. Are there any units we haven't seen today, Karma? Have we seen anything?
I believe we have yet to see. Let me see. We've seen the camper. We've seen.
This is a destruction.
Oh my
Yeah,
gosh! I feel like
Axio.
we have. I feel like there's one unit we haven't seen today.
Have you seen GM Sniper too?
We saw it chosen, but we didn't see a whole lot of use out of it.
I think, I think they might have swapped off in media. I think it might be the only unit we haven't seen so far today. Correct us if we're wrong, chat. But yeah,
Psy
almost
get
every unit
picked.
has been used.
Yeah.
Yari ran Methis for a little bit. We've seen a couple Methis Pale Rider combos, classics.
In melee, we've seen turn A. Yeah, nothing really comes to mind.
Yeah. Let's see what they choose here as we do get set up. Looks like on the side of GM Geeks, we got Smeagol going on Unicorn. Love my Unicorn pick here. We got Kafu on Gundam, Iron on Dom. Seen him on Dom all day, doing some good stuff. Shifu going on Exia. I don't know if they're gonna stick with that. Aqua on Ash, and ooh, I'm gonna mispronounce that. Peridot on Guntank.
Yeah. We see Iron Spider rocking the Saz Yari on Pale, Kyowo on Marisai. We've seen them on Marisai before. And Ethan on Gundam, Supernova on Hype. She does a wonderful job on Hype. And then Weebu on Ash.
Yeah, a little bit tankier on the side of Kyowo's Graves teams. We got Saz, we got Hyperion. Marisai alone also has a decent health pool, so a bit tankier. Anime also has, Gundam has his shield. A little bit more shield heavy on their side. And only one flyer, no Zeta on either side.
No Zeta. I'm actually quite surprised by that. I was thinking there'd be a Zeta because it's quite effective on this map being a flyer and having a lot of deniability or secure oversight with the ult, as well as with eye laser doing a lot of damage. But we don't see that here, and I'm kind of surprised. So I'm wondering how both these teams are going to play out, considering someone's running a Marisai, which is an off pick. We already see a bomb plant go out there on the side of B, which should hopefully give the team enough time to secure away and then take space.
That was a very quick bomb plant on their side. He does go down for it, but a worthy trade.
Working in their favor as the rest of Goo Gang already takes a lot of their fights and wins them for a team kill. Oh my gosh. Was not expecting that level of aggression there from Goo Gang, and it works in their favor.
Yeah. Yeah, Graves' team has to regroup here. Very aggressive here, and I don't even think GM Geeks' team was prepared for that. Or no, Graves' team, was prepared for that. GM Geeks pushed us up on them.
Yeah, sorry, GM Geeks. I think I may have put Goo Gang
There's been a lot of games today. Okay. Yeah, we see Yari here on height trying to do some poke out there. They only have 20 seconds, so they're going to have to make a move now if they want to get something going. Got C Supernova on the left trying to take in some space there. That's 10 seconds now. They do get a pick on the gun take. They're going to have to go and make some pressure now if they want to do something with this.
I don't think they're going to be able to, considering the bomb is at B side and they don't have a whole lot of room left to go. Only 3 seconds. The Saz does have to stick it, but dies before they can even do anything. And taking a look at ults now, just off of that first one, we see the Gundam ult come up, and that's really it. I mean, that was a very fast take. Some units aren't even halfway up yet. So that was just a very surprising take by Gym Geeks there.
Yeah, very fast. Weeaboo gets staggered out there a little bit as they're getting set up here on this choke, but they're just pushing strong. They are pushing fast. Shifu goes in on Hyperion. The rest of the team is there. They use the ult from Kafu, already going in, taking more space. They secure the waypoint. Fortunately, Sasuke does go down. Kyowo does shoot the ult down, grabs Kafu there.
Confirms. Yeah, we're seeing a little bit of utility come out here from the Marisai. They're almost up to ult now, up at 85%. We see Aquatic get a couple of picks. As the rest of the team on Gym Geeks is hoping to stabilize around way and hopefully solidify for a next push here, which they'll have Ash Punch, they'll have Gun Tank, they'll have Unicorn and Dom. And of course, Shifu is also very close with their Hype ult as well.
Yeah, Ethan there and Ayari went for a back cap on the waypoint, so now Iron Otaku and his team are kind of caught out here as everyone else has to come from spawn side and go get the waypoint. Iron going back to capture away. Smart move to get out of there as they fight here on the waypoint.
Graves is now trying to regroup here and hold off for waypoint, and then the rest of Gym Geeks now pushing out, taking a lot of space. Seeing both teams pretty evenly held here on that little shelf. Holding off for both A and B points. We do happen to see the Unicorn go out, be able to deal a lot of damage there and get some confirms. As now the rest of Gym Geeks is on B. We could see a plant here.
Yeah, looks like the plant's going off. Looks like Weeaboo's ult did go off, but they did die in the middle of the yard. Oh my gosh, everything
the Supernova come out, but doesn't get anybody in that quarter. I'm a little bit confused there.
No, unfortunately not, but Iron Taco is there behind him with his ult to help carry up for it as Yari pops ult and doesn't make a spot in the middle of it. They do get an A plant off on top. I think the Gun Tank was able to do that as he does go down for it.
Come out to try to zone off point. Does manage to get taken out by Iron Spider. Does give space for Aquatic to hopefully try to confirm against the Saz. We now see the Marisai come out to also confirm more. They defused does come out, but does not really make it
No,
through.
defuse, yeah, he was getting poked. He had to pull off of there. He was going to die. Now we have the, oh, the gun tank ult is definitely going to clear that. It
Does get
drives the
first
shield
two.
for it, gets 2 down for it. Oh my gosh.
Wow, this is becoming a very bit of a scrappy fight here for this A-hole, as both teams are now becoming a little bit staggered. We're having to see a little bit more aggression here from the side of Graves. But it's not really working out too much in their favor, as it seems like Gym Geeks will hold this.
Yeah, unfortunately, sadly, Pop Ulva wasn't able to really find much value with the Supernova. Now Pop Sir is able to find too.
But not really a whole lot, as everyone's
Unfortunately,
ended up
yeah,
being pushed back.
there, yeah. Time expires.
Well, that was a very decisive round there by Gym Geeks, and that could possibly set the pace for possibly the next set of games. If Gym Geeks is able to hold that pace and hold that aggression, this will be a pretty decisive win on these next 2 games.
You might be right about that, Garma. That was a very quick push from side of GM Geeks. I don't think Grave was quite prepared for that. We'll see if they make any adjustments, what they're talking about, what they're going to do in response to them. Maybe see the same level of aggression in return. Yeah.
Taking a look at damage here, it's, I would say, fairly even with the side of Yariel and Kyovo, but the rest of the Graves team is falling off pretty hard on damage-wise. Whereas everyone on Gym Geeks is just able to round out above 10k. Seeing that Nokafu's holding up at 15k and Yariella on 12k. Looks like they might be doing a few unit swaps here. Yariella going to camp for not a whole lot of unit swaps on the side of Gym Geeks, though. They're still retaining their same comp.
Yeah, I mean, it's working for them. You can see the damage output is consistent between all of them, honestly, all in the 10k and above range. Graves team kind of trying to figure it out, still making the swaps. I think they just issues we've been seeing kind of throughout the whole day, just not quite playing in together. Ult management usage also hasn't been the best. We'll see what they do going forward. See if they can answer that aggression with their own aggression.
Yeah, you know, I'm thinking, honestly, if I am Graves here, I feel like into this comp, maybe a Susan could do really well. Zeta's a very good defensive unit, but they're now playing to attack. And, now again, I could honestly just see maybe a Susan or maybe a Zeta if you're able to land your shots. It is a very strong unit here on Colony. Just trying to think of what else, Graves could possibly do to kind of match that aggression.
Yeah, and it looks like Yari is going camper. Unfortunately, does get taken out. Is left a loner over
Already
on that.
down 3 and captured way. It's probably going to be almost a lockdown map if that's going to be the pace for the rest of the game. I mean, Graves is having struggle even holding up against it. They do manage to at least try to hold off of way here against Gym Geeks, but it's going to be a pretty hard fought match for this, as they do manage to bait out a plant.
So yeah, they are able to get the waypoint though. So we do have a Smeagol there and Gun Tank holding it down on height. Yari there trying to clear him off so they can maybe get a B plant. They did a good job still though of like falling back and holding their positions, delaying Graves' team from getting up there and getting a bomb plant. They are going for an A attempt. I don't think they have anyone there to answer it. Ash going up trying, but they do get it off at A right now. Iron Attack coming in the flank with the Exia.
Yeah, I'm taking a look at some of the ults now and going on the first plant. We see the Gundam ult at 70. We see, 3 now go down on the side of Geeks, with Graves still holding out pretty well. Graves only has Kyo's ult up coming soon, so they're going to have to try to keep Kyo up for a while to hopefully not die, to use that hook to their advantage to take off any defenders.
Yeah, they're doing a pretty good job holding here. There's only 30 seconds left. There might be one more attempt on the side of GM Geeks to make for a push here, and it looks like they are setting up for it. The only ult they really have to push in right now is Gundam's ult.
Could still be quite effective here, but it looks like they might be opting. No, they could be trying to go in for a fast push here if they manage to make it. Supernova's very low, does go down. They do get 2 picks. Have to isolate the Saz.
They're fighting 2 picks though. He's going down. The Saz goes down. Yubu is there. Doesn't have.
No, the Ash Molly.
Oh, it was
clutch.
so close at the last second. Oh, I thought they had it.
Oh, last second time's up. Yeah. Last second
underestimate the
time's
power
up.
of the Ash Molly. Yeah, second time's up.
Those who know, as they now try to push out into second choke here. Do have a couple of ults here to use. We see Kyo use his, Weibo, and Ash still have theirs.
now playing a little bit more aggressive against into this team. It seems they're now trying to go bar for bar, ult for ult, and try to take in as much space as they can regarding how fast that last key round ended up going. Now we do happen to see a change from Exia onto Hyperion. Interesting switch.
It seems to be working as they were able to push back and take the waypoint. We do have Dom behind. Might be able to get a sneaky back half. Able to get 2. Oh, but I don't know if they'll be able to hold it. They lost the bay. It's just the 2 of them. Anime Ethan drops ult. They are... Oh no, they're able to take it out, yeah.
At best, it allows them to at least take some space to grab a waypoint for the rest of the team. But it seems like... Oh, they might be... Okay, they might be able to take it. I was a little bit worried that it's not going to be contested because everyone being staggered.
No, it's being contested. They're back there. They were able to push up in time. So
yeah, no, we got it.
And now they're fighting here.
Yeah, we see the gun will come up. We see the push
big
now
punch
come
from Ryubo.
out. Pretty
Catches
good punch.
3 of them, yeah.
Catches 3 of them. Forces a few more to back, but the Gundam will also picking up one. Playing very aggressive here, and I like to see that. Kyo is still trying to do as much damage as they can on Marasai. We see the hype now coming out as well. Kyo doing all that they can. We see the rest of... Sorry, Graves now coming down here to hopefully try to get a plant on the B site. See the hammer come out.
Beautiful hammer coming out, connecting, yeah. He does go down for it too. I don't think they're going to be able to get the res off on him as they are defended well underneath on B. We still have the
They might try to go for an A point here. That is open. I'm not sure if they have the numbers for it though. Looks like they're going again for a second B plant. They're holding it well and managed to hold it or get the plant off. Now they just have to secure it. And it looks like they might have the ults up for it with Saz and Hype in addition to Marasai now.
The Hold'em gun tank ult does go off to his spine. Kyo, who does, oh no, they have ult, which is so great for denial. Supernova gets hammered out of their ult.
Out of it.
Oh no, such a big denial. It's lined up so well. Yeah, spiders popping. They're trying to hold. Oh, I bet Kyo wishes they were there. What a time.
Hit.
Able to delay
Very
though.
close fight here. We do see Kyo still have their ult, and they should be making it back in time.
Yard trying to stall for as long as possible.
It
Oh
gets
no.
blocked by the pillar. They get the defuse off.
1
Man, that was
HP, they body blocked just well enough. If Kyo was ult connected, that would have been it, but unfortunately it doesn't quite find them, and they're able to secure that defuse.
The rest of Graves is now staggered and being held back by majority of the team fight now on Gym Geeks. Sorry, I keep wanting to call them Goo Gang for some reason. But they're managing to now push out. Yeah, we see now Shishibu pick up 1, 2.
Oh my god!
But Peridot taking credit for most of those kills.
It's a team-based game. It is all about the teamwork. We love to see it. Kyo, though, is about to get jumped. I don't think they know that he is about to, get jumped by the enemy team as he has to play his life and stall so the rest of his team can come back on the waypoint because they're going to be pushed and try and take advantage of that. We see the Gundam ult come out. Yeah, Kafu wants that space. He wants that waypoint back. Iron Otaku pops their ult too in response. Keep trying to take that space, denying the res there. And it is working as 3 go down on the side of GM Graves.
That was quite the recovery there from Graves.
Yeah, that was such a turnaround.
Went from Jim Geeks having 20 seconds left on bomb to Graves taking it all the way back to waypoint.
Taking Iron Taku out of the game, giving him some of that spam in the hallway. Could be huge. Unicorn pops their ult in response, trying to take that space back. Gunting pops theirs too. They don't really have too much ult. They need a big punch or a big ult from Gundam right now to take the space.
Unicorn finds 2 here. We do happen to see the Gundam ult up, but is not able to get played
right
at
now.
all.
For a big punch comes out, half his team is dead though. I don't know if he's going to be able to get much. He's able to get 2, but does he have team to help push him with that? I don't think he does as he gets caught out.
See the Saz now just playing alone by themselves. We have to see the camper try to come follow up. Saz gets picked out. Now it's just going to become a bit of a stagger fest here. I'm not sure if Graves is going to be able to retake the point here. Or shall I say Gym Geek's able to retake.
Yeah, they don't really have a Z2R anyway to burst through. They, unfortunately, I think this is going to be it for them.
Yeah, and that was a pretty decisive win for Gym Geeks there.
Yeah. Strong showing from GM Geeks. Playing really well there together, utilizing their ults. Just really solid gameplay overall from them. Grave was trying there. I don't think they played as tight or managed their ults as well. some of them got caught out in awkward situations alone. I think it's just like a little bit of miscommunication maybe on when they were going to push and what they were going to do when. But still pretty solid, and we'll see how they go into the next game.
And Iron doing a lot of confirms there. 53 enemy units disabled. Shifu doing about 28k damage. A lot of damage coming out from the side of Gym Geeks there. And you know, while we did see to try to shift in Graves to play a little bit more aggressive with some of their positioning or playing a lot more together in team fights, it just didn't quite match up. And you know, even Gym Geeks ended up responding back saying, hey, you guys want to go bar for bar with shields, we'll also run our own hype. And it worked out really well for them.
Yeah, if you can't beat them, sometimes matching them is the way to go. And Hyperion put in the work. We saw that ult there at the end from Shifu, catching I think 4 there at the end. Pretty big. They had their gun tank there to help clean up those kills, which is super important. Just solid gameplay overall from the side of GM Geeks.
Yeah, don't know if we'll see any player swaps, but possibly could with Iron Otaku and Jun Shindo here. It's a possibility. Looking into UCC, do we think there's going to be any unit swaps here? I don't think there will be.
Yeah, I was just thinking that. Maybe, yeah, I don't know. I don't know if Yari will want Comfort. They're kind of a very versatile player and kind of flex anything. But I don't think we'll see too much of a variation here. They've kind of been running the units that they've been running. We'll see. Could be wrong, though. Maybe we'll see a Zeta. Haven't seen him as much as we thought we would today, though.
I'm wondering if we might see another Dynamiz or Sniper opening on this map, because it is very commonplace to use it, and Dynamiz is very popular to play on this just with the graph alone. And it can lock down sightlines really easily on that first point.
I'm pretty sure we saw Kafu here earlier, too, on Sniper doing work with Dynamis. So, yeah, it does have good value here. And it looks like there might be a swap coming out for the side of GM Geeks.
Yeah, we happen to see Jun Shindo, who I don't think I've seen play at all. I wonder if they're a new player that was put out in this tournament. Very interesting to see how well they perform. Look forward to see them.
First, yeah, new name for me too. It's awesome that all these players are getting into this, enjoying it. Maybe it's the first time even in like a competitive experience. What a wonderful way to get into it. Yeah, they are readying up. I would like for it to go to a game 3 to see Mountain R&D, but I don't know if we're going to get that, Garma.
Yeah, unfortunately. Because we had a bunch of really great set of games earlier in losers brackets where they were very close, and then, you know, as we decide, hey, why don't we come take a look at some of those games? It seems like it's just the curse of stream where the games seem to be over really quickly, and it's not much of a showing.
Yeah, it seems to be like that sometimes. But you never know. I think my voice would appreciate it if we didn't go to a game 3, but...
Mine would too.
Yeah. It would be nice, but we'll do what needs to be done. I say as I drink water, we gotta stay hydrated.
This is a destruction mission.
I read through a little bit of chat earlier for units that we have forgotten. You know what we forgot, Garma? You remember what we forgot?
I don't.
Heavy arms, which we did talk about earlier. Didn't see him at CTP
right.
at all.
We didn't see him.
Would have
Was
been
there
good
another
there.
one? Was it just Heavy
Mahiru.
Arms? Mahi, that's
Talked about
how
him
could
so
I
much
forget
today
about-
too.
Oh my
Yay!
gosh.
Forgot about P. Forgot about Mahiru. No, we haven't seen him. He actually Mahiru. Okay, hear me out. Mahiru here. Honestly.
No.
Okay.
Nah.
Well, you're wrong.
Nope,
And
you
I hate to
had
break
your
it to you.
No, Gab, it's okay. It's okay to think that you're wrong. Okay, it's okay. It's okay to have the wrong opinion.
Listen. I'm telling you, it can work. But I
Well,
don't think we're gonna see it.
let's see as we go out into some of these suit picks. There's no Kafka running Pale, Iron running Dom. Actually, no, I'm switching off to
Destroy both target objectives.
Dynamiz, as we do see both teams running into Dynamiz here. Iron on Dom, Shifu on Hype, Aquatic sticking to Ash, Meagle on Unicorn, and Jun Shindo on Melee. Interesting pick here. We see Yari on the Dynamiz. We see Kyoto on Mirisai. Soul Bebe, I may have butchered that, on Gundam. Supernova on Hype. Weebu on Dom, and Iron Spider on Saz. So a little bit of a tanky comp here against what
It looks like a shooter dive comp, kind of. I'm not sure. I've never seen that type of comp being played. I mean, other than the fact that both teams have an Ashe and a Dynamis, this is a pretty dynamic comp for both teams.
Yeah,
And the
I
Dom.
didn't- yeah, this will be fun to watch. I don't know if I've seen too much Z2M here, honestly. Like I've seen Barb and Exia.
I don't recall, yeah, Barb and
Susan-
Exia, Susan as well. I've seen play on this map, but not Melee, and I'm interested to see how they'll play it here, especially on attack. I could maybe see it on defense, but attack I'm not too sure about.
Well, maybe we'll learn something new. So you see them holding the usual position here, hiding behind the wall, kind of get set up in that choke there, forcing them to come to them. It
See
looks like
Shifu
Shifu going
get
in.
out and gets caught out immediately by the hook. He'd punish
That fighter's pretty low on health though. Supernova kind of stepping in as Dynamis gets a great pull on two of them and able to take advantage of that as two go down, only able to get one res off. So Bebe is 1 HP. They're all 1 HP. They're going to start taking advantage of this and pushing them, I think, here. Yeah, if Jim Geeks pushes up, clean up, they need to fall back and regroup.
Something I saw from those fights is that Gyo was able to land hooks there quite consistently, but none of the team was able to follow up as they had to back recover simply just due to the effectiveness of Dynamis and Iron Otaku's spam against the sniper there. So it was very effective countering against the CC and hook, being able to recover very quickly. And as a result, they're end up taking this point pretty quickly here. It looks like we might see a plant in the next couple of seconds as both teams get set up.
Iron Otaku already going for a plant on B. Usually you just see more of an A plant, but they like to go for B here. Kilo had to get out of there and play their life. Again, big hole on the Dynamis hook. Oh, Dynamis suck, and the team is able to take advantage of it.
Yeah, and this B point is never really ideal to hold because of how closer it is to the enemy spawn. You typically want to play A just because you have a little bit easier line of sight. You have that mega that you can fall back to, and it's a little closer to relay. This B is a little bit harder because you also have to go up the ramps, and you don't have a whole lot of heals you can back up to. Yariel now taking out the Dynamis ult does manage to find a pick onto this. They do manage to get the fuse off, but is stopped by Shifu and Iron Otaku. Wow, this might be a very decisive first hold here on B with only about just a little over 10 seconds left on the clock. We do see Nukafu still holding on to ult. Shifu almost has ult and Aquatic about to get punched. I think that's it. I think that's it for this game.
Yeah, I think that's definitely it for this first push.
Thank you.
Yeah, at this point you just need to hurry up and die so you get the quick respawn. Just go ahead and surrender so you can regroup here, maybe meet on time for the choke. Looks like they are trying to like to shield him. They're holding very far forward, I feel like. Yeah, I think Saku's going to get caught out. He's absorbing a lot of damage. And while he is a tank, they still need him to be alive. Kilo trying to get the stun up. Don't know how. It doesn't connect with Kafu there. Just raining that damage down. They find 2 picks. Although they answer spawn too of their own.
I see a lot of trading coming out here. Taking a look at the ult EQ. No Cap having used their ult. We see Shifu, Aquatic, and Smeagol still having ult up there. Jun Shindo should get their ult up soon at 82% on melee. Taking a look at the side of Graves, we see Sol Bebe have their ult. Weebu's very close to ult. Same thing with Iron Spider. So now are slowly trying to push out a little bit disorganized here. See the Gundam ult get used, but it gets canceled out. Dies mid-throw. Waypoint now being captured. It could capitalize on some of the space that they created to try to push up and get an A plant here.
They are being held still though right now. Oh, they're going with the
Hive will come out, does find 1, does find 2.
What a
That's
good
gonna
turn
make
there to get him
a lot of
corner.
time available to them.
Fought so
Looks
much
like they're gonna go for an E plant possibly. No, it seems like they might be trying to go for. No, they do go for the E plant. They're gonna go for A. And again, a little disadvantageous for them here because it is closer to enemy respawn. The only upside for this is that it does take the enemy team a little bit longer to go grab away, and you do have a little bit more options here to kind of play around B side and fire upon it. Whereas with A, you have a little bit more rat spots, but because it's closer to spawn, it allows the enemy team to retake it quicker, as we just saw there.
Yari is finding out for the
The
wave
Ashe and
here.
Z2R trying to contest for it, and Ashe does manage to fall out to the Z2R.
Oh, but Kafu is there for the revive on the Ashe. Might get it off, but no, Yari is able to get the clean as Kafu is going to go back to contesting. If you get the bomb, it's going to be a reset up. But they do have over 2.5 minutes left in this fight.
Yeah, of course, there's still quite a bit of time. Anything else can happen. We now see Supernova's ult come out. Does manage to clear the area. No confirms, unfortunately, is they're going to have to continue holding out this choke. CTO almost at ult again. Iron Otaku and Nukafu will have ult up here soon.
Yeah, I might see a down push into reclaim this waypoint. Yep, and there it is. Oh, too sure that they are pushing
like a
them
book.
in and pushing them back. Yep. Felt that one coming, and he is pushing, doing damage. Kyowo is one, Sazabi is one. His team finding 2 picks on behind him as they are pushing in and cleaning up with this ult.
Yeah, they now managed to take quite a bit of space here, and they should hopefully capitalize soon. Could manage to get an A plant here as the Hyperion simply stalls out for point. No, they go for the B plant again. Does not manage to get taken out by that Z2R. That was a very good try on the deny, but they don't manage to get it. Once again, though, they're in a bit of a disadvantageous spot with respawns from the enemy side, and it looks like they're already staggered a little bit. As the hook's proving, once again, no Kafu getting 2 confirms with Dynamis ult.
Yeah, Kafu is putting in work right now, and the Dynamis helping the team keep up. They were at a disadvantage there, but big axe, but unfortunately just no team once again to help follow up with that as they're able to secure the revives.
We do see the Ash Punch and Hyperion ult still up too, to hopefully deny plant. We will see Solbebe have their ult up soon, same thing with Weibo. So we could see some aggression put, but the Ash gets taken down. They still do have ult up. Smeagol will have their ult up as well to help deny. Ult then gets used to hopefully create some space. We see the Hyperion go out to try to deny some of that. And the Gundam ult comes out, does deny. They do manage to get the fuse off. Everyone's body blocking, and they get the plant and their defuse.
Yeah, then we saw a lot of ults come out on the side of Graves, but it does work as they just stack that bomb and able to get the defuse off. And now their Yari is pushing through to the waypoint, trying to secure it again, which is huge. There's only 45 seconds left. If they can secure this, the Susanoo is trying to hold it down. Oh, and it's able to stall for 3 to get back. Will it be enough?
I'm not too sure with the amount of confirms now going off on the side of Graves. They've already managed to confirm 3. It's now a 3v6 with about 25 seconds left on the clock. All they have is Ash and Unicorn. I don't know if they're going to be able to make anything happen here. And now Kyowo managed to use her ult to stun too.
Oh no, it gets the Ash, which is a huge denial, and the Unicorn goes down as well. That's being able to use it at there goes their ability to push through if they had it at all.
Yeah. I think that's it for round 1 here. Being able to get first plant off and down to 20 seconds left on bomb. Pretty good work for this first round here. We'll see how second round goes for both teams.
Very, very strong push from the side of GM and Geeks, who thought that these 2 teams were going to be evenly matched. It was going to be a close and entertaining fight. And it seems that Graves is responding from the first map. And we'll see what they do here on attack now.
I want to say both teams, again, are kind of evenly matched here. We happen to see a lot of, well, I should say, I mean, yeah, fairly evenly matched. We'd see a lot of aggression from GM Geeks, but Graves is actually now able to match it up quite a bit. Damage numbers are pretty consistent across the board for both teams. We do happen to see GM Geeks leading a little bit. No Kafu at 30k, respectively. Iron is at 27, and you see on the other side, Graves Yariel at 26, and Kyowo at 20k, respectively. So fairly consistent across the board for both teams. Was that being said, GM Geeks is leading in damage. And then a little bit of a kill disparity as well on the side of GM Geeks. We see Smeagol having it up there with 34, whereas it's more consistent across the board in team fights with Graves here. So fairly even teams. We see a little bit of their own strengths and weaknesses being played here, and I think the switch off to Susan could have been the right call for them had it been made earlier to allow for some of that more aggressive play style to work well in their favor. Whereas Graves is playing a lot more saying, okay, well, if you want to play aggressive, we'll play into that, and instead we're going to bait you out with some of your hooks, we'll play out with some spam, and we'll even have Yari go out and create some chaos in the back line. Both teams trying to play to each other's strengths and weaknesses here, and I think it's going to make for a fairly even match. I'd at least like to see it go off to a round 3, but these destruction games can be anybody's game just based off of ult economy and positioning.
Yeah, you said it well, and leads us right into the intro of the game as Iron Spider goes up for some information, and they start their push. So they are looking to push right side, this classic gets set up. Team is responding a little forward there.
We don't see Graves running a Dynamis here on the second point. Instead, looks like they're running it in place for a Gundam. Or probably for in place of the Z2R, I would suppose. Still the same team comp. No, they're switching out with Melee on Jun Sinbo, who I think is a correct call here because there's a lot more sustain and a lot more dive potential.
I agree. I do like the Susan a little pick here as Yari is just going in, being a rat, trying to disturb in the back line, give team space to push up, and they do take advantage of it. He does go down, but it's so worth, and Kyowo trying to get in there too. trying to find another pick. Shifu being very aggressive, saying here. They got 3 down, though, behind them. They're with the revive.
Aggressiveness is kind of not paying off for them, though, as the rest of Graves does manage to come back and create a little bit more space. They are waiting for the rest of the team to follow up, which I think is a smart play here before their push. They don't want to get too staggered. As we now take a look at ults, we already see Nokafu already at 94, 95. We happen to see Yariel at 62%, so we're going to see some possibly a Dynamite ult come and get popped off here very soon. With Yariel at 76 as well. They're doing quite a work, doing a lot of chaos in the backline, already at 90% ult. So both teams playing well into what suits they now are solidified on. We happen to see a lot of confirms come out from the side of Gym Geeks, but Susan just manages to clean up and get a team kill there.
Yeah, that was a strong play from the Susan there. We see them, trying to get to the waypoint. I don't know if they're going to make it. Iron Otaku is trying, but Yari is there to delay him just long enough for the rest of the team to spawn
See
in.
the Z2R ult get popped off, and it didn't find any single pick. They're now staggered 6-5. If the rest of the team can respond, they'll be able to retake way here. And it looks like that's what they're trying to do, but it seems like Graves is trying to do their best. Hold it back.
He sees that they have a chance. Everyone is super weak. He has ult. He's going to go for it, and I think he will get it.
Yeah, and looking at ult eco too, it seems like Gym Geeks just had a much better response on the ult eco. They were able to build their ults a little quicker, and as a result, play into that. They could have probably popped ults a little bit sooner to retake that waypoint, but other than that, it was a pretty clean retake now with 2 minutes left on the clock, and they're looking pretty solid with 4 ults up, being Gundam, Ash, Unicorn, and Susan. At the side of Graves, we'll see Kiowa with their ult up soon, Selbebe with their ult up soon, Weibo soon as well, and Iron Spider and Supernova in the 70s.
Unicorn pops their ult, trying to find some picks and try and take some space. They are pushing up. Sneako's about to get caught off alone.
See the Kiowa ult pops there, does find 2 confirms with 3 with the assistant of Yariella. They do manage to now take away. Smeagol, you're up there way too far, and they're going to get punished out of positioning. Yari's going to help clean up, and that's almost a full team wipe, as they now are going to be able to charge directly into point here, hoping to get a plant. We're going to see as Junsuno does have their ult, and they could potentially go for a retake here if they use that Susan. We do see the Dom and Gundam ult come out as well to secure as much of sight as possible. Pretty smart play, but that now only leaves them down with Iron Spire and Z2R compared to the Ash Punts and the Susan.
Yeah, Yari's gonna have to save their ultimate and play their life for that bomb defusal if they get a chance to go for it. Right now, there are 2 down on the side of GM Geeks being into Graves' favor. They got 3 ults up. See if they elect to come in with the Susan will ult. They might have time for a punch. They have a lot coming up on the side of GM Graves. It might be a intense fight here coming up.
Yeah, we're going to see the Dynamism. We're going to see the Dom ult come up. Susan and Punch still have yet to be used. We have to see Yariel's Z2R as well as Supernova's ult. The Iron Spider now pops there. Supernova does not get to pop theirs, and as a result goes down. Again, something I'm noticing a lot of these players struggle to do is pop their ults when it's so little time left on the clock. Junsuno now pops their ult. Perfect timing there as the rest of Graves tries to defuse. No, they do not manage to hold. Instead, Gym Geeks has managed to get the defuse off.
Yeah, unfortunately, just a terrible time to go down on Supernova's end, as that ult could have been what decisive there. And Yari did use theirs to stop the defusal, but unfortunately, the rest of the team there was able to still clean up and get the defuse off, and that is going to be it here for GM Geeks and Graves.
GM Geeks taking on the semifinals for losers for our next weekend. Yeah, man, I was really hoping to see a little bit more from Graves today, and I wasn't seeing a whole lot of communication on ults. It seemed like Jam Geeks really held it down with their ult eco. Graves really tried their best to respond to the level of aggression that Geeks just had. And we saw it. We did happen to see it on Colony, where it got a little bit closer on that last point. But Graves just could not communicate well with ult eco or positioning. And it definitely cost them that victory.
Yeah, no, 100%. We saw the same things. GM Geeks was a little bit better about using their ults with the team or together, calling it out. We saw Grave just not quite at the same level of coordination. A lot of hooks that went unpunished after they were kidnapped. But still, they were able to answer that a bit on CTP, and they still held them on the first half. Was able to get the defusal off in the second point bomb. Still a great showing overall. Just wonderful fights today with everyone. But yeah, that is going to be it for us. Congratulations to all the teams who would enter. This was for new players coming into it, getting their feet into the competitive scene. So it is a lot of people's first time experience. And we hope it was a good experience for them, and they take away a lot from this. There is a mentorship program inside 7 if that is something you are interested in. Our very own Lich here is part of it. Will help give you some tips. Some of these teams have taken tips from him, and we have seen like Principality of Zeon, however you pronounce that, Zeon. Played super well together, super well coordinated. Serenity making it all the way. That'll be next week as well between Serenity and Principality there. The losers bracket as well will be next weekend. That'll be next Saturday at the same time. Make sure you guys tune in. It'll be a good day.
Yeah, I mean, we had a bunch of good games that happened to come up. Unfortunately, they were kind of all a little bit of a shutdown. I mean, I did really want to see some more interesting gameplay for you guys, but I mean, if the games are going to be, if this is the only closest game we have, then I can only imagine what finals is going to be like if it's going to be an absolute shutdown from the side of Principality, who I think is probably going to end up winning this tournament.
Yeah, they have been a strong team this whole day. We haven't been able to, unfortunately, to see any of Serenity's games, but they're a team who've been around. They've played this game before, a solid team. So I think, man, I'll go Serenity because you took Principality. I think it's going to be a really close game, though.
Well, looking at our potential next match for the semifinals on losers, we will most likely be seeing Gym Geeks possibly versus the second coming of Goo Gang. From what I heard, it is going to be probably a stomp fest on the side of Goo Gang, which will then end up deciding the losers depending on Serenity and Principality bracket, in which case those games will be streamed next weekend. And those are going to be some pretty good games, I think. We'll definitely have a lot more close matches for next weekend for sure.
Yeah, so make sure you guys tune in. Hope everyone has a great rest of your Saturday. Enjoy it. Go do some casuals now. There should be more people in queue for it now that this is out.
Yeah, go play Gundam Evolution.
Yeah, more Gundam. Yeah. Thank you everyone for being here. Shout out production and Azor and everyone inside 7 for putting this on. Thank you guys. I think that's it. Production. See y'all next week. That's it.
Yeah.
Well, I won't, but you have other casters here. It'll be fine.
Well, I won't be casting next week either.
Yeah.
We'll have wonderful people here.
We're gonna have a bunch of people. It's gonna be an awesome week to see how these teams improve. Thanks everybody so much for watching. Have a great day and enjoy your weekend. We'll see you later. Peace.
galactic, moving atoms in the masses, shooting stars above a sky made up of static. All their secrets an enigma, but